Hello everybody, what is going on? Welcome back to another epic live stream coming at you from the V1 HQ that did not receive a lightning strike. Good thing I had my little setup away from the house last night. We'll get into that here in a minute. But guys, I am super excited for this one. I can't believe we're actually going to go live on this one. I didn't think this was going to work out timing-wise. A lot of stuff happening, but then everything just fell into place. And here we are. We are live. And the first time on this channel, we are in a 747-8. I know it says 800 in the title. You guys are already giving me crap about it. But 747-8, probably... I don't even want to say probably. I think, in my opinion, this airplane is the most epic airplane to grace the skies of Earth. I mean, it is the most epic looking airframe that flies around. I love Airbus stuff, and I love some of the old Boeings, but the 747 is so iconic, let alone the Dash 8 here with the extended like upper fuselage. Oh my gosh, it is epic all around. So I'm glad you're all here with me on this one. It's going to be a fun one. Too many members in chat to even get the shout outs going, so I appreciate each and every single one of you that tuned in here today. This is going to be an exciting one. I am on VATSIM. The ramp is extremely congested, but I just wanted to see, let's see if I'll spawn back in here. Let's see if I'm still inside of somebody. But I wanted to disconnect for that shot right there, because how awesome is that? Oh, looks like we're back up live. Good deal. All right, so we're live. We're gonna have to turn down some external sounds. I'll do that right now real quick. But I'm super excited. I hope you guys are excited. Let me go here. We're gonna go sound. We gotta turn this external aircraft. Let's drop it down to like 5, just because it's so loud. Beautiful. All right, here we go. Good to see everybody here. We are finally kicking off the second long haul, leaving Tahiti, and we're headed over to New Zealand, where the actual tour is going to kick off. I mean, we're already on the tour, but we said we're going to New Zealand. Today is the day we do it. Real weather. Time is fast forwarded 6 hours, because we already did a sunrise takeoff out of LA when we flew here for a 10-hour stream. This one's going to be less than that, about 5 hours, a little over 5 hours block time. Hopefully we can just board up and get this thing loaded, and then we're going to blast off, and it won't be too long of a stream, maybe about half that, or just about 6 hours total. But it's going to be a good one. I hope you guys are excited. 747 is the best indeed. Josh, good to see you. Froome, Ali, Sammy, Harris, the Concorde. Yeah, the Concorde is awesome too, but nothing. I'm telling you guys, look at this. When you're walking out here, when you're walking out to the ramp, that's what you see. Imagine, and I've done this. It wasn't a Dash 8. The last 747-400 I flew was Air Pacific, and we walked out in Fiji. We almost went to Fiji on this leg, but I said, you know what, we're going to New Zealand. Let's just skip Fiji. Maybe we'll do a mini Fiji tour later. But we walked out to the Air Pacific 744, and it was very similar. You walk out under these little hut things, or these little, oh, look at that, New Zealand taking off there. Was that a triple taking off? But just the ramp presence of a 747 cannot be beat. I don't care if it's a 777-300. I don't care if it's an A380. A380 is just nowhere near as pretty. 350, beautiful airplane, doesn't have the presence that a 74 does, especially the Dash 8. Beautiful rotation. That guy used up some serious runway. But we got to get this thing fired up. I hope you can tell I'm excited. I'm excited. There's a lot to talk about today. If you guys are unaware, my house took a direct lightning strike yesterday. It's been absolute mayhem. We'll get into that once we get the airplane fired up. We have 380 passengers to load. So Air New Zealand 744 takes 380 seats. I believe there's 56 first class, and then like 340 something in the back. So I whatever the math is, I did it. So 380, we're taking a full load. Aviator Nick dropping a $20 super chat. Very kind. Thank you so much, Aviator Nick. Appreciate that. That Pacific Wave livery looks so good on the 747. I'm ready for the flight to New Zealand. Here's some money towards the cleanup from the lightning strikes. Aviator Nick, that is very kind of you. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Very generous super chat. Appreciate that, and yes, that'll go directly towards the damage for the lightning strike, because there is some serious damage that we are working with. So I will talk about that here in a little bit. Looks like that guy took off on we're doing the Paste 4, which is basically a right turn out, and we're going to do a whole tour of the island one last time on our departure. But I just love the 747. I'm so excited. I haven't flown this airplane because I thought it was a default blah blah, but I'm telling you, after the recent update, yes, all the systems aren't modeled, but the way it flies, it scratches the itch for me for heavy 747. This only gets me more excited for a PMDG 747, which probably is never going to hit this simulator. Maybe 2024, maybe 2028. We'll have to see. But this 748 it scratches that 747 itch for me, and it's rekindled my love for this beast. Because as a kid, the 747 was it. The 74 was the queen, and she still is the queen, but I mean, she's been rivaled now definitely by some modern jets that have popped out. But in my opinion, no doubt, the 74 is still the queen. All right, let's go ahead and fire this thing up. I'm going to hop into the cockpit right here. Beautiful situation here. We're cold and dark. JP, just before I go heads down here, I want to say thank you for gifting 5 additional members to the channel, man. That is very kind. Appreciate that. If you pick up a membership from JP, if you pick a membership throughout this stream, exclamation point welcome for your new perks here on the channel. And if you get one from JP, shout him out. Let him know you're appreciative of that. That is very kind of you. Thank you, JP. Here we go. Up to the overhead. We're going to get our battery switch on. We are sporting FT-Sim sounds. FT-Sim sound pack. So that's going on. And we're going to go straight into external power. We're going to power up the externals here. Like that. We got our nav lights on. Airplane's coming to life. So this is just, I love this cockpit. How about this cockpit, chat? I mean, the 747 cockpit is sweet. It's my favorite Boeing cockpit out there. No doubt. No doubt. My friend actually flies the 748 for Atlas. But, you know, I will say the 74-8, oh, look at that. Oh, there's a perfect timing, that guy's rotation out there. The 748 with the shorter hump, I don't think it looks as good. The ones they use for cargo, definitely nowhere near as cool as this one here. The full upper deck, And I got something super juicy you guys are going to love on departure. Check out these camera views. So, we have lower level. Okay. That's cool. V1, cool lower level wing view. I've never seen anything like that. Oh, what do we have here? Upper deck level 747. And I actually measured where the windows are here, so that's pretty much what it looks like. I did ride on the upper deck of the Air Pacific 74 for a little bit. Took a snapshot. I'll have to see if I can find that photo maybe on the stream. But yeah, we got some juice views out of here. Here's upper deck left side. Here is lower level left side. So it's going to be fun. Let's go ahead and get this thing fired up, shall we? We got the APU on, or I'm sorry, we got the GPU on. We'll put the standby power into auto. We'll get the ADIRS into nav. 2 clicks over to the nav position. We're going to leave the APU off just for a moment. I'm going to go ahead and do a little switch check here on the overhead. Everything looks good. I don't need to adjust any lighting right now. Everything's pretty much all the way up. I'll put the wing anti-ice. Actually, I didn't mean to switch that on. Let's leave that off for now. The little button switch there. All the external lights. We'll put our logo lights on because why, chat? Everything looks good. Coming up the right-hand side. APU packs are off here at the gate. Yaw damper. Fire test. We'll get the emergency exit lights armed. That looks good. Nothing to do there from the service interphone. So we'll go ahead and clear that caution. Let's come down here to our pause init. We're going to take our GPS. We're going to drop that in that position here. ADIRS Airbus moment. What did I call it, Steven? It's an ADIRS. Jeez. This is the Flight Sim Guide. This is not the salty mod. So this is the working title. There's a working title that has modified this airplane in the latest version of Microsoft Flight Sim. So it is the default. All right, so here we go. NTAA, and we're going to NZAA. Finally, some identifiers that make sense. Let's go ahead and activate. We'll execute that. Departures and arrivals. We're blasting off number 4. We got a taxi back. This airplane is very interesting to taxi around, so I'm going to have to hopefully not put her in the dirt when we taxi it out. It's really fun to taxi with a tiller, too, by the way. Kanoki, thank you for the €3 donation, my friend. Appreciate that. Everything else canceled. It's V1 on Jumbo. Kanoki, I am super excited for this. First time ever flying a Jumbo in Microsoft. We haven't flown a 74 since the Felis 742. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait. Appreciate you, Kanoki. Everything about this airplane gets me fired up. I hope it gets you guys fired up. All right, here we go. We're off runway 4. We're on the Pasty 4, or Paste 4 Echo. Now, I got to be very careful here. Let me check my charts. So, I do have a special thing here for you guys. See? Hey, look, I got actual Navigraph charts instead of that app, which is absolutely terrible, which I probably should have uninstalled because maybe it'll crash the sim. Hopefully it won't. One thing I noticed, if you are using arcs on this airplane, if you're doing an arc and you go direct to a fix on an arc, for me, I had 3 for 3 crash to desktops. So I want to make sure we don't have any arcs in our flight plan, and I know one of these pasties has an arc. Okay, Pasty 4 Echo is the correct one. That's what we're going to take. The Pasty 3 Echo has a little arc segment here, which I don't want to do. So we're going to do the Pasty 4 Echo departure. So let's go ahead and minimize that, and I'll get Navigraph off the screen. So Pasty 4 echo is what we're doing. No transition. We'll execute that. Go over to the next page on the route structure. After pasty, we have Aroba. A-R-O-B-A. That's going there. We'll execute. After Aroba, it's direct to Tekot. T-E-K-O-T. FMC key sounds are weird. Yeah, Jeremy, I would tell you what, Jeremy, this is nowhere near the Boris sound pack or the Felis, 7.4. However, the engine sounds, I think, are much improved over the default with the FT Sim. That's why I stuck with it. But there is much to be improved as far as sound set goes. That's for sure. This is a freeware sound pack. I mean, what can you expect? Pasty B went on vacation. Yeah. Charlie Romeo, good to see you, man. Welcome. All right. After TCOT, we pick up the airway, right? We have 3 step climbs, by the way, which I thought was interesting, courtesy of SimBrief. G599. Nope, that's not the right hit. What is it? G599. 2 nines. There we go. Gulf 599 all the way out to Olbex. O-L-B-E-X. Boom. Execute that. That takes us right into the arrival transition, which is pretty nice. So New Zealand landing 2-3, courtesy of Navigator Nick. Appreciate the info there. We're due 2-3 left. Same thing. I did a transition to one of these ARC fixes, and it definitely crashed. I don't know if it was going to the fixes, but that's the only thing that I did repetitively that crashed the sim. So I'm not going to do a transition there. But the arrival that we are on the Fork 3 Alpha Olbex transition, execute, and done. Super Call 10. I think that is a great idea. Chat, we are looking for 748 likes today. 5-hour stream. I don't know if we can do it. We missed our like goal on the last 10-hour stream. I think we hit about 800 likes total. We were going for 1,000, but that's all right. That was a lofty goal. This one should be manageable, chat. I'm counting on you. We're trying to get 748 likes for the 74-8 on this. And in fact, I'll make you a deal. If we hit 748 likes on this live stream, we will fly the flight that I did at the end of the tour in real life, which is unbelievably long to do on the stream. Sydney, LAX in a 74-8. We will do that live. I won't break it up. We won't stop in Fiji. We won't stop anywhere. Direct strike, direct flight, ultimate long haul challenge, 74-8, if we hit 748 likes on the stream. So that's the goal. I will go ahead and get rid of this pinned message up here because it kind of looks, there we go. Done. All right, good. FT Sims sounds are not free. Sorry, Flight Sim guy. I meant that for Patreon. He has some free ones, but his Patreon, I think, is like $3. I think the sound pack cost me $3 a month, as well as access to all his other add-ons. So I do think it's worth the money, but it still leaves some to be desired. That's for sure. All right, 177,000. That's what we have. Our zero fuel is 649. Gross weight 826. We're about 825 on takeoff. We're going to be max takeoff. We're limited on our payload for our landing weight again. So we are pretty heavy. We're not at max structural takeoff, but we're limited for landing. We're going to be landing pretty much at max gross weight. Now, let me check, or max landing weight, I should say. Our flight plan reserve fuel. Let me see if I have a reserve fuel in here. I don't even remember what we have. I don't have any extra, nothing. So I think I'll just put I don't even know what I'll put in here. I'll put 9,000. I don't think we have any reserve fuel planned. Cruise, but we do have an alternate. We'll go back to that. Cruise altitude, check this out. Initial step climb is flight level 260. It's pretty low, but I did a Mach 8.8 climb. So I think what SimBrief was trying to do is trying to give me the best speed. And not very fuel efficient, but the best speed. So our top is like 30,000. We may adjust that along our route. But right now our initial cruise is 260. We're cost indexed 99 as well. And we're going to mess with that a little bit. So we'll execute that. Thrust limit. I forget what this is. I think that's I forget what that SEL is. Chat, remind me what that is. We're not going to mess with that though. I think that is that intersection. We're not doing any derated climbs out either. We're doing a TO takeoff, climb thrust, max takeoff 99.6. So that is set. We're doing a flaps 10 departure. Our CG is 13. Runway 4, 8.9 on the trim. Takeoff gross weight should be 825. I'll put that there. Our V-speed's 50, 63, 81. That is all set, ladies and gentlemen. I forgot to start the boarding process. Oh my goodness. It's okay. That gives us time to chat. Not like we don't have enough time to chat with a 5-hour flight. Assume temperature. Thank you, Johnny. No, the crew is already on board.
Passengers bus is coming.
Excellent. Passengers bus is coming. Let's go ahead and fire up the APU while we're at it. We'll go ahead and do, I can't remember if it's main 3. I think it was those. We'll go ahead and fire it up. I think it automatically takes the fuel. There we go. Let's fire it up. Now back to the chat. Sorry. Heads down there, hardcore. What do we got? Why were you flying a 747? I thought you were an Airbus guy. Hueys, I'm an Airbus guy, but trust me, I have appreciation for all things aviation. And it's the undisputed queen of the skies. As much as I love the Airbus, I will not lie to you and say, oh, the A350 is more iconic than the 747. That is not the case. The 747 is, in my opinion, the most iconic aircraft to ever grace the skies. Not a bad APU startup sound, Jeremy. Not bad, right? You're not going to give us the Tolas 340? Akba. It was close. It was close. You know what did it for me, Kemal, is when I took this plane up for a test flight real quick, and it just, something with it just lit a fire inside of me. And I was like, I have to stream this airplane. All right, passenger bus is coming. Looks like our APU is online. We'll go ahead and go on gen there. We need to get our APU bleed on. We'll get our packs on. We'll turn these bleed switches on right here. For engine start on the 748, we can do 2 at a time. I believe packs 2 and 3 or 1 and 3 have to be off or should be off if you're doing 2 engines at a time. I think that, who knows, that's in the weeds. Maybe someone in chat knows. But I know for a fact they start 2 at a time. We'll go ahead and put our hydros in the auto position as well. All our fueling is on board, so let's go ahead and finish our fuel tank pump preparation. Window heat can stay off. Wing anti-ice will be in the auto position. That's in the auto position. And everything else looks good. I'm not missing anything, am I? All right, let's come down here to this panel. We need to set a transponder code of... Wow, what happened there, chat? Lightning strikes all around. I don't know what that was all about. Hopefully we're okay. It was my end. We had an internet interruption there. That was an internet interruption. That wasn't a dropped frames. It was a dropped internet completely. So, all right. Hopefully we're back. Chaos, yeah, I hope it's not crapping out. We're back. We're back. Everything's good. Hey, listen up. We got a 5-hour flight. There may or may not be some issues. We're going to power through it, right? Because we know we can stream for 10 hours and not have a single drop frame. I think we dropped 400 frames in a 10-hour stream, which is like 0. And that was pretty much when I hit go live. Not every time, but most of the times when I hit go live, when the internet's like booting up here, it loses a couple dozen frames, couple hundred frames sometimes. But I think we're good. I think we're good. So we're in this for the long haul, right? Just a mini F. Just a mini F. I apologize if you had messages that I was going to read there. It just, all those messages went away on that.
Good morning to ED traffic, New Zealand 409 Heavy. We're going to be making our way out to runway 4 on this beautiful day in paradise. Traffic.
Wow. Wow. That's impressive.
Great move.
Passengers bus is coming.
All right, we're loading buses. Our airplane's loaded up. We've got the APU on. We should be good to go. All right. We should be good to go. Queen of the skies for sure, but would Concorde be the king? Al Bundy? I don't know. I don't think you can say... I mean, the Concorde is an amazing... The Concorde is an amazing feat of engineering, no doubt about it. But because of its longevity or lack of longevity in the space... I don't think you can crown it a king or queen. You know, it's more like maybe a knight, you know, or a castle if you're going by chess pieces. I don't think you can crown the Concorde solely because of its lack of longevity. Someone drank their coffee. Why, am I all fired up? Yeah, I'm drinking a lot of coffee, man. I'm pumped. Last night, so while we're kind of sitting here watching 380 people board the airplane, yeah, we had a lightning strike of a house, and our air conditioner went out as well. Multiple things blew up. We had so just off the top of my head, Starlink internet, the router and adapter box were one-piece units. Like, you're not supposed to take them apart. There's no screws to take them apart. They are one-piece units, all sealed up. They are now multiple-piece units. There's char marks everywhere on them. So I've reordered some Starlink parts. As far as warranty goes on that, it says specifically any acts of God will not be covered. And I don't know how you can dispute the lightning strike as an act of God, because I'm pretty sure that is, if there is an act of God, that is one right there. So I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole. I'm just going to pay for a new Starlink modem and router. Hopefully that'll fix that. Air conditioner unit fried the circuit board and the fan, so we slept in about a 90-degree house last night, which was awesome. Sarcasm. But it looks like they did get it fixed today, but that's going to be another $500 to $600. The air fryer got fried, which is interesting because it wasn't even running. And I didn't even like it anyway, but it was new. We just spent like almost $200 on it from Costco. But like, I don't know. My $100 Kasori flamethrower air fryer seemed to cook food better, although it was probably, importing cancer particles with a Teflon. But the one that I bought from Costco for almost $200, that one's fried up now. We have to get a new one. I might just go back to Kasori.
Looks like that Delta's getting out of the way.
What else busted? Oh, the TV. So the TV survived, which I would have rather the TV, because we were just talking about this. I would have rather had the TV.
Me, 409.
TV go out.
All right, we're gonna hold short here. Wait
but it didn't. The TV survived.
Head down and get off.
But the DirecTV box fried. So I have to get a new one of those ordered. That's actually covered, and that's coming in the next 3 business days. A couple other things, but washer dryer, they are out. We have circuit breaker issues and electrical problems. We have an electrical person coming out to assess the damage tomorrow, which we will probably be making an insurance claim. Yeah, there is insurance. There's no lightning rod. So I was asked this question before, is why don't I have a lightning rod? So growing up, Texas, wife's from Florida, storms all around, never, not once, have I nor she lived in a house that's been hit by lightning. We come to Georgia, less than 6 months, we already take a lightning strike. I've always been told that the lightning rods, they actually attract your lightning. So I've always been of the mentality to not attract it and just kind of roll the dice. Modern houses with electrical and fusing and everything, I mean, it has all the breakers popped in the house. All but like 3 or 4 breakers tripped in the house, all the main breakers and everything. The ones that didn't trip are the ones where the appliances are damaged. So like the washer dryer breaker never tripped, but there's no power to those outlets anymore. I hope the washer dryer themselves aren't broken. Jeremy, surge protectors, great question. So here is the irony, Jeremy. Listen to this irony. The power interruptions that we have been experiencing where we live have been much more frequent than any other house I lived. I think it has to do with the amount of power lines above ground out here in South Georgia. And every time that the power gets interrupted, the Starlink depowers, and then it takes like 5 minutes to get repowered up, right? And then, or sometimes up to 15 minutes. And then same with the DirecTV. Every time the DirecTV gets power interruption, it takes another 10 to 15 minutes to get that satellite realignment. So I was literally on the phone on Amazon selecting 2 hardcore power surge protectors battery backups, because like, well, if the power surges, I want to keep the power on so it doesn't have to reset the satellite signal and all that. I literally had it in the cart. I was going to press submit order. I was about to drop a little over $100 on 2 really good, at least according to reviews, surge protectors. As I was holding the phone, Jeremy, it happened. And the shock, I dropped the phone because I felt the shock in my hand. Like, if you ever like lift your finger and stick it in an outlet, you should never do that. But if you ever did as a kid and you feel that zap, or you touch an electrical fence, maybe you've touched an electrical fence, like, play games when you're a kid, like, hey, who can hold on to an electrical fence long enough or longer? I don't know. Don't try any of that at home. That's just what we used to do. Anyway, that feeling on my phone So, like, I dropped my phone, and that's when everything went out. I mean, the sounds was so loud. I mean, my ears are ringing, the girls are screaming, kids are crying. The fire detectors, the fire alarms on the second floor, all blew out of the roof. So they're mounted in a holster, or not a holster, geez, in like on a bracket, right? They blew the brackets off the roof, and they were just hanging there by electrical wire. So I had two fire detectors blow off the roof. But here's the crazy part. I walked all around,
Traffic New Zealand 409 heavy,
all
taking
around
off
the house.
Runway 4.
I tried to look at the other sides of the roof line, everything. I cannot find any visible holes in the roof itself. So maybe it hit something outside really close to the house. But I've never had a lightning strike do this much damage to a house. So anyway, that's what happened to us yesterday, right about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I couldn't even postpone the stream because where I live, there's no cell service. So when the Starlink went out, I can't really contact anybody, can't really talk to anybody, can't get on Discord or anything. So I have to get in my truck, drive down the street to where there's some cell service, and do some stuff. But yeah, it's been a wild 24 hours. Romulus, I did notice one tree really close to the house where the bark is blown off. And that's what I am suspecting got hit. I can't confirm it because I don't remember. It looks like it's fresh. But the bark is only blown off at like the upper half.
1000, last call to
So it could have been a non-direct hit, but it could have been right next to one of those trees. Anyway, let's get back to, sorry for my little tangent there. That's just why it's been a crazy 24 hours for me. So, Jeremy says you felt that shock through your cell phone. I was using, cell phone, Jeremy. So I think it was just static electricity in general, just the amount of it close by, because I wasn't on a landline or anything, but I felt that shock, and it was enough for me to kind of like throw the phone up in the air, like, oh my gosh. But at the same time, it was like someone let a hand grenade go off behind the couch. The TV surged bright white. I mean, it was crazy. It was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. I've been in some severe weather. Never had that happen to me, ever. How do I get a flight plan? Jake the Aviator, I'm using SimBrief for our flight plan today. So SimBrief has us planned out, and I believe I can show you. I'll pull it up in Cruise. I have our flight plan ready to go as well.
Okay, traffic Qantas 272.
Look at all these 7.4s. All right, let's get back. Bring it in. We'll bring in the chat in. We got 5 hours to talk about crazy stuff. Look at this ramp, though. This is wild.
Bus is coming.
But see what I mean about the Dash 8? It's like that 7.4 doesn't look near as cool as this one. Like that's totally mid. Like I would rather fly a 350 than that one. But this 747, much better. Maybe not that. That is still pretty cool, but it just doesn't look right. It looks like a baby duckling, you know? Like this is the daddy duckling, and this is like a little baby duckling. I don't know. 747 SP is life. Douglas, the SP is very cool. No doubt. No doubt. I love the look of the SPs, those short little 7.4s. You're lucky no trees fell, smashed the roof. Yeah, Jeremy, so there's a clearing box before construction started. That we had a nice clearing box around the house, so there's no, even the closest tree, if it were to fall, it wouldn't hit our house. It would hit, depending on where, it may hit one of the fence lines in the back, but we cleared all around the house, so even if the closest tree falls, it's not going to hit the house. But yeah, look at that. See, I mean, like this 7.4. This 7.4 needs to eat a cheeseburger. You know what I mean? Like, look, it's just like, come on, man.
Good luck. I'm gonna need it.
Godspeed. Mateo Chewy, good to see you, my friend. Welcome. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to hear the lightning didn't prevent you from streaming. Mateo, I know it was. Shout out, really, guys. It's shout out to Mrs. V1. She won't be joining us today because she's got no Starlink to join the stream. But I said, I mean, look, do you want me? I can stay here She's like, no, you need to go do that stream. It's a long haul. You're super excited for it. You need to go do it. I'll stay alone with the kids, 3 kids alone in a 90-degree house waiting for the air conditioning guy to come out. So as of about an hour ago, the air conditioning was fixed, though. So praise the Lord. We're good there. But yeah, shout out to her because I was fully ready to just say, look, we'll figure it out. I'll stay home. But no, she's like, go do the stream. You got to do it. So that's why we are here. Benny, I appreciate the super chat. Thanks for the 32 months of support. Congrats on the 35K. Hey, Benny, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. You are part of that 35K. Everybody in chat, hey, my thank you to you, because in order to chat here, you have to be a subscriber of the channel. This is the 35K tour, and each and every single one of you in chat are part of the reason that we are doing this tour. Thank you for the support, guys. We really do appreciate it. You need to go play video games. You won't hear that often. Buckeye Fly, that is very true. She is a gem. All right, so we got our flight plan done. We're almost done with the people here. We got to put our top altitude in, and then we'll disconnect from ground power and we'll fire up. We'll do 2 at a time. We'll do 3 and 4, then 1 and 2. We'll push back nose right, tail left. And this is going to be a fun one, y'all. This is going to be a fun one. We're going to get some max yogas, doing a max yoga takeoff. Zippy Zapple, you might be the only A310. There's a triple. What is this? What is that? Is that 330? Well, that's a short triple. It's 777-200? That's a 300. That's a 350. That's a 78. That's a triple. What is this? This model looks weird. Is that a 777-200? What is that? Yeah, 772. It's kind of throwing me off there. I know it's a Boeing. Just the model is maybe a little bit disproportionate. Look at this big old boy over there. It's going to be exciting. This is actually kind of cool. We're plane spotting here. This is pretty neat. This is a busy ramp. It is indeed, Lumen Officer Philosopher. Lola Pilot, thank you for the 18 months of support. Appreciate that. Great to see you flying again today, everyone. Hey, Lola Pilot, I'm glad to be here, my friend. Glad to be here. Gnar, good to see you as well, man. Which version of the 7.4 do you prefer? Aviator Nick, I love the 400 because that was like the most common that I used to see, and I've been on the 744. The 7.4 Classic is really awesome too, but when you, like the 748 is just this version though with the full upper deck. Full upper deck. Looks like we got one more bus load of passengers, chat, and then we're going to be ready to get out of here. One more bus load. How do you get the flight plan? I was not there. Jake the Aviator, SimBrief, my friend. SimBrief is where I use, or what I use for the look at this guy struggling to turn around. You gonna make that turn down there, Atlas?
It's tough.
I think you're in the dirt.
Yeah, there's a little hill right here that I just try to get over.
Cass Air, appreciate the $10 gifted memberships. Cass Air, that is very kind. If y'all pick up a membership from Cass Air, shout him out, say thank you. That is a generous donation from him to you. Very kind. Welcome aboard Team Green. Team Green, we only got 390 viewers already. Wow. Freaking positive rates to you guys and gals. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Really, really do. Good vibes here on the V1 channel. Good vibes. Team Green, one of us.
80 traffic, Qantas 272. Take on 04.
Oh, he's a Qantas, but he's shown as a giant. How is GSX? Is it worth it? Alipay, I would say 100% worth it on sale. If you fly the fly-by-wire 320neo where it's fully compatible, definitely think it's worth it. It depends on what you want out of your sim. Do you want to simulate waiting around for passengers and stuff? At that aspect, it's kind of like, meh. Some do, some don't. I do enjoy it for the pushback. I really do. I like it for pushback. I never really use it for parking. But I do enjoy it for pushback. And the ambiance on stream, especially for streams like this, you know, where we're doing a long haul and we're really trying to get the whole... Oh, look at that rotation. Trying to get the whole feeling of the of the flight, I do enjoy it. Wes, glad you enjoyed the King Air stream the other day, man. That was a fun one. That was a good rotation there, too. Are we done? Oh, 376 of 380. The last few people are taking their seats, chat. Slam, good to see you. All right, so here's the plan. We are going to push back. We're going to start up, and we're going to set the brake until we get a couple more departures out. That way we burn a little bit of fuel, too, because we're a little bit heavier. We need to be at least 825, I think, is our max. And remember, that's not our structural limit. We talked about max takeoff weight, max landing weight. Our max takeoff weight is limited for our landing weight in New Zealand. So if we take off too heavy here, yes, we'll be able to get airborne. However, we'd be too heavy to land. So we're limited on that part of our flight. Michael Lob, you're going to try your best in the baby bus? I think you could do it. I think you can do it, Lob. What is it, 5 hours? Yes. 319, you should be able to make it, my friend. You should be able to make it. I have faith in that 319. All right. Let's go ahead and do this, Chad. It's about to get excited. Here we go. Up to the overhead. Everything is on. That's all good. Window heat, we'll go ahead and turn those on right now. We'll get the beacon in the both position, so lower and upper are both on. We're going to kill packs 1 and 3. All right, so we're going to kill those packs. We're going to prepare for pushback and departure. We're going to go nose right, tail left. It might put us in the dirt a little bit because I don't have a profile. We'll see what happens.
Heated traffic was 495, holding short 04, will do backtrack after the departing traffic. Thank you very much.
He's not even going all the way to the end. He doesn't need to go all the way to the end. All right, here comes our pin walker down there. Is that our pin? Yep.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Ooh, got the X and everything. Oh, pack 1 provides air to the cockpit. So should we do 2 and 3 then? We'll do packs 2 and 3 off for start. I've been flying the 7.3 on X-Plane for a minute, so now I'm trying to learn a 7.5. Want to use some longer routes? 7.5, man, that's a good airplane. Estimated time en route, Michael Lob, should be a little over 5 hours. I think the first time I did it, it was 5:10, then it was 5:20. We're going to fly as fast as we can, though, so I'm going to try to keep it right around that 5 hour en route time. Right around 5 hours en route. 1 and 4, 2 and 3. Mateo Chewy, appreciate you, sir. We will do with that. We will start 1 and 4, and then 2 and 3.
Locking gear.
Sharp, thanks for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. I live in Peachtree City. The lightning strikes yesterday were wild. Get yourself that air fryer. Sharp, I appreciate you. $10 to the new air fryer fund. I appreciate you. Yes, it was pretty wild on the electricity front yesterday because the storm wasn't even that bad. Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes.
But it was the lightning for sure. So hey, Sharp, I do appreciate that. And go into the air fryer.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
All right. Chris F, our initial altitude is 260, and we got to get our speed. So I'm gonna do V2 plus. Actually, I'm gonna bow 260. I don't know what you're actually supposed to put in this window, but I'm gonna do 260 because 250 would be a little tight. Do a high-speed climb out. 260. Initial altitude is 260. Once we get up to 26, we'll reassess our weight and we'll see what we got. But we are pushing back now. Oh yeah, look at that view. I love this 7. I mean, this is where. Remember that time I did the? Oh, that guy looks like he's struggling. Looks like a trim runaway. What were we flying? Oh, the 330, where I was like, man, maybe I need to contemplate my life choices and fly a 330 in real life. Flying this view right here is making me contemplate life choices. Although there are no 747s flying in the United States for passenger service anymore. How lame is that? So I guess there's really nothing I could do about it. I guess I could go fly cargo, but that would be thank you. It's not my cup of tea. The split rudder there, that is awesome. Absolutely awesome. All right, here we go. We're gonna fire up 1 and 4. Starting engines 1 and 4. AJ Fernari, $5 super chat. Appreciate you, man. $5 to the Traeger Wi-Fi upgrade package. Or realistically, probably one of those crappy foo-foo banana cold foams. Hey, AJ.
Set parking brakes.
Appreciate you, my friend.
We have a good
Thank you so much for that $5
disconnect.
super chat. It will indeed go to a foo-foo coffee. In fact, AJ, I got one right here. It's delicious. All right, we're monitoring our start 1 and 4. That was, we had 2 click over, so let's go 2 and 3 on the start. Spool them up.
Unlocking gear.
Hugo, you only flew on the 742 with the mill charter? Hey, that's still a hell of an airplane to go on, man. 7-4, and I'm
Track
happy that I got
disconnected.
to fly
Bypass
on.
pin removed.
I think I flew on 3 or 4
Left is
total.
clear. Right is clear.
I think I've had 4 flights on 747s, and I'm thankful for that because unless I go over to Germany or maybe New Zealand, I'm not going to be flying on anytime soon. Napalm 42 with a $10 super chat. Appreciate you. I live in Florida, very familiar with storm and lightning troubles. Here's to working AC in the summer. Cheers to you, Napalm. Appreciate that $10 super chat. Very kind. Yes, indeed. Going right back to the going to the lightning fund, my friend. Going to the lightning fund.
Taxi traffic Osprey 495, taking off 0.
There's our pin.
On the passive for Echo departure.
Give him a flash of the taxi light. Tug, tow, and a salute. We have 4 good engine starts. Let's go ahead and go pack 2. Pack 3 can come online. We can turn off the APU bleed. We can go ahead and disconnect the APU generator 1 and 2. We'll turn the APU off. Wing anti-ice is in auto. Everything else looks good on the overhead. Overhead check looks good. Come down here. We are stab trim today. 8.9. Let's go ahead and dial that sucker in. 8.9. Look in the green. That's going to be way far aft. 8.9. Makes me a little nervous. Let's do 8.7 just because of Microsoft. And we're doing a flaps 10 departure. Oh, hold on. Oh, he's just in a default livery. Check out the one of my favorite parts of the 747 is the leading edge slats. Watch how these suckers just pop out here. Love that. I love how the 7.4 slats come out. Alt vent should be an off. All right, that's flaps 5. I'll get alt vent here in a second. Here's flaps 10 coming down. Thrust set, you've flown on the 74400 more than 100 times, and even the 74 SP once. That is awesome, Thrust set. That's awesome, man. I am jealous.
495, passing at 2006.
All right, that's good. We'll go flight directors on. We're LNAV, VNAV off the ground. TCAS would be TARA. And actually, we could technically leave it in transponder mode, I guess. We're squawking 2000. Alt vent. What's alt vent? Should be off. Is that alternate vent? Not even sure where that is. Interior engine sounds idle are pretty good. Yes, I think the sounds are pretty decent on the inside for sure. Some of the switching, I think switch sounds are extremely hard to get right unless you have access to a cockpit and you can go record each switch sound. I think it's very hard. Above the pack switch, thank you. Above alternate vent. Oh, I can't even manipulate it. So there's your that's your Azoba for it. I can't manipulate that switch. Steven, we're gonna go as fast as possibly we can. All right, let's go brakes off, and let's go ahead and roll forward a little bit. Tahiti traffic, Air New Zealand 357 heavy. We'll be back taxi runway 4 behind the Delta 350 departure. Listen to those sounds, though. So this is my little cheap taxi view here for the FO side. We'll go ahead and stop here. We'll hold short. Let's go ahead and turn our light off. And we'll go ahead and set the brake. Now we can plane spot. This is actually pretty cool. Thank you all who are tuned in for the departure, who are flying with us today. I kind of want to watch a...
Traffic United 1104 lining up for departure.
I kind of want to watch this departure here live. This rotation. Group flight is going to trigger a new census for Tahiti. For sure, man. For sure. Steven is right. Only 265 likes. That is pathetic. Guys, if you like 747 content, if you want to see me fly the 747 for an unprecedented long haul, smash down that like button. The goal for today's stream, 748 likes for the 748. If we hit that goal, we will fly a direct flight Sydney to LA on a Qantas 74-8, which is going to be, what, 14 hours, 15 hours? It'll be a long, long flight. I don't even know why I'm saying I will do it, but if we hit that like goal, you will hear it. And here's another goal. If we hit, I'm gonna make this a very challenging goal here. I'm gonna make this a challenging short-term goal because I don't know if you guys are gonna do it for me or not.
We're gonna be backtracking on reserve 4 behind the departing traffic.
If we hit 3, let's see how many likes we got right now. If you hit 400 likes, if we hit 400 likes before takeoff, I will do Toga from the exterior view, and I promise you, I've already done it. The exterior view Toga is more exciting than the interior view Toga. So, if you guys can do that, if you can hit 400 likes before takeoff, I will do an exterior Toga spool up on the 74-8. So, that's the short-term goal. The long-term goal is 748 for the stream. Let's reset you. Come back here. We'll go back to this camera. Let's go ahead and roll forward. Let's take our spot in line. I think that guy's still spooling up. Yeah, he is. Little early rotation. Oh, I forgot. How dare me, guys. This is the 747, if you guys remember, is the reason why I bought the Bravo throttle. So the Fearless 747-200, when that released on X-Plane, I said I have to get a 4-engine throttle. And I'm telling you, it is the most fun to fly with 4 throttles. So, if you're looking for some type of way to juice up your sim here in this holiday season, this is not a sponsor plug. Trust me, I am nowhere near sponsored by Honeycomb. I think you can get 4 throttles even with Thrustmaster, right? Like the Boeing pack and all that. But having 4, if you fly 4-engine airplanes a lot, it's worth it 100%. It's a lot of fun. Board, my 748 sound pack is FT Sim. That's what we're rocking today.
Another day one spin.
Uh-oh.
You're never gonna get any sleep.
Mike P with the $10 bank angle check. I appreciate you, man. No, you're not going to get any sleep, dude. This one's only 5 hours, though. It'll be fine. It's only 5 hours, Mike P. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I hope you're doing well. And I almost had to call the fire department last night, Mike. I don't know if you're just tuning in, but we had a lightning strike yesterday. Who's that guy holding short of 4 over there? Did I cut you off? And that traffic that's opposite direction of the ramp that's been waiting for takeoff. If you want to go before us, you can. I think you've been waiting longer. I think this guy's been out here waiting before us. Did I set takeoff trim? Yes, I did. Takeoff trim is set. We're all set. We're all ready to go. I didn't hear what you said. Mickety Mike, thank you for the 33 months of support. Hope all is well, V1. Hey, you know what? Could be better. Could be worse. I'm just thankful to be here and be live with you guys. So I'm having a good day. I hope you're having a good one. Thanks for stopping by, Mickety Mike. Appreciate the support. 33 months. And max rank.
Departing on bridge 04.
The maximum rank in the house. 40 months. Max rank.
We'll line up and wait behind the departing Delta.
Okay. He's going to line up before us. Max rank, 40 months of support. Those V1 wings are looking great on you, Max. Appreciate it. He says, what a fantastic 40 months it's been, brother. I've primed my brother in New Zealand for your arrival. Red carpet is waiting. Max rank, my man. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for it. 40 months. It has been... That's a long time. That's a long time. I appreciate you, Max rank. And, hey, I'm still going to hold you to those St. Louis beers. So don't think I forgot, my friend. Don't think I forgot. Oh, look at this 350. Go get it, man. Go get it. All right. I think in the realm of two engine aircraft, the 350 takes the cake. I still think the 350 over the 777 as far as looks go. It's hard. That new 777, the long one, is really pretty, but there's something about the 350. But I'll give it to Boeing as far as the Grand Queen 74. 350 is hot. I agree, Mark. I agree. Alt vent knob is on the wrist. Set it to middle. Hey, thrust set. I can't manipulate that switch on this aircraft. I cannot manipulate that one there, unfortunately. So that's just a adobo azobo thing. Look at that wing, though. Look at that wing. 7.8 versus 350. 350, Zippy's Apple. 350, in my opinion. The 7.8, and the reason I say that, Zippy, is because the 7.8, when I've jump seated on two 787s domestically, which is kind of weird, but I've been on two of them now. And the cockpit of the 787, while great and roomy, I cannot help but describe the feeling of it of being like put together by Walmart pieces. I just feel like everything looks, it doesn't feel pristine, you know, it doesn't feel like super high quality, and I know it is. It's just my own personal experience. It just looks kind of weird and like cheap, but not cheap. Plasticky, definitely was a lot of plastic in there. The way the overhead was laid out seemed kind of wonky. I don't know, but I know that's going to be a hot topic, a hot take there. Someone's probably going to be upset at me at that, but I don't know. The 350, it's still got the Airbus quality all the way through and through, so I think the 350 wins in my book. Aviator Nick, the $10 memberships. 10 memberships. Appreciate you, Aviator Nick. You rock. Coast picked one up. A couple more memberships have been picked up. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Aviator Nick. What time is it local there? It's got to be like 6 a.m., right? Aren't you in New Zealand? So, I appreciate you hanging out. You have been hardcore on this tour, Aviator Nick. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and thank you for the support. 10 more members to experience the Air New Zealand Sky Nest. Yes, indeed. More people to like the stream. That's right. If we hit 400 likes before takeoff, we are doing a Toga takeoff from external view. And like I said, I promise you, the external Toga is better than the internal Toga. Internal is good, but the external is even better. So 400 likes is the goal. Tahiti traffic, Air New Zealand 357 heavy, back taxi, runway 4, Tahiti. All right, here we go. Since we're going to be back taxiing and I'm going to be trying to get the airplane turned around, I'm going to get all my lights on right now. Strobes, wing lights, logo lights, everything is on. Storm light doesn't need to be on. Let's go ahead and do this. We'll go brakes release, and before we do all that, I'll put the transponder into TARA because we're going to be on the active anyway. So we are good to go for takeoff. Hand on the tiller, spool them up. 400 likes. Oh, wow, you guys are awesome. All right, so I will spool it up from inside, and then I will hit the Toga button from outside, and y'all are going to be in for a treat on this one, I promise you. This is the FT Sim Gen X sound pack, I believe, for the 748. Oh, you want to be on the upper deck? I got you covered. Look at that. That's the upper deck view. I wish there was a window on the upper deck. One thing I remember from the 747-400 when I was on the upper deck, it was kind of hard to see the engines. Like at the angle that it was on the 400, you didn't get a super good view of the engines. But all right, this is going to be an interesting 180 on the runway. This is probably something I should have practiced before stream. I did not. We're going to give it our best. We're going to use differential thrust. One thing that I found is interesting is when I use differential thrust on this, I get an aileron trim out of limit. I don't know if that has something to do with the Zobo trying to compensate trim with asymmetric thrust. But look at that shot. Oh my goodness. Tahiti is a beautiful place. We had a short stay here, but it was amazing. We're going to definitely take this all the way to the end. Our gross weight is 824.9. Chat, we made it. We are under our max of 825. And remember, again, that's not structural. I know that's not structural, but that is our limiting factor for landing. 787 is a buffet of parts from all over and all sorts of manufacturers. Not surprised it ends up seeming kind of cheapish in terms of quality. Just my opinion, though. Yeah, that probably has something to do with it. It didn't feel like a Boeing cockpit to me, you know? I don't know, that's just my opinion. So one thing that's really well done, I think, is the bigger the airplane, the faster you go without realizing it, so you really want to pay attention to your ground speed here. Because I was doing 20 knots there, there's no way I can make this 180 turn doing 20 knots. So make sure you look at your ground speed when you're trying to do these 180 turns on the taxiway. We might take out a few runway lights here, but we're gonna do our best. We're pretty close to taking them out already. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna slow down. I'm gonna go ahead and get a little differential thrusters in there. Watch, I'll probably get a trim E-cam here. There it is, yeah. Roll trim at a limit. Oh my goodness. That is amazing. Gasp, he said E-cam. You know, whatever it is in Boeing speak. When I say E-cam, at least y'all know what I mean. That's the thing, you know? That's why I said it. I did it on purpose. We'll hold this in the turn here. We'll make sure that caution light clears out before we go. Hey, I think we did pretty good. I think that was a 10 for 10 lineup there. I think that was pretty good. We're going to have to do a little wiggle waggle here to get straight, but I'm just happy we didn't take out any dirt. I'm going to give it a little forward thrust here. I'm going to go a little past center just so we can get nice and straight. Make sure my view is straight, and then we'll center it up right about there. That looks good. Tahiti traffic, Air New Zealand 357, heading departure runway 4. Gonna be a right-hand turn out on the base 4 departure T. All right, auto throttle is armed. I'm dying for coffee, but waiting for the sounds. Dougal, this is going to be for you, my friend. We're going to put the camera over here for the fly width. I'm warning you right now, the fly width is going to be extremely loud. All right, we're going to spool them up 50, then we're going to go external for Toga. If you're a member, part of the tradition here on the channel, we spam the chat blue with yogas. If you've sent a message other than yogas, I will never see it. It is forever lost into the yoga abyss. Yoga's in chat, spool them up 50. External view. Yoga. How's that for ear deafening? All right, thrust ref, Toga. Throttle hold. The chat is going wild.
B1.
Rotate, nice and easy. Those whiskers are right there, positive rate. Gear up. Fly with. There you go. That is amazing. Alright, let's go ahead and actually fly the departure. Gotta get that nose down. Get that nose down, Capitan. There's 1,000. There's our acceleration altitude. Lowering the nose, little forward trim. Right on the flight director now. I'm gonna zoom it out a little bit. I think I ran the trim a little too far. How about that for a departure view? How about that? Dougal, I hope waiting for coffee was worth it, my friend. I hope that was worth it. All right, let's go. Flaps 5. This is where you got to be pretty careful. Now, at our weight, we should be able to get up to 250 okay there. Yeah, we're going to be just fine when we go clean. But if you are heavy enough, there is a potential for you having to do a high-speed climb out where you're going to want to be above 250 knots below 10. I think we're going to be just fine. We got 5 hours of the autopilot, so I'm going to hand fly it here for a little bit. If we get a little off course, we'll be all right. All right, there's flaps 1. Now we just need to do a barrel roll. Oh, don't sink. That's what you're saying. Look at that. We'll go flaps 0. About 10 degrees or so, I think is fine. Clean up the wing. We might have to go autopilot though, because I want to watch this departure from the wing view. I don't know. We'll see. We're well above 250, below 10 now. We can go ahead and climb up. Get up to our command bars. Here comes our first bank angle check to the right. We never armed the auto brakes for departure, by the way. Good thing we didn't have to abort. That could have been spicy. Bank angle check to the right. Oh, with the Tahiti in the background. Gotta love it. Got to love it. Really not flying my flight director very well, am I? Alright, here comes 10K. Oh, I'm sorry, let's do upper deck. Dougal's on the upper deck right there. All service members get to fly on the upper deck for free. There we go. There's the upper deck view for you, Dougal. Steven, glad you enjoy it, man. Glad you enjoy it. Here's a belated yoga positive rate fly with bank angle check. Thank you, Tyson. Upper decker indeed, AJ. Upper decker indeed. We're a little left, of course, too. Alright, I think I've had my fun. Nah. Well, I'm gonna keep flying it. We can just say we're VFR-ish. We got special permission from Tahiti Control. And we would just do our, when ready, we can proceed on course to the airway. So we're just kind of moseying our way around. We're gonna be on autopilot for 5 hours, so I'm gonna hand fly this puppy. 500 likes and he'll hand fly up to RVSF. Nah, I don't know about that, Stephen. Uh-oh.
Here I am, technically sitting in front of you in this plane. Can't say that too often.
No, you can't.
Not a bad taxi, Captain. If you can do that a few times in a row, you're pretty much type-rated, according to some other YouTube
Oh
pilots.
boy, Seat 2A trying to get me in trouble already. Seat 2A, thanks for the $5 bank angle check. Yes, you are indeed in front of the crew. Turn it down that externally. You are indeed in front of the pilots. Pretty neat, huh? I think this is this the only plane you could say that on? I think so. Maybe the 380. But yeah, 747. I think that's the only time you could really say that. Thank you for the $5 bank angle check, C2A. Yeah, if I taxi it one more time that good, and then I think if I go maybe do a sim in like an MD-11, then I would be considered type rated in this, right? I'm just kind of enjoying. I'm enjoying the hand flying characteristics. Now, are they perfect? No. And at the end of the stream, I really don't want to pause it right now. But if I do remember, somebody can, if you ask me, I'll try to pull up the sensitivity settings I have on my TCA yoke. The flight model is obviously not perfect, but it's believable enough for me to where I thoroughly enjoy the hand flying characteristics of this airplane. I really do. There's our standard altitude. We'll go ahead and set STDs for you, me, and AJ Funari. But yeah, it hand flies good enough to the point like, yeah, I can believe that. And like, I've never flown a 747. I haven't been in a 747 simulator. I haven't been in a 707 simulator, so I'm not qualified to tell you if it flies good or not. I can just tell you from my experience in flying airplanes and other airliners that it's good enough to where I get a lot of enjoyment out of it. Enough enjoyment so that I'm willing to do a 5-hour stream on this sucker. So, especially with the FT Sim sound pack, I highly recommend that FT Sim sound pack. Now, are all the systems modeled? Of course not. No, we're missing quite a few systems, but the on-the-line stuff, most of it is there. Most of it is there. We're at a 19K. All right, I think it's time for some more. I'll get her centered on course here, and then we will go autopilot on and settle in. The scratches around the engines, a chef's kiss. Yeah, AJ. And you know what else, AJ, is the wing textures. Most Azoba wing textures, I'm like, nah. This one, are they perfect? No, but I think they are probably some of the better ones that are available to us, especially default, you know. Like, I think this wing looks better than the fly-by-wire wing for sure. I guess I shouldn't say. I mean, not the fly-by-wire. The fly-by-wire doesn't have its own model yet, but the default Azobo 320 wing, I think this one looks better than that one. We're lowering the nose. We're at a 21. We're joining our course line here. So you can see it was amber when we were off course. Or more than a mile off course, that turns amber. Does your yoke move with the autopilot? I don't know. We'll have to see when I turn the autopilot on. I'm going to go ahead and get her stable out here. And now let's go ahead and turn the autopilot on. Yes, the yoke is turning with the autopilot. So we are Commande. Oh, we're also theme music. I don't want that. We are Commande. We're in thrust ref LNAV, VNAV speed. So we're LNAV, VNAV. We're climbing up to 26,000. Gear handle is a 2-position switch, so that looks good. Everything looks good. So let's enjoy some more externals here. Oh, we're right over the top of the island. All right, I'm going to turn the sound down a little bit. We got to look at some land while we can. Good afternoon, V1. How do you like Texoma? Ooh, spent the day on the lake, and the only thing I caught was a sunburn. Fool's craft. I would rather put 2 cups of coarse ground salt in my eyeballs than fish Lake Texoma. So, and I'm from Texas, so. But maybe that'll give you an idea. Don't feel bad, man. I fished, so I actually was just looking at a picture of this. Ironic you brought this up. I was practicing for a tournament on Texoma last year. I fished 8 hours. The only thing I caught was a rock. Literally, I caught a rock on my crankbait. And so I basically alt F4'd and I didn't even enter the tournament. So like, I'm not donating to this event. But I always struggled on Texoma. Some guys love it. There are, I will say this, as far as bass go, bass and smallmouth, it's hard to find them. But when you find them, there are some very large ones in that lake. but it fishes very, very small. There's a ton of dead water for largemouth and smallmouth. If you're a striper guy, totally different story. Fun lake, good for fishing stripers. But if you're a bass fisherman, then Godspeed, man. Is it true flight level change saves more fuel than VNAV? Probably. I would say it does. Because you're getting up to altitude faster. So we're leveling at 26. I'm going to tell you, I'll tell you what, chat. I don't know why we're stepped at 26 here. Do my screens look dark? Might just be. I can brighten them up for you, Jeremy. There you go. How's that? They don't seem too dark. But what we will do is there, surely there's like a progress page. Is there like a optimum flight level page? Because I think we could go up. I think we could go up higher. I really think we could go up. We had a progress 1 of 4, 2 of 4, 3 of 4, 4 of 4. That's where you start getting in default mode. VNAV page. Here we go. Optimum 338. Up we go, folks. 338, so we're going to set 340 right now, and we're going up to 34, because I don't know, I think SimBrief might have been a little wonky. $340, and we'll filch it. 340, thrust ref, flight level change, speed, up we go. Yeah, 26 seemed very low to me as well, and I think, you know, there's probably an issue with the profiling in SimBrief, so you always got to take SimBrief with a grain of salt. Is this the record for your longest hand flying in V1 history? Maybe. When you think like an Airbus pilot, I know, Catco, why would the optimum be on VNAV? It should be on the progress page. You should turn on your traffic button. Traffic. Technically, if you had a TCAS, that would auto-populate anyway, right? Oh yeah, I have to update the cruise altitude in the FMC because we're in 1930 tech still. Is that? Oh yeah, look at that. What are we climbing up to? 34? What did I say? Yeah, 34. New cruise altitude, 340, execute. That's right, we're at 1934, so we have to update our cruise altitude manually. Why choose the default Adobo over Salty? Because with the working title update, you don't even need Salty. I think it renders it non-needable. Good English. In the Boeings, you don't need to update the flight level in the FMC. No, Aviator Nick, you do. I made a mistake. So Boeings, you do need to update it. The Airbus, it will automatically do it for you if you're going up. If you're going down, it will do it to a certain extent. Once you get within a certain range of your destination, then you might accidentally trigger the descent phase, which then you can re-cruise it. But Airbus, for the most part, especially going up, yeah, automatically updates it for you. Boeing, no dice. You got to do it manually. We need to look out for each other. There's not slop capability in the working title jets. Uh-oh, no slop allowed. We'll have to do it by hand. Crazy Flyer, your first super chat on the channel. Well, here's a appreciative thank you, man. Thank you so much for that $5 super chat. Crazy Flyer says, hey, V1, thanks for letting me out in front of you on departure. Your long haul to NZAA was epic and kept me entertained during a long MSN overnight. I know that. Madison, Wisconsin? No, MSN. Is that Madison, Wisconsin? Crazy Flyer, appreciate you, man. Thanks for the $5 super chat. What is MSN? I know that identifier. Is it? Where's MSN? I gotta look it up. By the time I pull out my phone, you guys will have it in the chat for me. Yeah, Madison, Wisconsin. It is. Well, I'm glad I can entertain you for your Madison, Wisconsin overnight. Although I don't know if that's a compliment or a dig, because it doesn't take much to be entertaining over Madison, Wisconsin overnight. No, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that super chat. Gosh, that view right there, though. Ooh, look, there's some more. So I think Bora Bora was out here, right? And then, is this where we left our, we might have left our float plane out here on this window. Microsoft Net MSN shitty news. Half of us went ETOPS, the other half did not. We do have multiple IA waypoints as well. Now, that's the only, the sad part. Wow, look at the climb rate, 2,000 feet a minute up to 34. That's pretty good. You know, having a more functional box, like if this was the 7.4 for PMDG, we could really get into the weeds about the closest airports, your intermediate alternates, and why they're on your flight plan. We'll actually hit on that here when we get up to cruise. We'll talk about intermediate alternates because I think that probably you guys see that in your flight plan, or you may not even see it. You don't know it exists, but it's actually a very important piece of information. I did a little bit of discussion on it when we were in the Fenix, I believe, over water when we did our track route at night. But we'll get into that here once we get settled into cruise. Only 8.2, those are rookie numbers, Kyle. Let's bump it up here. 8.28, what can we do? How about we do 8.5. Execute. VNAV. There we go. Oh, we can do more than 8.5. Hell, let's do 8.7. Execute. 8.7 Mach. We're going to be burning some gas on that. Gotta be. Jeez. Kako. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I like my airplanes like I like my women. Heavy. Oh man. Cal, I am not going to take the bait on this one, but I appreciate you. I am glad you're enjoying the heavy 747 down to New Zealand, man. Thanks for the super chat. Hope you're well. Hope flying is good. Hope they're giving you some time off. So you want to know what's funny? I guess I'll tell everyone else here in chat too. But interesting thing happened to me this month, work-wise. So I was supposed to be on a trip right now. I was going to be coming back on a trip. But last year, well, long story short, there was a confusion or a miscalculation by the company for my qualifications for EET, which is enhanced, speaking like a speedbird, the enhanced envelope training, enhanced envelope training simulator that we do, which is where you take the Airbus into all these crazy direct law, mechanical backup, unusual attitude recovery, basically a whole sim based on that. I did mine at the end of July 2 years ago. I got recycled in training because they couldn't find an FO for me last year, so I had like a brief dequal period and then they recycled me through. But this year, my EET is scheduled at the end of August, so I have technically dequalled for this month. So that means more simming, and I get pay protected and I don't have to go fly the real airplane. But that also means I'm going to need to be doing work. We might have to take a break, or we might have to do our check ride prep stream. We might have to do maybe 4 of them. Normally we do 2. We might have to do 3 or 4 of them to really get me in the groove, because that means the next time I touch the real sim is going to be on my recurrent check ride, which is I got a 5-day sim session. We do 3 days. Let's see, we do 1 day of ground school, 2 days of normal sim, and then a 3rd day of EET training. So it's going to be quite the hefty recurrent for me at the end of this month. But yeah, so they pulled me off my last trip. It was like, hey, technically you're dequalled until you get your EET done. I'm like, well, it's not my problem that you guys screwed this up, so I'll go when I'm scheduled. Extra real world sim? No, thank you. Yeah, exactly. Extra real world sim, yeah, I'll pass. I will pass. August is going to be a juicy month indeed, V2 plus 10, indeed. The only downside to that is I was talking about getting that 95-inch flat screen, picking up some extra trips. Can't pick up anything either. Can't do any 200% flying. And there's a lot of good open time this month, especially with all the storms we've had. And I can't do any of it, so I'm kind of stuck with what I was awarded. But we'll have some fun on the V1 channel, that's for sure. I'm excited for New Zealand. I really am. At least you have some stuff to keep you busy at home. Yeah, I got a lot to do at home now, AJ. We got to figure out all kinds of stuff. I really hope my Starlink dish isn't damaged and it's just the router and the adapter, because if the dish is damaged, I don't know when the next time I'll be able to get a new dish, if that's even a thing. I have to contact Starlink, so fingers crossed the router, a new power cord, new adapter cord, will fix it. So the last part to blow up was the adapter, which is the main. If you don't know Starlink, you plug it into the wall, and the wall goes to this little adapter box, and then the adapter box, how does it work? No, it goes from the wall to the router, which powers the router, and then the router goes to the adapter box, that goes to the dish. So the router got destroyed and the adapter box got destroyed, but the dish shows no signs of damage at all. So I'm hoping by replacing the other components that the dish is fine. Does that mean some FS Labs 320? Nah, man, I'm not installing P3D again. I just can't. I'm done. P3D is done to me. All right, let's come down here. We'll do a quick VNAV check. I feel like we got up here really fast. Optimum 339. We're 87. We're 340. How's our fuel burn? What are we burning? EGT fuel flow 5.4, 5, 10, 15, 20,000 pounds an hour. Well, that's actually going to be 5.5. That's 10, 11, 22. It's 22 an hour. So we got 5 hours. What's 22 times 5? 22, 44, 66, 88, 100 and something. Yeah, we got enough fuel. We'll be all right. But just doing a quick cruise check. Everything is set to standard. I think we can settle on down. We'll turn the sim down a little bit. And then we're going to enjoy some outside views, I think, because that is what we need to look at right now, because it is juicy. All right, we'll settle on in here. We're on our way. I'm hoping we'll have a sunset arrival. So I fast-forwarded the time. I talked about that before. Fast-forwarded the time. Should be landing sunset or maybe shortly after dark, which is fine by me because I think the lighting is good. We do have the Flightbeam New Zealand. We're going to have to bring up the New Zealand charts on our new Navigraph charts app. We got to look at all this stuff down there. We got to talk about the approaches. We got to talk about our next flight, the next airplane we got to fly. There's a lot that I'm excited for when we get down here. All right, let me have a deviled egg. Hold on. I never did eat my lunch. Let's see. What is ETA to Auckland? Well, ETA 0542Z. Time now. Where does one find the time in this thing? Where's the time? Is this the current time? 0125? Oh yeah. So on 0542 sim time, so 4 hours would be 525. So 5 hours and 20 minutes, Aviator Nick, is what we're looking at. We're looking at 5 hours, 25 minutes to touchdown. Now, we might try to speed that up here if we can. We should do an FSX stream for April 1st. I think I have it installed, honestly. I think I still have it on Steam. Only 286 more likes until the non-stop flight to LAX. That's right. I'm going to pin a message. How long is that flight? Non-stop, LA to, or Sydney to LA. That's got to be 15 hours? $13 to 15 hours? Yeah. I'm going to pin that. Yeah, that's got to be 14, 15 hours. I remember... I remember waking up. I think I fell asleep at one point. And I woke up and I thought, oh my gosh, I must have been out for a long time. I felt great, rejuvenated. I was thinking that maybe we were starting down soon. It had only been 6 hours. And there was still more than halfway to go. And that's when my heart sank. It was brutal. And I was seated like back here somewhere too. Let me pin that message. Careful what you wish for. I know, Chaos. I am a little bit worried about it, but I also, if I look at the analytics, the chance that we actually reach, because our peak there at takeoff was a little over 500. The analytics tells me, and the analytics isn't always right, but it tells me that for us to actually reach an additional 300 plus likes on this stream is very small. So we'll see. I would be willing to do it, although I may not be that happy about it. But can you imagine? I mean, that would be one hell of a no-pressure landing. I'd have to probably build a new PC for that flight alone, because I don't want to fly 15 hours and then have my frames go to 10 FPS on the INI LAX landing. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, have I ever used a Flight Factor 350? I have, Victor Silva. I am not impressed. I would consider the Flight Factor 350 equivalent to that of a good freeware airplane. I can't. I hate saying this stuff that like, oh, it's a bad airplane or whatever. It doesn't do it for me. It doesn't do it for me in X-Plane 12. It's too much lipstick on a pig. Like if they had, I mean, for instance, to put this in perspective, when the Flight Factor 320 came out and the Tolless A319 had come out on X-Plane 11, no doubt about it, the Flight Factor 320 modeling and texture work was far superior to that of the Tolless. As the sims have progressed, and as the X-Plane morphed into X-Plane 12, and as the updates continue to come out for the Tolless, very few came out for Flight Factor. But at the end, and as it stands right now, I think, and I still believe this, that the Tolless Airbus is a superior texture and model now than that of the Flight Factor airplane. The Flight Factor 350 has received little to none external and texture modifications. So I cannot, in good conscience, be like, oh yeah, you should go out and spend money on this airplane that has literally the same graphical characteristics of FSX or X-Plane 10. I can, in good conscience, do that. Now, if I was a super hardcore A350 fan, yeah, then I'm sure I might have a different opinion on it. I am personally not a super hardcore A350 fan, but I have a huge love for Airbus in general, and it's still not enough to get me to fly it. I think we flew the Flight Factor maybe once or twice on this channel. And it's a shame because I think a lot of the, like not a lot, there are quite a few systems simulated on that airplane. It's just so poorly executed that it's just not worth it for me. Same with the Flight Factor 777. Yeah, Gary C., I would agree. I would agree with you there. Michael Laub, how's that 319? How much, Michael, I'm curious, how much fuel did you depart Tahiti with in that 319? Were you full tanks? Tolless is king now. Flight Factor is way behind. Yep, I would agree. What does a Flight Factor 350 and Twin Otter have in common? Oh, jeez. Excellent Xbox airplanes. Coyote. I agree 100%. 100%. Does Flight Factor still exist? Now, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see a PMDG 747 in Microsoft 2020. I think that is a very, very, very high likelihood. In fact, I'd be willing to bet I will give away 7 PMDG 747-400s if they release it before Microsoft 2024. That's how confident I am that we're not going to see it. So you can hold me to it. If it drops before the new Microsoft Flight Simulator does, I owe 7 747s. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think we might see it in the new sim. But has there even been any? The only news that I've really seen throughout the Discord and stuff has been PMDG's communications on the 777, which is probably somewhat relatively close to release. But I don't know any official news on the 74. Does anybody have any official news on PMDG 747? You're also pretty confident that we won't hit 748 likes, and we're already up to 515. Well, Steven, the more you talk about it, the more likely that we actually hit it. So we got to stop talking about it. I'm going to stop reading comments about like buttons. Juan, I'm not saying that it won't release for both. What I'm saying is that we will not see it before 2024 is out. And when I mean out available to the public, not in the beta or anything. I mean, when Microsoft 2024 fully releases, oh my goodness, look at this view, guys. There's something about the 74. I tell you guys all the time, the 727 is my favorite airplane of all time. I got to throw the 747 like 0.001 points behind the 72. Because as much as I love that 7.2, and the 7.2, I think it has a real, like, it's profound in my memory for what I saw visually when it did a power back. That's why I think I'm latched to the 7.2. But I also, I mean, the first time I flew a 7.4, I was I think like a middle schooler, still a relatively young kid. I don't know, and I always had 747 models. My mom's friend, he was a 7.4 captain. He gave me a 1-2. I still have it. I think it's actually at my mom's house. I should probably pick it up. I think it's a 1-1 or a 1-100, a 1-200 maybe. It's big but not massive. Model of a Pan Am 7.4 classic. I think it's a classic. I don't think it's a 400. And I had that model as a kid growing up, and I would do the, hold it in your 3 fingers and fly it around the house in this view right here. And I would just, you grab that by the tail and you fly it around the house all the time. So seeing this again here, seeing this view, man, it is a beautiful airplane. My first flight was a Carnival Airlines 72 Miami to San Juan. Not Carnival Airlines, CATCO. Wow, that's a very unique one. That's nice, man. How sweet would it be to have a 7.2 in this sim? Man. PMD Jetstream. Oh, yeah, Captain Woza. The J41. I love that airplane, too. The amount of times I've torched the engines because of the stupid start locks and how they functioned. Yeah. Have you ever flown on a United 7.4? Jeremy, let's see. So I did Air Pacific. I did Qantas. Pan Am. I think it was it a United 7.4 to Denver? That wouldn't make sense though. It might have. Oh no, it was Air Pacific, Qantas, Pan Am. Maybe it was only 3. Maybe it was only 3. I don't think it was. I don't think I flew a United 7.4 anywhere. I flew on a United. That was a 3-holder. That was an MD-11. 1 to 200 is pretty big. Yeah, it's pretty big. AV8. It's a pretty big model. It's almost certainly a 7.4 classic. Pan Am didn't have money for new planes by the time the 400 came around. Oh, then yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, Steven. Yeah, then it is a classic for sure. I keep thinking because so we discovered this last time. So before Fiji Airways, it was Air Pacific, and those were all classics, right? They didn't have 400s. I know for a fact. I think it was a Qantas 744 that I flew on from Sydney to LA. I'm pretty sure that was a 744. But I think the Pac Air 747 was a classic. I think that was a 200. I'm going to try to Google it here real quick, see if I can find some images. I'm fairly confident it was a classic. I'll have to find the pictures of that trip. I have pictures of it all, but they're actual photos. They're not even digital. They're just, you know, you take the disposable camera on your trip. Tower Air? No, I never flew on Tower Air, but I know a man that did. Mr. XP72 worked for, I'm not supposed to say that. Yeah, he said it on stream before. XP72 worked for Tower Air. I remember seeing Tower Air flying around, though. That's a blast from the past. Aviator Nick, you ordered 7.4 Air New Zealand in a retro livery in the 1-200. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. I gotta look up, what's the retro livery? This isn't the retro? I'm gonna look up Air New Zealand retro. So I know I don't like white liveries, but, oh, look at that old school Air New Zealand livery. That was pretty cool. But this one here is extremely clean. Or maybe this is the retro. Is this the retro, or is it the one with the solid blue? The solid blue and green stripe down the belly? That looks pretty cool too. So this one, I don't love white airplanes. I think they're kind of bland. But this one, classic. This is kind of similar to how I think Pan Am, even though it's white and very simple, just iconic. Number one, I love the tail. Number two, I love belly paint. Belly paint is awesome. Now, even though this one is very subtle, you can see it a little bit better on this side. The belly paint on the 7.4, 10 for 10. And then the super clean, what do they call this, the wave or whatever, I guess that's the wave. But these two stripes right here, so clean. It rings class. You know, I look at this livery and I think of a very high class, pristine airline, which I have no idea if it is, but I would feel like the flight crew, you see them walking in, if you saw this flight crew walking down the terminal, they're probably in formation. Like, that's what I see when I look at this livery. I have no idea if that's true. I've never been on Air New Zealand, but that's just what this livery speaks to me as. The Pacific Wave, yeah. You a big fan of Captain Sim 777 Coyote? Nah, man, I stay away from all Captain Sim products. The last Captain Sim product I had was an FSX. The color gradient on the tail is juiced. Yeah, the blue turquoise. Yeah, the gradient. Really, really well done. Really, really well done. Qantas is lovely, but why didn't you go for the Black Air New Zealand, Scotty? Too, because we're gonna fly. The Black Air New Zealand. Don't worry about it, my friend. We are going to fly plenty of all Black Air New Zealand because that is also very spicy, very unique. The piercing rays below belly gray is tremendous. Yeah, man. Yeah. Look at that. Look right there. Look how it comes down on it. That is just awesome. Are all those packed? Are these all packed doors? Why are they all supposed to be like that? I guess that's because the alt air is on, maybe. I don't think those would be out in real life right now. I think it'd be closed up. Are we going to get a sunset already? Gosh, that view, though, right there, man. I could literally look at this airplane all day. When we are going to. We got quite a ways to go. The Air New Zealand flight crew are really friendly. Good deal. I would hope to think most flight crews are friendly. Except maybe Lufthansa. They're probably not very nice. Just kidding. World travel from FSX? Yes, I do remember that. Qantas pilots are top-notch, for sure. So the Qantas, so Jeremy, speaking of Qantas pilots, when I was on the 7.4, I'll go to the upstairs. Let me go to my upstairs view. Oh, this is downstairs. I'll go to my upstairs view. And actually, in real life, I think the window, it kind of, if I were to give you a realistic 7.4-400 upstairs view, I think that's kind of what you would see, depending on where you are. So I'm kind of modifying it at an unrealistic angle. But it was the crew. So I was, when I was on the Qantas 7.4, I was still a young teen, but I was super excited about it. And like I said, my seats were originally towards the very back of the airplane. We had a whole group that was traveling. But I was super excited, and I was talking to the crew a little bit. And in flight, they had me, the flight attendant, so you couldn't go into the cockpit, but they brought me up to the upper deck. So the flight attendant came back, and or the purser came back and was like, "Hey, you want to come up and check out the upper deck? It's pretty empty up there." So invited me, and pretty much for the last say a good portion, couple hours, I was up there just hanging out and talking to crew members, and I saw the relief pilots that were up there. Super friendly, super friendly. And then on the Air Pacific 7-4, I also was brought upstairs all the way through landing as well. I got to land. I got to see the landing from the upper deck. So same deal. I was just chatting with the crew, and or chatting with the flight attendants and the whole flight crew a little bit when I could. And they brought me all the way up to the top deck as well, and said, enjoy the landing from up front. So it was pretty neat. Pretty neat experience. All right, how are we doing? We are, oh, you know why we're slowed down? It's because this headwind. Yo, who put a 72 knot headwind on us out here? Optimum 3-4, that's where we are. We are birding good. We're 8-1 on the fuel. Oh, how about, oh, that was kind of a cool shot. 747 nose view. GoPro window wiper view. And this, my friends, is why we're in Microsoft right now instead of X-Plane. Although X-Plane 12 got some good stuff coming, but right now, this is Microsoft right here at its peak. Kyle Ferris, I'll be back later for the landing. Have a safe flight. See ya. Canopy Lufthansa crews are very friendly. I'm sure they are. I was just kidding. I was just joking. Because they can be kind of grumpy on the radio. But I'm sure they are very friendly. I'm just messing. I did a lot of flights in the old Northwest -2 and 4s in the upper deck. I'll probably go into... Were you going to Asia? Were you doing the Asia stuff, Team Vodka? China? So, who knows why the largest, or not largest, but why was Detroit a major, or is a major base? It still is a major base for Delta, but they had a lot of their heavies were based in Detroit. Anybody know why? It's not grumpy, it's just being German. That's right, chaos industry, yeah, that's right. It's just being German, exactly. That's right. Frankfurt Friday still scares the hell out of me. Yeah, I got pretty nervous when we flew into German airspace on that sim. Acquisition of Northwest? Yeah, no, not so, well. Okay, so yeah, Northwest had the heavies up there too. Yeah, but there's a specific reason why. I muted to jump on a conference call. Came back to see I had gifted membership. How do I find out who gifted? Lima Echo. I can't tell you who it was, but I can give you. It was either Aviator Nick, Cass Air, or JP. One of the three. But thanks for hopping on. Appreciate you. So it actually asked Northwest for headquarters in Detroit. Yeah, that's, I said Delta. I meant Northwest. Northwest had their main HQ in Detroit. But yeah, Andre Henry, the Asian pack routes. So the shortest way to the Orient, the Asia Pacific theater, I guess the Asian theater, is not to go around latitude, not to go around latitude, but to go up over the pole. So it was, when you do the polar route, it was shorter and more fuel efficient to go straight up and over the pole and down into the Asian theater, so, or Asian Pacific area. So that's why it was up there instead of being, like having. There's also heavy presence on the East Coast and West Coast, but it's shorter, more fuel efficient to go straight up over the polar route. So that's why they were stationed up there. Fuel burn numbers, I'm spot on for fuel predict. Team Vodka, you're in the longitude, right? You taking the longitude? It should make it. What do you have extra? Any extra? Probably no extra. Didn't we already listen to this song? Let's go back outside. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, right there is the shot. I don't know, maybe this side. I swear I love this outside of this airplane. Yep, Brian V. Shorter go up and over the pole because they acquired Pan Am routes. They did too, yeah. But up and over the pole, shorter way. That's how, if you think the Earth is still flat. It's definitely not. Imagine being an expat pilot from the U.S. flying overseas. The pay is crazy good. Yeah, Jeremy. So when I was in my regional career, the expat thing was a heavy. I mean, that was a very sought after job because the legacy carriers were not hiring. Legacy mainline carriers were not hiring. Very, very little. I mean, to be considered. Depending on what, like, so for a rough example, for American Airlines, if you weren't military, you were not even going to be considered. Delta was hiring very, very few, but if you didn't have a doctorate, you probably weren't even going to be in the pile of potential candidates to interview. Let's see, what else? United, same deal. Right, same deal. Very slow on the hiring for United. So what most guys were doing, they were getting their times, and you saw the old timetables they were posting in the Discord. I mean, $36.62, $36 an hour was the top FO pay, and there were guys that were getting stuck at top FO pay that could not upgrade to captain for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, sometimes even longer years. And I mean, imagine capped at, and you were stuck there for 5+ years. That's not the easiest wage to live on, especially if you have a family and other kids. So expat thing was huge. Guys were going to Emirates. Guys were going to what's the other one that did a lot of military charters? Omni Air International. Guys were doing that. There was another blue one for Korean Air. I can't think of it. Oh my gosh, what's the blue air? It's like if they fly 7/8s into Chicago a lot. It's a blue livery. ANA, I think it's ANA. Al Nippon. Yeah. ANA, guys were going over there. Same deal. They were getting paid $20,000 a month. $20,000 a month to do contract stuff, but it was like, 6 months on, maybe like 3 months off, depending on it. But they would positive space fly you in first class back and forth. But that was a very well sought after position, was to go fly in other countries in that time frame. We're gonna skip that one. We already listened to that one. There we go. That's a vibe right there. Are you using Selthrin's cockpit textures for the 7.4? No, I'm not, Malteser. I'm using the default textures, which I think are pretty good. What developer of 747? Dragos. This is the default, but I believe is it Working Title that did the modifications to the latest update on the 7.4. Yeah, so this is the default 747 on the latest update. It is not the salty mod. I know the salty mod is the popular mod option, but I don't think, and from what I've been told, maybe you guys in chat that have flown both, the salty mod is kind of irrelevant now, right? With the latest updates. That's at least what Christy was telling me. It's because there's a gravity hole up there, AJ. I just saw that message. I'm in the 319. I chose a closer alternate cost index of 10 and 105 passengers. Japanese. I'm sorry. ANA is Korean, or not, isn't Korean, Japanese, and they rarely hire. They rarely hire them, but they were hiring expats for sure. Because I had a buddy that was flying an ANA 7.8, and he said the cockpit environment was pretty. The cockpit gradient was extremely steep. I mean, you sat in cruise and you monitored those instruments. That was it. Period. Nothing else. So while it wasn't as prevalent as, like, what's the Emirates? There was another one in the Middle East, I thought. So Emirates, Omni, ANA definitely had a few because I know personal connection over there. Air China maybe, or maybe not Air China, but some other Chinese carriers. I know for a fact there were some Chinese regionals. So I almost went to one that flew the 190. They were looking for PIC rated Embraer 190 pilots. And it was going to be, I could have gone over there for about $24,000 a month. Oh, Etihad. Yeah, Etihad. Etihad for sure. But there was a Chinese carrier. I cannot remember. It wasn't Air China. It was I guess it would be the equivalent to like a regional. carrier. But they were going to offer me about $24,000 a month to fly over there. And I almost did it. I got in contact with someone else, another U.S. citizen that was out there flying, and he gave me the lowdown, the truth of it. And at the end of the day, I said, no, I'm not going to do it. But basically, everything is done through a translator. You have a translator. They had a translator on the jump seat every single flight. The sim, it might have been China Southern. Maybe did they have 190s though? I think they were hiring for 190s and 737s, PIC type rated pilots. Either way, he was telling me about how it took him a month to get fully adjusted to just the climate of being in China. He said he was very sick all the time. Combine that, because you're not just going to China and being on vacation. You're going to China, and then you are working hard. They work you hard. They fly you the max that you're allowed to fly. They pay you heftily, but you bet you are working your max every single month. A lot of other stuff that went on behind the scenes. Everything was a Jeopardy event as well. So if you got called in, I know this is true for Emirates as well. So basically, you could be on an off day, and the company could call you and say, hey, you need to come in and do a seat support simulator session, meaning that someone else is getting checked out, or there's some other training event that's happening for somebody else, not you. But you, number one, you have to accept it, so you have to go do that. And number two, you are also Jeopardy events. So if you screw something else, you could easily get a notch on your record for something that happened in that sim event that you're not even having any part of. Like, you didn't study for it, you're just trying to seat support fill. Same deal. So a couple of those factors, and then the travel. I don't think it was quite as good as some of the other ones. I think that the China one that wanted me to come over, I want to say it was like 6 weeks on and maybe 15 or 20 days off, which it seems like a lot, but you got to think, if you're going to commute that, I mean, you're talking, a week of travel, get your body adjusted for there and back. So it just didn't seem worth it to me. And shortly thereafter, I pursued other opportunities anyway. But yeah, I almost did it. China Eastern or China Southern, Jeremy? It might have been one of the two. You know what? I could probably look up the email, honestly. I don't think I ever delete any of my Gmail stuff. Let me see if I can find any. I'm going to do an email search here real quick. But so anyway, kind of round out the whole expat discussion. Ironically, so coming back now, when I got hired at my carrier now, there were half the class was Emirates pilots. There were all the expat guys that were like, hey, we're done with it. It got to a point where they just didn't want to. They couldn't do it anymore. It was just, even though they were getting paid really well, they could come now fly at carriers that they're in their homeland in the U.S. and have a much better quality of life. So a lot of those guys and gals, there's actually one of my good friends, he was an Emirates 777, and he told me that they didn't even type rate him when he went over there. They gave him like an operating certificate, and this is something that's kind of shady to keep them from going over to Emirates, getting a 777 type rating, and then getting hired at another carrier in the United States. So you go over, you do training, and you get like some letter that allows you to operate a 777, but it doesn't go on your license that you're type rated. So you can't just come back to the U.S. and apply and say, hey, United, I have a 777 type rating. I'm going to put that on my. You can't do that. So that was another shady thing that they were doing, is they were doing letter of something, letter of operation or authentication. I don't know what it's called. But let me see if I can find any emails here. China Southern. I might have deleted it. I mean, we're talking over a decade ago. I mean, this was like 2009, 10, 2009. Cathay Pacific used to be legendary. It definitely did, Jeremy. Definitely did. My grade school, one of my grade school friends, his dad retired, I don't know, a couple of years ago off Cathay, but his whole life growing up. I mean, his dad was, sometimes he was home, sometimes he wasn't, but he was he was a 7-4 captain. Then he was training, he was like one of the head chief pilots at Cathay for a long time. Do U.S. airlines have a cadetship or student pilot programs, and are they a good idea? Yes, Zippy Zapple. So in the U.S., there are quite a few different programs. I say quite a few. There are definitely several programs available to get involved onto an airline, or like training program where it's like, hey, you come do our flight school, instruct with us for a little bit, and then you can go, you can be hired at our airline as a first officer. So if I were, and I tell this to guys now, the market for real world flying is 180 degrees, completely different than when I was coming up through as a young aviator trying to build time and trying to get a job. If I were to do it now, I think the optimum way, if you want to be an airline pilot in the United States, the optimum way right now is to see if you can get on one of those programs where you can, they either guarantee you a job or they guarantee you an interview. I'm pretty sure there's some of them that guarantee you a job. I like United Aviate is one. There's a couple other programs out there. And that's what I would do now, because it eliminates the guesswork. And yeah, if you don't want to go to that airline at the end of the time, you can still apply elsewhere, but at least get started where you can see your goal at the end of the tunnel, right? That would be option number one. Option number two, if you can't do that, go to what I call like a pilot mill, or like a flight school where they just crank out your ratings. So like an ATP. ATP does one. I know there's a couple in Florida where you show up and they take you from 0 to ATP in a year or less than a year. It's expensive and it's a challenge, but with the rate at which hiring is happening in the United States, there is no time like now to get that seniority number. So you want to make sure you just get your time as quickly as possible. And then the third option would be kind of like what I did, get your ratings, instruct to build time. You don't even need to go fly, other jobs anymore. You can pretty much get hired straight on with an ATP now. But yeah, I had to do, time building was a whole different ball game when I was going up. I hate saying that because I feel like one of those boomers. Oh, back in my day, son, when I did this, you have no idea what it's like to pay your dues. But no, I'm not saying it to say it like that. It's a fact. It was to get hired at a regional carrier. When I was a flight instructor, you had to have 3,000 hours you had to have 3,000 hours total and like 1,000 multi to even be considered. So, and the only way you're going to get multi-time is to either A, go fly freight somewhere where they hire you at low time, or be an instructor long enough on multi-engine. Like, if you didn't have those, then you weren't even, good luck. And some regional carrier, and that was to get an interview. And interviews back in the day for regional carriers, you were doing sim rides, you were doing psych evals, you were doing all this other stuff. So it's crazy how the times have changed. It's good. I think it's changed for the better for sure. And I don't want to take anything away from guys that are coming up now. It's just a completely different environment. And that's why I say, get your seniority number as quick as you can. That's all that matters. In this environment, you learn all the other stuff later. Just get your seniority number now. Was thinking of selling my house and quitting my job and go down to the accelerated ATP route. It would be a huge step though. Andre, see if you can find some mentors, like maybe someone who's recently gone through it. I'd say I'd love to help, with anything that I can offer you. But like I said, it's been a while since I've been in that realm. And that is a huge financial commitment. There is no way around it. I mean, to go that route, it is a huge financial commitment. But if you run the numbers and it's something in your gut that you want to do, my advice would be to do it, just because you're going to look back 10 years from now and be like, dang, I could have been an airline pilot by now. And then by that point, it might be too late. So, but I never want to, everybody's situation is different. Everybody has a different situation, whether it's a family background, responsibility background, financial background. So what I say, just don't take it as, oh, if he once said do this, I'm going to do it. Like, You have to apply it to your specific scenario. If you do a cadet program and lose your medical, what options do you have? James, that would be a great question to ask somebody that is running the cadet program. I don't know how they handle that. Now, I know when you are at an operator, like an airline, a 121 airline, if you lose your medical, there are coverages for that. There are protections that, like, you know, in health insurance and stuff that will pay you out if you do lose a medical to a certain extent. But as far as being in a cadet program and losing a medical, I don't have a good answer for you on that, and I don't want to say something that's incorrect. So my answer is go talk to someone that's involved in either the cadet program or that school you're looking at. Hence, well, the Texas bull semen rums. Exactly, AJ. Exactly, man. Yeah, nothing like flying bull semen through level 3 thunderstorms in the middle of the night. You know what? You think about the lightning strike that happened to my house the other day. All the stuff that I've flown through, I can't tell. I think I've been hit by lightning. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny that I've ever been hit by lightning on an airplane. I'm pretty sure I've been hit on my freight job. But like on the Airbus, I don't think I've ever been hit by lightning. We've had some close ones. And here I am, you know, friggin' house 4 months in to get hit by lightning. Jeez. Would a flight training sim go upside down if you did a barrel roll? No, Oofy. It does. It goes all the way, depending on what kind of sim it is. It'll go like 90 degrees or something. But it'll trip you out. The inner ear vestibular system, it'll confuse you. It's almost believable minus the G-forces. Since the floodgates are open for hiring, is the quality of applicants and training still high? Ooh, Jeremy, it's a touchy subject. It's a good question. It's a loaded question. I'll answer it this way. The experience of applicants and new hires at the mainline level has definitely been reduced. And that is straight byproduct from lowering minimums and lowering the requirements because they need guys and gals in the door. So I'm not saying that this is a negative thing. I'm just stating it as fact. Is because of the need for pilots, the requirements have gone down, thus allowing more to apply, which is a direct result in those applicants having less experience and background in the industry. For the most part, not everybody. Now, you know, as far as the quality of the applicants, that is very much dependent on an individual case-by-case basis, I think, because even when requirements are high, you can still have bad apples make it through. Like, I remember flying with guys that had more experience than me, more time than me, more type ratings than me, and I wonder how the heck they are still alive or how they've not been fired. So I don't want to just say, oh, because the requirements are down, the pilots are trash that are coming out, because that's not true. Even with high requirements, that still happens. Now, what I will say is the lack of experience, though, there has been a direct impact on line operations. No doubt about it. That's just another simple fact. The more guys you hire with less experience, you're going to have an operational impact to some extent, and that's a true statement. How is the pilot shortage affecting your schedule if it's still happening? In my opinion, there never really was a shortage in the United States. There never was going to be one. There never is one. It is just the pilot cycle, and I'm just speaking to U.S. aviation because that's all I know, is very much cyclical. It goes in waves. So you have waves of hiring, waves of boom, and then that tapers off. And then the wave, you get to the trough in between the waves, right? Whether it's an economy crash, 9/11, the 2008-2009 financial crisis, COVID, that's the trough, right? And then you go to what comes after a trough, another wave. It goes up. You get a big boom again. So I do not believe in the word shortage as it would be stated in like Webster's dictionary. I don't think there's a shortage. Nobody is parking airplanes because they don't have bodies to fly them. That hasn't happened. There have been flights that have been canceled because of mismanagement. There have been flights that have been canceled because of lack of efficiency on an operator level. But until I see airplanes being parked because there are no bodies to put in those airplanes, I'm not going to believe there's a pilot shortage. This is just a cyclical movement of aviation in the United States. And if they're hooded out, regionals are parking airplanes. I'm not too familiar with the regional level anymore, but if I would say if there was going to be a shortage by the true definition of the word, where they are parking airplanes because there's no bodies, you will see it at the regional level first. So I don't know how true that is. Oh, Sam's here. Good. Sam, I was wondering if you were around. Regionals aren't even truly short pilots. They're short captains. Plenty of new hires training to get in the door. So there you go. So the fact that Sam is saying they're short captains, that is a complete 180 to when I was at the regional. When I was at the regionals, we were heavy on captains. You had captain on captain flying. In fact, that was a big part of our next contract negotiation. Was they didn't want to allow the company to run captain on captain flying, because that allowed the airline to operate at an improperly staffed level. You should be flying captain on FO. And so now to see that it's flipped, because Sam is in the thick of it right now, where he's saying that, it's they have bodies in the door, but no one wants to upgrade because they're going higher, they're getting up, they're going to other airlines, or they don't want to upgrade and be stuck and lose their seniority. So, Sam, what would you say is what's the number one cause for your regional being short captains? Is it attrition? Is it guys leaving? Is that the number one reason you say? I'm curious. That's a genuine question. We have FOs getting 18 days off a month. See, that is insane. That's insane to me. That's crazy. Flyer, welcome to the stream, man. Glad to have you on board. Progress is good. We almost had to call the fire department yesterday for a lightning strike at the house, but everything else is good, man. We're streaming. We're live. We're in a 7.4. I think it's my favorite airplane of all time, minus the 727. So I absolutely love this airplane. We're good, man. We're cruising. Glad to see you. We're in the thick of aviation drama right now. Kanopi, what'd you say, man? There it is. I know you posted it like 3 times. View1, what do you think of the future design for airplanes with the upper wings and prop engines as presented by Boeing? Kanopi, I'm going to ride this the way I ride with anything new aviation I see. Until I see it out on the line, I'm not going to pay any attention to it, because these designs come and go, right? Oh, we're going to have all electric airplanes. Oh, we're going to have a new boom project. We're going to have a new Concorde. Okay. Oh, now we're going to have high-wing airplanes with electric turboprops. Well, I see where they're going. I see, okay, yeah, technology is advanced. Until I see these airplanes out flying, or I see an operator taking delivery of these airplanes, that's when I'll pay attention to that'll take a look at it. I think I saw a thumbnail maybe of what you're discussing there, the upper wings and prop engines by Boeing. I think I've seen a couple renditions of that. Maybe good on paper, maybe good in theory, but like I said, until I see it, and with most things aviations, until I see an airplane flying in the sky, I'm not gonna waste too much time on looking into what it does and its capabilities, because it just doesn't seem plausible. There's a lot of great ideas out there. Not very frequently do those great ideas make it to the actual world of flight, if that makes sense. I wish captain seniority would pick where FO leaves off instead of starting at the bottom again. Well, then, but then you would have FOs being more. But then how would that work then? Because then, yeah, it wouldn't. I don't think it. That's actually hurting my brain. I'm trying to think about this. So how could you theoretically have your seniority stay the same? So the only way that would work, Jeremy, is if you had, instead of a captain and FO seniority list, you would have to have a master seniority list. And then the only way you could upgrade would be by growth or by attrition, right? I'm having a hard time mentally trying to straighten this one out in my brain, Jeremy. That's a good question. I mean, it'd be nice if it did, but that's just not. It can't work that way. Like when my current carrier that I'm at right now, when I upgraded, I was the number 6 first officer. It was number 6 in base. I had the pick of my schedule, pick of my trips, like everything. If I wanted it, I got it. When I upgraded, I leapfrogged a lot of junior captains because I didn't take the first available upgrade. I kind of waited until I was like, well, first off, I want to make sure I have the seniority to hold the same base. And then I want to hold enough seniority where I can kind of get somewhat of a good schedule. So that's when I jumped over. I'm having a hard time mentally trying to play it out in my mind. What would happen if it was the same seniority? You just have to have one list and nobody would why would anybody upgrade then? I don't know. I can't. That's a good question, Jeremy. You're hurting my brain. I got to move on from that one. I don't know how that would be feasible. Maybe someone in chat does. Let's see. Airline for country. Oh, you were talking to Zippy's app. So Sam, in regards to the pilots leaving, we have lower time first officers leaving for LCCs, low-cost carriers, higher time first officers and new captains leaving for legacy operators. So it's hard for them to get people to upgrade and then stay for the 1 to 2 years. Sam, is there a not a seat lock, but is there a time requirement for your operator, or is that a thing now in the regional realm where if you upgrade you have to stay for X amount of time? I'm curious. Like if I say, hey, I want to upgrade at Piedmont. Okay, you can upgrade, but now you have to stay here for 1 to 2 years. That's why you would upgrade for higher pay rates. Yeah, you would upgrade for higher pay rates, but there would be no reason to upgrade if you were on the same seniority list. I don't know. My head hurts. My head hurts trying to think about the answer to that. FO staple to the bottom of captain list instead of parallel. Oh, Jeremy. Oh, okay. So I see what you're saying. Yeah, you have a slight misconception of how it works. So when the first officer upgrades to captain, you are not stapled to the bottom of the captain list. Set my soul on fire here. Let's see what happens. Normally I don't let lyrics go on here, but we're gonna let it roll for a second. So yeah, Jeremy, you're not stapled to the bottom of the captain list. You upgrade and you slide into where your seniority is from your date of hire. So like in my example, when I upgraded from first officer to captain, I leapfrogged all the captains that had upgraded before me but were junior to me, because it is possible to fly with a captain that's junior to you. In fact, that was kind of one of my last straws. I had a long 4-day trip with a captain that was junior to me. He had taken, we call it first available upgrade. So as soon as it becomes available to upgrade, you upgrade. Then that means you go to the worst base probably with the worst schedules, but it's your first available captain slot. That's where you go. Now, I'm senior to him from my date of hire, but it just worked out when we got paired on a trip together. I think my original captain had called out. So yes, you do keep your seniority on a master list, because we have a master seniority list, and that goes by date of hire, and that does not change. Nobody can jump anybody on the master seniority list. There is no getting senior to this person. The only way you move up on the master list is when somebody retires in front of you or passes away or leaves the company. So that's the only way you move up on the master list. Now, within the bases, you have your own seniority list, and then within the bases, you have your own seat list. So you have your captain list and your first officer list within a certain base. Some bases are going to have higher seniority than other bases. So for instance, a very high senior base like Charlotte is a very senior base for American Airlines, because there was a lot of U.S. Airways very senior crews that lived in Charlotte. It's a very senior base, but LaGuardia is a very junior base. So I could be a captain in LaGuardia, but I can't be a captain in Charlotte because I don't have the seniority in the Charlotte base to hold it. If that kind of makes sense. That makes sense. Hopefully it does. Looks like we got some traffic. Ooh. Oh, there's a shot. That's kind of a cool shot with the traffic up behind us. Oh, I thought that's the reason why people don't upgrade is because your consider starts at 0. No, it doesn't start at 0, Jeremy. It just gets lower. It goes to wherever your seniority can hold it. So that's why if you have forced upgrades, because nobody is taking a jump to upgrade because they don't want to upgrade where that available upgrade is. So let's say I'm a senior Dallas first officer. I don't want to take an upgrade available in New York because I don't want to commute. But if nobody is upgrading, then those captain seats go unfilled in New York. And guess what the airline has to do? They have to do what's called forced upgrades. Now, depending on what airline you are, they may allow that, they may not. And that's where they literally say, hey, if you've been here X long and this is your seniority list, you are upgrading, period, and you're going to New York. Have fun commuting. So that would be called a forced upgrade. The beacon light, I know, I saw, yeah. Nav light up there. Oh, that looks juice. He must be doing 9.9. I think we got to step it up. It's nice and smooth. What can we do? 8.8 Mach? Let's bump it up. Execute. Oh, our headwind. 105? What is up with the headwind, chat? Why are we flying with real weather? I still like this view better. I don't know. I love this little reflection on the wing there. Or that's when you see the 6-month legacy upgrades. Yeah. So this will blow your mind, guys. So I'm sure a lot of you in the chat love the 757, 767. Myself included. I love the 757. I think it's a wonderful airplane. Cannot wait to fly one on the sim. If it's one type rating that I kind of wish I would have picked up along the line. Like 727, obviously, but there was really no 727s flying unless I wanted to go fly for a shoddy freight operator. So 727 wasn't really feasible. But there were opportunities for me to get a 757 type rating. So I do kind of regret not getting one, not going to a carrier or having that type rating. However, in today's day and age, if you go to Delta Airlines, one of the most junior positions is the 7576. There are 6-month captains on the 7576 out of Atlanta on Delta, because the way that airplane is now being run, for not all of them, I think the 76300s still do a lot of long haul stuff, but the shorter, the 762, 75s, they treat them very much like you would think a regional jet would be treated. So I know for a fact my buddy who does the Florida shuttle, he does Atlanta, Orlando 4 times a day for like 4 days in a row. 4 legs, Atlanta, Orlando, Orlando, Atlanta, Atlanta, Orlando, Orlando, Atlanta. Do that 4 days in a row on a 7.5. Crazy. So nobody wants that quality of life, so nobody bids for it. So it's becoming very junior, which completely blows my mind, because 10 years ago, oh man, if somebody told me I could be a 6-month upgrade on a 7576 on Delta, I would have cut my left pinky toe off for that. But it's crazy how it changes. And that's what I'm talking about aviation. It's a wave. It's a very cyclical career. Up and down, up and down, up and down. When you commute, is that on your own dime? Most oblivious, depending on the contract at the airline, it is. Some airlines, especially post-COVID, have incorporated a positive space commuting policy.
Have you heard about the Airbus project that they are trying to reduce the cruise minimums to put planes behind each other to make them 5 to 10% more fuel efficient?
Ali Sammy, thanks for the $2 bank angle check. I have not. Wait. That's not Project Dragonfly, is it? Is that Project Dragonfly, Ali Sammy? Thank you for the $2 super bank angle check. I appreciate that. I have not. I've heard of Project Dragonfly briefly, courtesy of what's our fans mentor pilot. I haven't watched the video yet, but I did see the thumbnail for Project Dragonfly. So I only wonder because I wonder if that's why it's on my YouTube suggestion feed. But I'm going to watch that video. I haven't watched it yet. So, Ali Sammy, thanks for the super chat, but I haven't seen it yet. But anyway, yeah, positive space commuting, that's where the airline will put you on a seat to get you to your base. So you don't have to worry about commuting. But pre-COVID, that was virtually non-existent. So yeah, commute on your own dime, get your own hotel. Pretty miserable. That's why commuting was pretty awful. I mean, and it still kind of is. You don't want to commute. It's two different careers. The airline career, you have a pilot that lives where he's based, and then you have another career called the pilot that commutes to his base. Two separate careers, same exact job. That's just how it is. Yeah, Mentor Pilot just put the video out. I will watch it. Delta doesn't have the 762 anymore, but they do have a 763s for a lot of domestic routes along with the 75. Okay, maybe it was a 763. That's what, there it is. They don't have any 762s? None of them? I swear. I guess maybe not, yeah. They are the short ones. Get rid of them during COVID. My neighbor on this, I'm sorry, not 762, 763 and 764. I was confused. 2 and 3 versus 3 and 4. Yes, the 400 is a lot of long haul JFK. That's what I was confused on. Not 2 and 3, 3 and 4, 3 and 4. So the 3, much more domestic than you would think. The 4 still does its long haul very, very frequently. That's what. Same concept, wrong numbers. That's my bad. The algo got us all. Just watched it last night. I swear, I just saw that pop up. Do you think hiring will be like it is now for another 3 years? Ryan, it's going to systematically trickle off. So the way I see it now, and if you just look at pure numbers, and let's just talk about the 3. How is everybody flying faster than me? Look at all these monkeys up there. Did this guy pass me? He did. He must have turned his wind off. You don't have real weather on. We need to step it up. We're at max 3.8. Traffic on the way to New Zealand. What are the winds up there at 36? Anybody got a wind readout? No? Bueller's? No? Okay. We might have to step up. We'll see. They must have a lower wind. Or they're just flying the barber pole. So as far as current hiring, let's talk about that, because that's a very important part, especially of a lot of y'all out there trying to get in aviation, trying to get into U.S. aviation anyway. So it's going to systematically cycle down. And if you just look at the 3 legacy carriers, what defines a legacy carrier? A legacy carrier is an operator that's had flights prior to a certain year. I can't remember what it is. Someone in chat might look it up. But I think that's all the definition is. So the 3 legacy carriers in the United States, American, Delta, United, and is it Southwest? What's the cutoff? Hold on, I'm going to look it up. Establish routes before beginning of the route liberalization permitted by the Deregulation Act of 1978. That's what it is. So if you had routes before 1978, you're considered a legacy carrier. Now, with all the mergers, there's only 3 legacy carriers left. 3 or 4. I think there's one more. United, Delta, American. I think it might be Southwest. Or no, it's Alaska. It's Alaska Airlines. Alaska is the 4th. So the systematic cycle down, if you look at the numbers, you have to look at how many pilots have been hired by each airline. The first one to blow the doors wide open was Delta, in my opinion. You really saw Delta kick off with the hiring prior to the other 3 or 4 carriers. Around the same time, though, I think Alaska, I don't know too much about Alaska Airlines. I've never really followed it. I think I only know like 1 or 2 people at Alaska, and they're just acquaintances. I don't speak to them on a regular basis. So I'm going to kind of put Alaska by the wayside because I don't have very much information or firsthand knowledge on Alaska. So American, United, Delta. First one to really blow the doors open for hiring was Delta. So if you look at the timeline, theoretically, they're going to be the first ones to kind of cycle down the hiring. And this is all based on retirements, how many pilots were retired early and during COVID, and their fleet strategy and their fleet plans. So first was Delta, then United really kind of kicked off, not too far behind. I would say that Delta is kind of in it's reaching its peak right about now. If you just look at numbers alone, as far as hiring is considered, you're kind of at the crest. It's probably going to start to taper off here very soon. United, same deal, but still a little bit early. I think United is still somewhat on the up and up, but you're getting close to that peak. American Airlines still has the most to go. They're going to be retiring almost 1,000 a year for the next 4 more years to go. So and all these airlines are roughly the same size, anywhere between 12 and 14,000, 15,000 pilot seniority lists, right? So for American, the next 5 years is 1,000 a year. And then even after that, it's not 1,000, but it's still quite a bit, like 900s, 800s, 700s. So for the next foreseeable future, American has the most, no question, retirements to still happen. And that's just mandatory requirements. Now, what's going to throw a wrench in this plan is if this age 67 rule gets voted in. I'm not even sure what the status is of it now. That could delay obvious progression a little bit. This happened once before already when we went from 60 to 65. A lot of times those pilots are referred to as the lost generation because you had 2000, you had 9/11, then you had the 65 retirement rule, and 2008 financial crisis and crash of the market, right? So all those things to kind of put a lost decade of pilots in there. There were pilots that were flying right seat Airbus for 20 years because they could not physically upgrade. There was no upgrades available. And that's what I'm talking about when we talk about the wave of aviation. It was a very long trough for a certain group of pilots. Now, we've kind of cycled out of that. We've gone into another wave. We're moving up. COVID kind of put a damper on that for a little bit, but now it's only accelerated the hiring, if you think about it, because of all the retirements that came through. So there's systematic shutdown. You're going to see Delta slow down, then you're going to see United slow down, and then eventually you'll see American slow down. But as far as years to go, I will say for the next foreseeable future, it's going to be pretty hot and heavy on the hiring. But I'm going to put an asterisk around this because I cannot predict the economy and what's going to happen on a global scale, right? Aviation is directly impacted by the global economy. Another coronavirus comes out of the woodwork, or we have another war, World War III, pop off. These are global economic things that can happen that can drastically impact a career track of a pilot, trying to become an airline pilot in the United States. So while the numbers look good, they look promising, you always have to remember there are other outside factors that we cannot control. 320, it's 264 at 113. Oh, yeah, they might be flying an X-plane because the winds are never right. You got a good point there. Andre says the 75 is going to get replaced by 321 Neos. Yeah, that's what I think is the plan, right? 76 are getting replaced by Airbus as well. Yep. I'm going to miss the 75s. I love the 75, man. I do love seeing the 75s around. I really do. Like I said, it's a type rating that I wish I could have picked up. I just gone to national for a little bit. That's my buddy did. My close friend Jorge, he went we're actually sim partners. We were sim partners on the initial hire class at our regional. And he bailed after just to go fly a national, which is like a Part 135 fractional charter. Actually, 121 too? I can't remember. They do cargo and charter to pick up the 75 type. Get some. He was there for like less than a year, and then he jumped over to JetBlue. But that's one of the airplanes. I'm like, man, it would have been. I had opportunities. I didn't jump on them. I'm liking the video with 5 accounts. You guys really want to see that long haul. Jeez, what are we at? How is it still going up? With views going down, the likes are still going up. 603. Oh, yeah. See, I don't know. That's going to be tough to do. The only chance will be... it'll have to depend on the landing, how many viewers we bring in, which it's going to be PM time in the United States, so might bring in some viewers. Steven, you're only doing 380 over the ground. Let's come inside. I think we need to do a cockpit check, and then I need to do a lab break. I'm going to save my salad for the ETP. I have my salad here next to me. I'm going to have some lunch slash dinner, but we're going to wait till the ETP. Is there any ETP on this thing? Everything looks fine. Should I put the weather radar on, or will it crash the sim? Can you guys tell me? Can I turn the weather push button on? Or not? Fuel is looking good. How do I... Where's the synoptic? Is there no synoptic pages? To like change this screen. Fuel tanks 136 0549, ground speed 420 over the ground. Doing 88. Optimum 345, max 38. We could jump up to 38 depending on the winds. Up by the FOMCP. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you. There we go. Centers are empty. There's our fuel synoptic page. Everything looks good. 23. We're balanced, so we're nothing crazy out of balance. Everything looks good there. ECS, environmental control looks good. Flight controls, everything looks good. No flutter. What's the info page? Info not available. Electric page looks good. Hydraulics. Everything looks good. So, yeah, everything looks good. I think they normally leave this blank in cruise, right? For an ECAM to pop up. I think that's what I remember. So, we'll leave that there. Everything looks good. I think we should take a lav break here and bust into some snacks. Oh, let's do an engine view. I don't know which is better. Upper deck, wing view. Lower deck, realism view. That's a tough one. But since I'm going to take a quick lab break, I'm going to put you guys on the jump seat. You have control. I need to minimize viewers to the stream anyway, so we don't hit 748 likes, so we don't have to do a 14-hour long haul. God, could you imagine? Hi, it's my name's V1. I'm here for the stream today. We're going to be streaming for 15 hours. Jeez. I'm a little nervous now that I even started that. I might have to unpin that message. Let me remove my tactical flip-flops here. Can we turn the packs off to get some extra performance? Aviation Spotter says, have you ever heard the recent news with Fenix? Ooh, Aviation Spotter, I have. Let's talk about that news when I come back here. We're going to talk about some Fenix informations, because I'm not going to make a video about an announcement. I think it's funny. Well, those videos are necessary. I understand they are necessary videos to make for content creators to talk about announcements because people want to see them. I think when Frugal Sim stopped making Flight Sim news, I stopped watching any Flight Sim news videos. Who remembers Frugal Sim? Dude was a legend. Absolutely love Frugal. We're going to talk about Fenix. Let's talk about Fenix. I'm going to hit the lav. It's not going to be a long break. Just give me a couple of minutes, maybe 5 minutes, not even. I will put up a few more tunes here. Let's come over here. Let's not close the stream on accident. That would be really bad. What do you guys want to listen to? Let me go to an older playlist. Where's my ooey? Where's my ooey playlist? All right. I'll be right back. You guys are on the jump seat. You have control. Talk about some Fenix news. Where's my lab break? There it is. Be right back. You have control. Don't touch anything. All right. Where we at? What'd you guys touch? What'd you guys touch? Bonjour, Eagle One. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. 117 knots. Traffic going over to New Zealand at 36 or 38. Anybody on frequency? You guys don't have your radios on? I'm on 122.8. I need a wind readout. Need a wind readout for 36 because we're about to step up. We're about to step up. 117 knots on here. Get out of here. Team Vodka. Team Vodka, what are your wins? They're probably... You can't hear me? 122.8 radio check.
Mike finally working. At 380, it's 246 at 121.
Copy that, thank you. Huh. Well, 121 is a little bit steeper, so we're going to skip it. You spilled honey on the console? That's not good. I'm out of range, but 130 at 360. Jeez. Or 130 at 360. I guess we're going to stay here, Chad. I mean, we'll stay here. Everything looking fine. We're burning fuel. Our fuel burn is looking good. We're pretty much on point with the fuel. Let's get into some Fenix news, though. Let's get back outside, because, God, this 7.4... It's just such a beautiful airplane. What side do we want to be on? We've been doing front view. Let's do some tail view again. Well, let's do it on this side here. A little reflection off the back, out over the Pacific. Turn it down a little bit. I'm going to bring up the Fenix article. We're going to go over some of it. Because it's pretty cool. Oh, wait, let me get the sun in there. Yeah, nailed it. There's the shot. If it's not the 748 likes, then maybe Sydney to Manila, Tokyo, Anchorage, Seattle, multiple legs. Thrust said, I don't know. You're just trying to get me to work more, huh? We'll see. We'll see. We'll probably, if it's not 748, we might have to do a little Fiji stop on the way back. Didn't realize I've been a member for a year. Time flies in the streams for sure. Aviation Spotter. Thank you for the support for 12 months, man. That's awesome. Thank you for supporting the channel. Being a member here at V1 Nation, man. Very, very kind. Will you be doing some 737 freighter domestic flights? I'd love to see that, especially some Texel, Airworks, or Parcel Air. James, I don't know. That's one thing we have not flown the PMDG in quite some time. That is a fact. Nothing, you know, not for any reason in particular, but yeah. I don't know. We're gonna have to do some 7.3 stuff. There's some good 7.3 stuff in New Zealand, right? Ali Sammy, you get likes with 10 accounts. Alright. So this is just data. Fenix V2. What are you? Let me see here. What are you more excited for as far as airframe? 321 or 319? I have a feeling most people are excited for the 319. I'm sorry, for the 321. I think I'm in the rarity of one in the 319. Block 1, Block 2, rollout. I would love to see. They haven't posted any screenshots. I'm curious if they're going to have the same exact cockpit across the board. Now, the 321, I would imagine they're probably going to have something different in there, like whether it be with an ACT. Yeah, look at everyone jumping for the 321. But, man, that 319 cockpit, I'm just looking at some of the screenshots here on the rollout plans. That 319, let me back up. Let me get started. So, in X-Plan, I always said Tolis did a great job when you had the comparison between the 19 and the 21. AJ, yeah, we're on the same page, man. 19 greater than 21. So the airplanes are the same type rating. They're the same systems for the most part. You could have some variance, a little bit of variance, especially when talking 19 to 21. But there is a distinct characteristic difference in how the airplane feels in real life. And it is very difficult to get those feelings of real life momentum and inertia and mass. It's very difficult to get those to translate to a desktop simulator. Heck, even in the real world training simulators, half the time it doesn't even feel like you have any mass to your airplane when you rotate. It doesn't matter if you're in an Airbus sim. I remember the first Embraer 190 sim I did, I almost had a tail strike because I went to pull back on the yoke, and I was so used to flying the real airplane and the heaviness of the actual yoke and the load on the elevator when you go to rotate. When I got in the sim on the one night, it just plopped right up, and I almost had a tail strike. And the sim checker was like, "Well, easy there. You almost had a tail strike, almost less than 2 degrees. Easy on that rotation." I'm like, "Dude, all right, it's a sim. Give me a break here." So it's very challenging to do that in a sim environment. I don't know. I don't have enough experience with the PMDG aircraft in Microsoft to see if there's a difference. I've listened to XP72 on some of his streams, and he says that the 900 flies very docile compared to the 700. And I've heard some other streamers say the same thing. So I feel like PMDG probably also accomplished this, where it's the same type, same airplane, but it's got a different feel, and there's different characteristics on the hand flying aspect, and of course some performance, power performance and all that. So I'm hoping, and the bar is set high. I know Fenix will release a good product. I know they will. And I'm just hoping that they're going to have that same level of feeling that we had with the TOLUS variants and how the people feel at the PMDG variants, that we will see when the 19 and 21 come out. Now, what's also very interesting is they have all three. So we're going to have the 19, the 20, and the 21, all from the same developer. There should be a difference between all three. I'm just telling you straight up. For someone who's flown all three, there should be a difference in all three. Now, whether or not Fenix can pull it off, only time will tell. But my hopes are high. My hopes are high, and I really hope they get the power performance of the 319 right, because it definitely is more of a pocket rocket for sure. More of a pocket rocket for sure. Is it correct the 320 with CFM engines got other flap degrees? Yes, than the IEs. Yes, Lucas. So I think it's 35, 37 degrees max flap deflection at full flap with the CFM, whereas the IE goes all the way out to 40 degrees. So the IEs at 40, they definitely have a little bit more of a barn door look on them, if I can say that for a 320. But yeah, definitely has more flap deflection on the IE, and for a fact I know that they will have that modeled as well. Ian Ferrer, welcome to Commercial Pilot. Glad to have you on board. Thank you for supporting the channel. Back temporarily. I see we're getting close to 748 likes. Kyle Ferris, appreciate you. Welcome back. We're still here. We still got quite a ways to go. Yeah, RC, Fenix is definitely committed. So if anybody can pull it off, I know they will. I'm very excited to see what it brings. I'm very excited to see how they bring their external engine model to the sim as well, because I think one of the, aside from the performance issues, and I know there's been a lot of people that have had the same kind of the same kind of issue is like, man, the Fenix, it being so heavy on performance makes it hard to enjoy flying into those really demanding airports like the INI LAX or going into Heathrow, Kennedy. So when they say they can make the performance of the airplane in the sim that of which like the 7.3 or even better, that in of itself is going to be almost game changing. Now combine that with, oh no, did I just hit my autopilot disconnect button? Hold on. Thought I hit my yoke. Everything's fine. Combine that with an external engine model really is going to be an interesting thing to see, because I think the in-game engine model, while it's okay and passable and they've made it work to the best of their abilities, I'm really excited to see what happens when they bring in their own external engine model, and because you can only imagine it's going to be modeled to the same detail that everything else. I mean they did a pro sim licensing, right, to get most of the systems in there, they're not going to skimp on the engines, especially if they're bringing their own model in. They're not going to skimp on it. So I will be sure to post engine start videos side by side. Matter of fact, I have an IE start. I think I showed it on the stream before. When we were doing IE engine start, I showed you how it spooled up and everything. We're going to have to do it side by side. Real engine start, Fenix IE engine start. We're going to see how it compares. We'll look at the fuel flows. We'll look at the temperatures. It's going to be very, very interesting. Sharklets by end of the year. Aviator Nick, I know. Sharklets will be nice addition. I wonder if there's going to be a little distinct characteristic on that too. A little bit more float, a little more ground effect maybe. Vigo, yes, I am on VATSIM. That is correct. All right, chat. Create a new YouTube profile and hit like. Firefly, get out of here. Are we carrying packs or packages this flight? We got a little bit of both, James Johnson. Welcome on board, man. We do have like 100,000 pounds of freight that we took, so we're taking some of that island rum to New Zealand. What do the Kiwis drink? What's the drink of choice from there in New Zealand? A Spirit 321. Ian. So one thing that I'm super excited for, I feel like I say that a lot. I'll just say another thing that I'm super excited for. Like when the Fokker released and it revived my love for the PVA virtual airline, IAE Engines is going to revive my love for V-Spirit, which was the original VA. The one and only VA that I ever joined was V-Spirit. And we had a lot of fun in that. I remember we did that one Tampa flight was very memorable. We did like New Orleans, Tampa on an FNO, and then did everything right, all the traffic and stuff, and then we're taxiing to the gate, and I go through a bridge and like catch fire. That was very memorable. And then ironically, the next trip, I literally drove or taxied over that same bridge in real life. I was hoping it wouldn't collapse on me. But yeah, the revival of V-Spirit with the IAE engine release is going to be pretty sweet too. We'll have to do some events for sure. One thing that I would really like to be better about is both V-Spirit, PVA, and VAL, they have their events where you get triple points, and there's a lot of people that are flying on those events. I think it would be fun if I can swing it maybe this fall and going into the winter season to try to be better about streaming on some of those events, because I mean it was pretty fun today. We're taking off out of Tahiti. We had 15 heavy departures out of there. That was pretty cool. And typically I've never been a conga line streamer. Like, don't bring it. Every now and then I'll have a couple of guys fly with me, but to be able to put us on an event that's happening with one of the VAs, I think would be a lot of fun. So I think there's a lot of exciting stuff that's going to be coming this fall. This is one of the most hyped falls around for me because it's a new state. I've never had fall in Georgia. I can't wait to see what it's like. See the trees change color, get even cooler. Fire pit night, getting my big fire pit all ready. And we have football, pumpkin spice lattes. AJ Funari, where you at? Pumpkin spice lattes. And Fenix IE engines. Oh, I missed Freight Dog Friday. Swarm. I know, man. And on that note, Swarm. So last night, when the power hit, so a couple of my neighbors on the same street, we're all met outside because we're like, what's happening? You know, like, does your air work or whatnot? Well, I originally saw my closest neighbor, who's a couple hundred yards away. I saw him out at his air unit, so I went out and started talking to him. Then another neighbor from down the road came up. We all started talking. Now, I don't know how true this is, but this could be, the next thing I'm about to tell you, could be one of the most game-changing things to happen to this channel since it started. So when I started V1 Simulations, I was at a house that had fiber internet. I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, maybe, but to be able to create content from the comfort of my own home and from the time lost to just do it at my own house is massive, especially now that the channel's growing. I still do it. I have no problem renting an office space and doing it the way I'm doing it now. But my neighbor told me that as of like a couple days ago, they were on the phone with AT&T because everybody's complaining. There's no internet out where we live other than like a cell service internet. They said that the cables are run like 100 feet on either side of our street. They just don't have funding yet, but, and I quote, he said, within the next couple of weeks, they should be running some connections. And even if it's not fiber, heck, even if it was just a coax cable, I would be able to create content from my own house, which would be massive. Because I can't tell you how many times I've been sitting around. It's like 8:30 at night. I'm like, man, it'd be nice to do a stream right now, or we'll have a quick stream, or hop on an FNO, or do this, or, oh, look, XP's flying. Why don't we crash the party and fly the opposite way? Like, just be fun, you know? But I can't do that when I got to drive 30 minutes to an office, set it up, do a thing, and then drive 30 minutes. It takes a lot of time. So definitely more content. Podcasts would come back. The elusive podcast, indeed. Pop open a bottle of bourbon, have the elusive podcast going. So I don't know how true it is. It might, like I said, I'm not even going to get hyped for it until I see it happening. But the fact that it's even on the radar is huge. Beagles in the Roof stream V2. Yeah. Beagles in the Room stream. Yeah. So we'll see. That's what I mean. That would be the ultimate if that ever did come true. Time remaining? Long time. Fall in Georgia is beautiful. Milltown, I can only imagine. I've never seen, other than maybe flying in and out, but I've never really spent any time in Georgia in the fall. And when we bought our house, it was wintertime, heart of winter. All the trees were bare, everything. So I've never, say never, but like Texas, we have seasons in Texas, but it's very short-lived. Like fall comes, and like 3 days later, there's no leaves on the tree, and you go from 75 degrees to, minus 10 degrees and freezing rain. So I'm excited to see what happens. I'm excited to spend more time outside in the evenings. I love fall. Fall is my absolute favorite time of year. I love being based. Avio Man, good to see you. I love being based in Atlanta. Georgia has been good, and it's just over a year here. Yeah, Avio Man, that's awesome. Glad to see you. Welcome back to the stream, man. It's been a while. I've been waiting for AT&T to come all day to get fiber installed. I haven't seen or heard from them. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not going to get excited, but I just thought I would share that info. I was wondering if you could explain in easy words what the difference between RNAV, VOR, and RNP approaches are. Okay, in easy words, RNAV and RNP, let's combine those. Those are called area navigation approaches. They require satellite-based equipment on your aircraft and in space to laterally and sometimes vertically give you a path to follow on your airplane. A VOR approach is a ground-based nav aid that is not very accurate. It's not like an ILS approach. There's no vertical navigation off of VOR, but it is a ground-based lateral navigation aid that you can fly an approach to. Both the RNAV and RNP are in the same umbrella. They're area navigation. Depending on the capabilities of the aircraft, you will be RNP capable, which is a position monitoring checking system, which verifies the accuracy of your onboard systems. Hopefully that was simple enough. I don't know. That seemed kind of confusing. I bet if the stream gets 748 likes, they'll run fiber to everyone's house. So could you imagine? Apparently, a local internet company has plans to run fiber on my street. I can't wait for that. I'm 50 megabyte right now, and it's painful compared to the half gig I was on. Yep. And that's, I started, like I said, I started the channel with fiber. I had a gig up and a gig down. And it just made for easy peasy streaming. Never have to worry about, having a live stream not go off because the internet's not going to work today, or there's an interruption. I mean, interruptions still happen even on fiber, but at the rate at which it occurs is much less than it does on, either a Wi-Fi signal or old coax. But it's not even that too. It's being able to just, hey, I'm gonna fire up my sim and do a stream right now, or hey, I have some time. I mean, I got 3 kids, a full-time job. It's like I don't have all the time in the world, and there are moments where it pops up, man, that'd be a perfect time to do a stream. Oh, well, I don't want to drive 30 minutes over there, set it up, go live, and then have to come back 30 minutes. So, can you do RNP approaches in the 748? Aviator Nick, we can do I think we just do regular RNAV. That's a good question for you guys that are familiar with this airplane. Can we do? I don't see why I wouldn't. I did an ILS just fine. I did a practice ILS approach into Auckland just to see when I loaded in the scenery. That's all I've done. I don't even think I did one landing, but I just hit the ground and then I alt F forward and reset for the stream. But I did an ILS. I don't see why I wouldn't do a GPS or an RNAV approach. My city installed multiple fiber internet a few years back. Got gigabit for $50. Best that I don't have to deal with Comcast or AT&T. That's awesome, Tyson. I can only hope, my friend. I can only hope. I'm going to downgrade next year. 10 gigabits way too much. Man, I wish I had that problem, McAllen. AT&T, aka Death Star, not fun to work for, but pays outstanding if you can hack it. Eagle One, you work for AT&T? Tell them they need to get their act together in South Georgia, south of Noonan, man. Pablo's can't stay, I'm afraid. I'll have to watch later, but I just dropped. I just popped in for the like. Over 700 now? Are we seriously over? We were at 600 when I took a lav break. Oh my goodness. You guys are making me... I'm a little nervous now. I think Chaos finally fell asleep. Hopefully he fell asleep before he hit the like button. Migs. Good to see you. Welcome. Migs says, I couldn't imagine going back to the speeds from the early days of broadband now that I have gig internet. Shout out to the dial-up of my childhood. Yeah. Migs, were you on the XP stream when we went down like the dial-up and like old school cell car phone? I thought you were there. Maybe not, but I hear you, Migs. Good to see you, man. I'm south of Noonan, and it took years. Sharp. Okay, you don't have to tell me exactly where you are. So I have a pilot friend that I flew with, an FO. He flew... Okay, so get this. So he had a new construction house south of Noonan, and same deal. He was running I think he had a business out of his house that he normally ran. He paid... Who was it? I think he paid AT&T? Oh, no, he paid... One of the companies paid him $5,000 to run a fiber line down their street. And they did it. That was like this. We need like five... I don't know how we got to that point of being, hey, how much does it cost? I'll pay for you guys to run this line. Spent $5,000 to get the line ran down their street, so everybody could use it, right? So all the other neighbors jumped on, like, oh, I'm going to pay for this internet now too. Well, then COVID happened, and it like shut down his plans to move in, and they had to sell the house, and he never actually moved into the house that they were building and paid $5,000 for to get fiber. And so he moved and went to a different house that has like just a regular coax or just a regular, not what is the other than coax. Like, man, so you spent $5,000 to have a street get a bunch of fiber internet, but you can't even use it. Ouch. I'm up to 150 knot headwind at 36, down to 365 over the ground. Oh boy, Steven. I'm not climbing up then. If you're getting, oh my gosh, I'm at 132. What are you at? 150? The winds are getting stronger. Are there winds in our flight plan? I'm going to have to look. Let's come inside for a minute. Did we even get 700 with the LA Tahiti stream? Aviator Nick, I don't remember. Like right at the end of the stream. I think we were 780. I think we were just shy of 800. Aviator Nick. 727 likes? Oh yeah. Dial-up modem? Oh yeah, TWA 717. Thanks everyone for creating those profiles. Winds get stronger as you move away from the equator. Is that how that works, Team Vodka? Team Vodka, where you been, man? How was the crab cake situation the other day? Whatever the crab fest thing that you did, whatever it's called. Missed our Tahiti stream on floats, man. All right, I'm gonna pull up the. I'm gonna do some. Let's pause the tunes for a little bit. We'll come back to that. Let's take a break from the music. Let's get some ambiance. I'm gonna let's see if I can't load up my flight plan for you guys, so we can look at it if I can find it. Checklists. What's this? Nothing. nothing. Alright, let me go here. Let me go here. Nope. This is where I wish I had Avitab. Alright, there's that. Food, beer, and music, can't beat that, man. If you do Sydney to LA in the next 2 weeks, I'll definitely join. Oh, Andre, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Were you flying into Atlanta yesterday? Because it was crazy. No Avio, man. But I had lightning hit my house, so I definitely know it was crazy. Definitely know it was crazy. I was not flying. I was supposed to be, ironically. But I got removed from a trip because I'm dequalled. Not my fault, though. Alright, how can I pull this up here? Let me go source. Ba-ba-ba. Here, here. Add new source. F-plan. Fuel situation, expecting to be at 0 at landing. Dude, hopefully you'll save some on the descent, but... Alright. Here we are. You guys see that? I think we can. I gotta move that off there. Alright. So... Oh, no, I can't see it. Let's go back. Right about there. Let's see if we can find some wins in here. So, well, we'll start here. This is our, this is kind of the over, our ETP and intermediate alternate chart. You can see leaving Tahiti, NCRG, en route alternate NCRG. From here, NTAA, ETP1, NZAA is here. So I'll have to look at our IA list, but I want to look at the weather. So here we go. So here's a significant weather, 1 of 2. Isolated, embedded cumulonimbus clouds. We definitely did see some CBs down there. Here is a depiction of the jet stream. Looks like it does get stronger the further you go up. Let's continue looking here. Let's see what other weather information we got. Speaking of slow connections, my first network gaming experience was FS3 over a 2400 pound modem. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Want to test the Airbus theory and fly information? Alright, so into MRAD, ETP1, that's halfway. I was trying to find, where's our wind charts? Oh boy, look at this sucker. This is what I was looking for. Okay. So each triangle is 50, right? I think that's what it is. So I want the pan tool. So it looks like 50, 60, 70, 100 knots. So the strongest wind is right here at the middle. We're cutting right into this, what is this, a jet stream or upper level winds right here. It looks like it's going to taper off as we get past the halfway point. Matter of fact, on our descent, it's going to be pretty much nil. So hopefully, Team Vodka, this will actually help you at. What? We actually hit 748 likes. No, we're 738 like. I'm getting rid of this pinned message. Remove. Getting rid of this. I don't see it yet. Well, you can see winds in Navigraph? Okay, I'm going to look there too next. Is there a second? Let me see what the next chart is here. NCRG. I'm going to scroll down. Look at these. Yeah, 100, 120, 140, 150. 150 knots. So this has got to be where we are. This is actually pretty accurate. This is kind of scary accurate here. This is 136 knots. We're over MRAD. MRAD. You guys aren't even... I'm like trying to distract you with PDF, and you guys are literally just typing numbers in the chat. You guys are killing me. Great. Why did I even... No way. Oh my gosh. What did I get myself into? What did I get myself into? Now, how many of those were multiple accounts? Probably like, YouTube's gonna like star the stream, be like, wait a second, why do we have all these bots liking this video? The next video, we're gonna have like 10 viewers. Sydney to LAX. Oh my goodness. Can I get some rips in chat?
LAX is your stream, let's go.
Ali Sammy, appreciate the $3 bank angle check, man. LA or Sydney to LA. Oh my gosh. Migs with the $2 super chat. Appreciate the $2 super chat, Migs. I'm gonna need. I appreciate you, Migs. Very, very kind. Juicy, yeah. Juicy for who? Guys, that's 15 hours. How are we gonna stream for 15 hours?
We did it, chat.
Oh my gosh. Stephen Hayner, $7.48. 748 super chat. Well, I best become pretty daggone familiar with this 747, shouldn't I? Appreciate you, Stephen. Very kind. Thank you for that. Andre Henry gifting 10 memberships to the channel as well. Andre, you guys are going to look at this for 15 hours. Andre Henry, I appreciate that. We need a long haul emoji. Done. Fubar, we need a long haul emoji, man. Fubar. 15 hours? Guys, if I come to the office at 7 a.m., I wouldn't leave until 9 p.m. This is going to be freaking brutal. Someone's going to do a shared cockpit. Oh my gosh. Sydney, LA going eastbound stopover in Euroland. Start the stream, hit autopilot, go about your daily routine. I may have to, I don't know. We're going to have to, all right, well, that'll be a truly epic event. I don't know how we're going to figure that out. I'll have to figure that out. We got some time to figure that one out. Well, thank you guys and gals for liking that. Nick S., don't even say those words, get out of here. No, we're not doing Sydney, Dallas. It's like you need a full crew or at least a shared cockpit. Definitely. Can you share cockpit on this? If I could do a shared cockpit on this, I would do it on the 7.4. Maybe we can use your controls. All right. Now you like the Concorde. You didn't expect us to take us. Well, I knew you would take me seriously, but I was just looking at the analytics, and typically on YouTube, it shows me like the peak times, the peak viewership, right? Which, pretty obvious. Peak viewership is takeoff and landing, and then there's like a gradient of how many viewers will come in throughout the stream, and the audience retention, all that, how it drops off drastically after. Typically on any given stream, right after 2 to 3 hours, audience retention starts to plummet pretty good. So we were already 2 hours in. We were already in cruise. There's not much else to look at. I did not expect we were going to nearly double the likes from when I had made that bet. So no, to say I'm surprised is definitely true. But it will definitely be interesting.
Finally, after liking with 15 accounts.
Oh my gosh. Ali Sammy, thanks for the 150 bank angle check with 15 accounts, man. Those alt accounts for sure, dude. Appreciate you, Ali Sammy.
Following Steven's lead, smile.
JP, appreciate the 748 dono. That's a great. I like it. I love it. $7.48 exactly. Appreciate you, JP. Well, Since you and Steven donated exactly $7.48, you're now automatically required to fly the 15-hour long haul with me as well. So, Sizzling Popcorn, thank you for the $2.79 super chat. Appreciate you. To go towards your $5,000 fiber optic line plus a 15-hour stream. I tell you what, thank you, Sizzling Popcorn. I appreciate that. It's very kind. If I had fiber at the house, I would put the chances less than 10%, but what if fiber was at the house before we had to do the long haul? That would 100% be much more enjoyable, although I would probably be a little bit under the influence by the time of landing, which could make it more interesting if I had my PC at my house. 15-hour stream. Good night. Thank you, Sizzling Popcorn. Appreciate you, man. Never underestimate the chat's ability to troll you. No, that is true. That is true. It's my own fault. Flight podcast and same stream. Hell, you can listen to all 20 podcasts that I have recorded. Haul the setup to your house. I would, Kyle Ferris. If I had the internet, I would 100%. Even if I just left the office as either subletted or I would use it for other work things. But yeah, it would be a game changing for sure. Saturday would be. Oh, it will have to be Michael. I will definitely try to make it on a weekend, 100%. Probably because then I could maybe just go watch some football or something. Let's leave the airplane on autopilot. We can have a watch along, American football watch along. That'd be kind of fun. All right. Well, I do appreciate you guys. Thank you for liking the video, being good sports. Thanks for the donos, the super chats, and the membership gifting. Who was that again? That was Andre Henry with the 10 gifted memberships again. I appreciate you. You guys are, like I said it before, I'll say it again. I'm not just saying it. I'm telling you, V1 Nation here on YouTube, this is a special place. And you guys and gals make it very special. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, no. It's potential loophole. LA to Sydney in the Dark Star. Mach 10 and turn that frown upside down. Migs, thanks for the $5 super chat. Mach 10 would be pretty nice. Well, the problem is, the loophole problem is I said I would do it in the 7.4 because I was creating a real-world flight, so I kind of pigeonholed myself. If I would have just said LA or Sydney to LA, then I'd agree with you. We could have loopholed it, but yeah, I said the 7.4. Now I'm really stuck. Ay. Team Vodka coming in with a $50 super chat. Team Vodka, appreciate you, man. Thanks for the support. Says you're going to have to build that new home PC for Sydney to LA. I'll get you started. Team Vodka, you are correct. And I will indeed take you up on that. I'm going to put that towards it, and it's going to happen because it is time. Going to need to have the new PC for Sydney to LA. Indeed, Team Vodka. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very, very kind. 50 bones from Team Vodka. Appreciate you. That's a good handle of vodka, too, man. You get some Western Sun, some Tito's. Appreciate you. Team Vodka, hopefully you don't run out of fuel up there. Should be good. 346 likes for the 340. Oh, man. Migs, thank you for the support, Migs. Thank you for the support, everyone. Migs gifting 5 more memberships to the channel. If you pick up a membership from Migs, make sure you shout out to Migs. Let them know you're appreciative of that. Anyone still gray in chat, don't buy the lotto. Agreed. Last fuel check was done spot on at 0. Well, at least you're trending in the right direction, right, Team Vodka? So right here, NZAA 52.8 on the fuel for us when we land. Yeah, the winds are getting stronger and stronger. You know what? Maybe SimBrief was right. Maybe we should step down to 30. We've got the fuel for it. Maybe we should step down to 30. Hopefully the sun doesn't set too early on us here. Maybe I made a miscalculation on the timing. Team Vodka, that reminds me, though. So there's an upper decker. I like the window view. So there was a time where I took a Citation Bravo off out of Scottsdale going to Chicago, and the winds were not very favorable, and we were pretty heavy. And that's Citation Bravo nonstop, Scottsdale, Chicago. That's starting to stretch, starting to get close to stretching the legs, depending on your payload. And I remember we took off out of Scottsdale, and I looked down. The box was completely amber, and it was negative. And I just the guy I was flying with, I was still pretty new, so I was in the right seat. And my buddy Nick, that I'm flying with, he's like, "Well," I pointed out, I was like, "Hey man, you know it's amber, right? It's like negative 1.3 or something." And he's like, "Well, hopefully we get that in the green before landing." Like, yeah, no shit. But yeah, same deal, because it would update en route as we're flying. Once we got up to our cruise altitude, then you could see it trending, went to 0, and then we ended up landing with our min reserve that we needed. But that just kind of reminded me of that. Cyclone, thank you for the support of a membership, man. Appreciate your 1 month support, man. Very kind. I guess I got to pause this alert box here. We keep dinging at us. I even forget what we were going to do here. Step it all the way up to 400. Well, that will just save us fuel, and I don't really want to save fuel because we need to burn fuel. We haven't lost any time. 120. We really haven't lost any time. What is the optimum again? 35 wrong way is optimum. I might just leave it at 34. Because I think we're actually almost catching this guy right there. Oh yeah, I could dump fuel, but I don't think I can dump fuel on this one though. Have you seen the YouTube video of the tug not being able to push back a United 777? Well, Wallach, I don't think I have. I saw the one where the American 737 was just rolling down the taxiway with the tug attached and then eventually rolled over and crushed the tug. V1, yeah, I think either step up to 40 or step down to 30. Apparently the winds aloft at 40 plus are considerably less. He says the considerably less at 40. I don't think we can make 40. Our max is 38 though, because our weight. We can't make 40. We could try 38. I mean, we could try 38. Should we try 38? I don't know. Let me look at what were you guys saying about Navigraph winds? Here, I'm gonna. So we're looking at the other one. Let me see. Is it in here? Let me see here. So this was our departure. We don't need that. Is there like a en route? User waypoints, flight. Open airport, open charts. Is there like surely there's an en route chart in here somewhere. Ah, thank you, Andre. So I'm new to this I've never used this before. This is the desktop app. Oh, look at that. Look, and I even installed Simlink for you cheaters out there, like to see your position. But I figured you'd probably have your own position here flying for Air New Zealand. So see your own position. It has a jet streams option. Oh, flights, weather, radar, jet stream. Okay, flights, layers, weather. Whoa, that's radar. Air, reflectivity, tropopause, jet streams. Whoa! How awesome is this? This is almost like, this is like my iPad that I showed you guys when we use our real world stuff, and I showed you guys the winds aloft and all that. This is very, very similar. Oh, this is much nicer. Oh, and this is a time too. So it's like 18. See, time now. What's our time now? Now is less than 18. Okay, we'll put it there. So we actually just went through the thick of it. Let me see here. 38. Oh, yeah. No, thank you. So this is why I think they had us at 30. We come out of it much sooner at 30. At 42, it drops off. But no, this is very interesting. We should drop down to 26. So where's my flight plan? I got to see where the original step altitude was, because SimBrief, I was giving SimBrief some grief. SimBrief might have been correct. You can't see. Let me pull up this one here real quick. So this was the SimBrief winds. Top of climb. That was our first. It was like 26, 28, and then 30. They didn't have us stepping up to 30 until almost our top of descent. And that was exactly for the winds. Well, looky here. And Kanopi coming in with a 12 euro donation, man. Appreciate that. 748 coffee beans. Oh my gosh. For your return leg morning. Make sure you get a big enough mug. Can't wait for it. Kanopi, I'm going to bring my own coffee pot to the office. For sure. I'm going to have to bring my own coffee pot to that one. Kanopi, I appreciate that 12 euro donation, man. Very kind of you. Thank you for the support. Too kind. That's going to be an exciting one. Maybe. Allegedly. It'll be exciting to take off. I'm already feeling nauseous for when we hit top of climb. Because we're going to hit top of climb. And I'm going to be like, okay, we have 14 hours and 27 minutes remaining. We might have to do an overnighter. I don't know. I don't know if I want to leave the sim overnight, though. Jeez. Daniel, 15-hour Airbus ground school for the long haul. Daniel, hell, I could type all of you in the Airbus in 15 hours. We'll have to do something for sure. Fly to intercept NFNN from NZAA, and SimBrief also gave me 330 for wins. Yep, I think it was exactly for wins. We have 14 hours to go. Welcome to the stream. When I saw that video, the parking brake was still on. I thought the tug wasn't 777 rated either. Oh, wow. If anyone's going to start the long haul, do a regular day at work, and come back and finish. Foobar, that's not a bad idea. I could do it on a turn. So, like, start the stream, go fly a turn somewhere, come back, and end the stream. That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. I'll have to see if I can pull that off. All right. These were our intermediate, NTA, NCRG, NCRG to NZAA. So basically, en route alternate there, go back. It's not Terrain Limited. We don't have to worry about ETOPS because we're a 4-engine airplane, so we're all good there. I just wanted to see, okay, so, yeah, Mucklow, 300. So let me get this out of the screen here. It's 20Z. Where's 20Z? Alright, that's close enough. So, yeah, Mucklow was when I would step up. We're at, what are we at right now? We're at 34. So we're just now entering, yep, and it's getting worse. 145. I don't know if you can see that. 145 now. So, is it too late to say you were joking? We've got you. I was just joking, Chad. I was just joking. We're not going to do it. No, we'll do it. We'll do it. And what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to try to find some of those pictures that I took when I was on that flight. I know I took a few. Marvo Nell, the $5 super chat, your first one here on the channel. I appreciate you. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Very kind. Glad you're enjoying the content. I hope you stick around for our 15-hour long haul. Thank you, Ben. If you want going to start the long... Oh, I already read that one. Long stream idea. Take off and stream for 2 to 3 hours. Go to sleep. Stream lasts 2 to 3 hours in the morning. Possible. Possible. 15 hours of cockpit confessionals. I could tell you my whole career in 15 hours, probably. Well, I don't know. The way you guys ask questions, probably not. All right. 38, 42. Yeah, we can't get up there. Team Vodka, you're in the longitude. You should be at like 46, like 48, right? I don't know if it can go that high. That's where we need to be, up at 500. All right, so... Man, we're going to be in this. Even if we drop to 30... I think if we drop back down to 30, it's going to save us. I say we step down. What do you say? I think we step down to 30, and then we'll climb back up. Because that'll be a significant difference. Because this is going to take us all the way to Aigeto, just about. We're going to be in the 140 to 150 range all the way to Aigeto. Whereas if we go to 30, we're going to be what is this? Is this just the Mucklu? At Mucklu, we're going to be less than 100, maybe at 30,000. Even 26 would be less. We could do 20. 28 is awful low, I feel like, our fuel burn. So this is where it would be really good to have a secondary flight plan. So let's use this as a teaching moment for a second. So in the Airbus, Kitco, I see you taking a nap for your red eye back. Jeez, I feel like every time you tune on, you're doing a red eye. Gosh, I hope that's not what's in store for me, man. Appreciate you tuning in, Catco. Get some sleep, dude. Get some sleep. So in the Airbus, right now what I would do is I would do a secondary flight plan. I would copy the active. I would do a secondary flight plan, except I would initialize the winds and the secondary to be 26, and then I would check my total, my end of fuel, see what my fuel burn was here total. We do need wrong side sim here. I don't think you can dispatch the 748. I'm sure you could dispatch one, but I don't. If he has got the fuel numbers, I don't know what it would be mileage-wise. We lack the tools because it's not simulated in this FMS. But I think we're gonna at least go down to 28. I think we're gonna go down to 28 for about 45 minutes, and I thought theoretically we should step it up, and we'll take a look here at our ground speed. So let's do this. We're gonna do I can see it now. Overnights, the autopilot disconnects around 2 a.m. Emergency landing at Singapore for breakfast, and 8 hours of all the hardcore view winners freaking out of ungodly time. I know, man. Viggs, that would be the ultimate uh-oh. So I don't really want to leave it. When captains say, what do say? It really means, yeah, we're gonna do this. Our opinions mean nothing. You need to do part 1 and part 2. YouTube will only allow a stream max for 12 hours. Oh, really? Is that true, Lola Pilot? That is interesting. All right, let's step down. Yeah, we're 150 knots here. Mucklu is, what's our distance to Mucklu? Oh, we're almost to MRAD. MRAD is still 58. Let me go here. Let's come down here. Let's do some Mucklu next. 368 miles. I think it's going to save us some fuel. I'm going to write it down on my whiteboard. So right now, let me go, what is it, VNAV? Yeah. So right now, my whiteboard, here we go. Our fuel is 52.7. That's on landing at NZAA. And right now, our ground speed is 381. And this is at 340. So let's step it down. Oh, we also want to check our burns. I'm going to write our burns down. Our burns right now are hiding. No, they're not. Where's fuel flow? Engine. Here we go. Fuel flow. No, that's not it. Oh, here. 5.4. So 5.5 and 5.5. That's 10. Call it 11. 22. So let's just call it 22,000 pounds an hour at 22K an hour. 22K, roughly 5.5 a side, or per engine per side. So now let's step it down to flight level 280, and we will we'll flight level change it because that'll save our fuel. We'll go idle thrust 280. Select speed. Don't overspeed. Don't overspeed. What is happening? What is happening? Interesting little simism there. Just woke everybody up. And this way you do step climbs and vertical speed. we're stepping on down. Let's watch our winds here. He just barely kept us out of the paperwork zone. But yeah, that is the paperwork zone indeed, AJ. I like that. I'm going to use that from now on, the paperwork zone. Canadian might be quicker in the moment, but then you're probably going to start adding overall lateral mileage to your flight, which would then nullify any gains that you would get from that technique. But that is a valid thing you have to be concerned about, mostly with when you're doing long flights like this. If ATC gives you a direct to, you might have a flight plan that keeps you out of the winds, but if you take a direct to, which is even less lateral miles, it may be longer and more fuel to burn because of the wind direction that they change to if you take an accepted direct to a certain thing. So that is something you definitely need to pay attention to when ATC is trying to alter your route. But in general, to just deviate is probably not going to be in the best interest of saving fuel. All right, ground speed was 381. So let's go ahead and bump our indicated up here. Okay, you can stream for longer, but the video after the stream is then it will only save 12 hours. I got you. We have some traffic right off our nose. Ground speed was 381, so I'm gonna sacrifice fuel here to try to get us a little better time. We gotta pass all these fools that are up there at 38. .350 knots indicated. Let's see what that gives us. 126 on the winds, and we're in the thick of it too, so that's also better. Ground speed was 381. We're doing 405 and increasing. What about 405? Let's let the engine stabilize. We'll do our fuel cross check here. Where's that heading bug? I don't know. Does it not sink in this thing? Surely it does. The heading bug is on 360. Oh yeah, I don't even see it. Alright, so we're stabilizing here, 28,000 feet, 350 knots indicated, ground speed of 413, so that's 20, 30 knots, 34 knots faster. How's our fuel? Oh boy. 7th hour. Let's go ahead and change our cruise altitude, flight level 280. You gotta turn it by yourself. I do. Let's spin it over. I forgot. There we go. Everybody better? Alright, 28,000 feet. Oh my goodness. Our estimated fuel on landing, 38.2. So our alternate fuel was 21,000, and that's not going to give us enough reserve at 10,000, but I'm not worried about reserve. Let's see what the actual, if I do a quick calculator. So we were going to land with 52.7, and we're landing now with 38.2. That's 14,000 pounds of fuel. 14,000 pounds of fuel extra. Our time, 06Z. We actually lost time on that. How is that possible? Now it's showing, what was it before? It was like 0558 or something. We lost time on that. But our ground speed is up. We'll let it run here for a little bit. We'll go until Mucklow. Once we hit Mucklow, we'll climb back up. Winds at 410 or 240 at 138. So I'm still 10 knots less there. Ground speed of 413. I think it's about Sally time. It's late here in Germany. I have to go. Enjoy the rest of your flight. Lola Pilot, I appreciate you stopping by, man. Take it easy. get some rest. Alright, so now if I pull up the old Navi graph, so we are at 20, we're kind of interpolate here, 26, 28. After MRAD though, it should drop off pretty good. We'll see what happens. And once we hit Mucklow, or Igetto maybe, well, yeah, Mucklow we might start to climb back up to save fuel. Look at that, some purple up there. Look at that, that's pretty cool. This is a pretty neat app. This is pretty neat. Very real, very similar to our real ones that I use. Fuel burn, let's double check now that we seem stable. 7,000. So right now, instead of 5.5, we're burning 7,000. So it's an additional 1,500 aside, or an engine. So 3,000. So it's an additional 6,000 pounds an hour. With an additional 6,000 pounds an hour, with roughly 2.5 hours, 12, 30, yeah, it roughly jives. Why do I have an FMC message? Why does it say FMC right there? I don't know. Speed controlled FMC? I don't know. I'm going to leave the fuel burn up. 280, 126 knots. You're in for the duration, Madmatic. A true Boeing pilot would hand fly these 15 hours, I know. I guess 1930s Boeing pilot would actually sync the heading bug with the track. Look, I'm not your typical 1930s Boeing pilot. Oh, it said FMC the whole flight? Jeez. Yeah, I reset cruise altitude, Ron. This it updated our fuel. Gave us a little bit longer ETA, but we're going to see what happens. So my question then is, here's my question for you, Chad, because I need to eat my salad, dinner, lunch. I need to eat my dinner before I go. The time now in the sim world is 3:43Z. We are landing roughly at 6Z. What time local is 6Z in New Zealand? What is the local time at 06 Zulu in New Zealand? I'm lacking the mental capacity now. Hold on, my wife is saying, will you check radar? Is there another storm coming in today? No, I'm not going to re-engage VNAV right now because I'm manually holding us at 350. Okay, so 6Z would be 6 p.m. Oh, beautiful. That should be right at sunset then. Well, now is this real? Is it really 6Z though? And if I go here, it doesn't tell me what time it is. 3:44 a.m. That doesn't seem right. No, it does. 3 hours from now, it'll be 6 p.m. Or, yeah, okay. So things are looking up. I think we're doing good. All right, what's the weather radar? My wife's starting to, oh yeah, we got some more weather coming into Atlanta today. Oh man, hopefully this holds out before any more issues happen. No, I don't want to click real time because if I click real time, then it's just going to be daylight the whole flight. We don't want that. We want to land at sunset. Sunset is 7:32 New Zealand time. So it'll be dark. So we're actually going to see, the sunset in flight. It'll actually be landing at nighttime. Interesting. Aviator Trav, thank you. Looking forward to the New Zealand tour. Happy landings. Well, happy landings. Appreciate you, man. It is winter in New Zealand, so it could be dark. Yeah, it'll probably be dark then. 357 ground speed at 310. 357? Wow. Yeah, we're gonna be passing those traffics now. If we didn't already. Look at that. Now who's cooking with gas? 748 is cooking with gas. Alright, but I'm gonna get my salad. I'm gonna eat my salad. It's lunchtime. I'm gonna put you guys right here in the sunset view. We're gonna turn the simulator on. I'll give you guys something to listen to. And I'm gonna eat my salad. We'll take a quick break. We've been live for 3 hours and 48 minutes. I think we have done a good job. Man, what was this song on? I feel like I used to hear this song on like Below Deck or something. All right. Lunchtime? Well, I never had lunch, Kyle. I never had lunch or dinner. So it's my time for that. I'm going to sync this. I will return at 17 if I do this. It's 30 minutes. I think a 30-minute break is warranted. 1/5 of my long haul foobar. Oh my gosh. We're only 1/5 of the way there for Sydney, LA. You guys are. Maybe YouTube will ban me by then. You know? Maybe I'll be banned. Oh, hold on. That's not what you want to see. We're not boarding. Poppycop. All right. Why are you not counting down, dang it? Is it counting down? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna put you right about here. Oh yeah, look at that. Pro streamer move right there. Pro streamer. Steak fajitas. No, I have a chicken Caesar salad that I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna take the croutons. I'm not gonna put the croutons in it though because I got myself a little treat for dessert. All right, chat. I'm gonna be off for 30. Take a break. Stretch the legs. Don't get blood clots. And I'll be back. See you. Slam, I just saw that, man. I'm going to Costco. I'm going to buy some more tomorrow. That's awesome, dude. Tell me how it is. You're going to have to message me because I've been wanting to try the Wagyu from Costco. All right, I'm going on a break for real now.
Hey chat, it's me again. Maybe if we get to 1000 likes we can get the Sydney to Ella Celestial navigation in the DC-6 stream lol.
Well, the song's a vibe, man. What was that? We gotta find out what song that was. Cut the La La by Hayson. That was a vibe. Alright, chat, how we doing? We're back. We're live. Everyone enjoy a little break time, little lunch, little dinner, little crumble cookie. Uh-oh. Fuel tank. Engine. What? What's this mean? Center tank pumps? Engine pumps? What does this mean? Fuel tank. Top Gaming Guru, mostly it's all off of Epidemic playlist. I just kind of filter them as I go through on just a random list. It's all Epidemic sounds. Oh, it's cross-feeding. Okay, so yeah, main tank 1 to main tank 2. Fuel tank to engine. Okay. Where are we at? So every time you go on break, I get screwed with a worksheet. What's up, AJ? So there is there is a nice little storm approaching the V1 HQ. Let's just hope that nothing happens. I've seen a few power flickers. I'm hoping that nothing is too bad. Alright, so it's just an info message. Nothing like having info messages in amber. So I just pause right now. So you said it's just an info message, huh? Crossfeeds off. I don't have any crossfeeds. Oh, those crossfeeds. Are we going to turn those off? Chaos is back. Welcome back from your nap. We're supposed to turn the crossfeeds off? Oh, yeah. Okay, because now it wants to fuel. It wants to go tank to engine fueling, I guess, right? Because they're pretty much all with the. I see what's happening. Yep, I see what's happening here. Okay. We did it. We completed it. Where are we at? Mucklew is 30 miles out, 0425. Winds are 102 knots. Look at our ground speed. We're crushing it. We are crushing it. I don't know. Our time has gone down. I don't know what that means. I think that thinks it's at the whole flight. I don't think that is current PPAWs. Because right now, though, we're crushing it. Winds 100 knots, 434 over the ground. Fuel 38.1 remaining. That looks fine. We got, how much fuel we got left? 93,000 pounds on board. Let's do another engine info here. 7, 14, 21, 28. Call it 30,000 an hour. We got a little over an hour and a half. So 30,000, yeah, 60. We're looking pretty good. Fuel checks, fuel hack works out. Winds are stepping back. If you step up now at 300, lost 30 knots between 30 and 32 on my way up over Mucklew. Oh, between 30 and 32, you lost 30. I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna stay at there. I'm gonna stay until Mucklew. That's our plan. Our original plan had us stepping up at Mucklew, yeah. So our original flight plan actually had this correct, so I should just listen to SimBrief next time. So right here, it had a Mucklew step at 300, TCOT 280, should have been, we're at 280. We basically went to 34, then stepped down to 28 at TCOT, and now we'll step up to 30 once we hit Mucklew. So about another, I don't know, 20 miles or so, we'll do the step. We'll do it on schedule with SimBrief, because everything actually seems to be checking out pretty good. Inboard, outboard displays, I don't really need to adjust those. Map lights, panel light, might have to turn those up a little bit. Little panel lighting situation. Ooh, sun is getting a little low on the horizon. Yeah, we're past the ETP, Aviator Nick. We are definitely past that. We only got about an hour and 40. Trust your dispatcher. Wrong side sim. I'm trying to keep an eye on this real world weather because I don't want us to get... I'm all paranoid now. I don't want a lightning strike to come fry this PC. I remember this from flying the PMDG 747. Man, I missed the 7.4. Did anybody ever find out? Wait, tornado warning. I'll catch the rest on replay. Fubar, see ya, man. Stay safe. Where's this tornado warning you speak of? Where's this tornado warning you speak of? I need to turn on Ryan Hall, y'all, or something. I don't know why Georgia's trying to be all like Texas and do all these storms. What's going on with this? Peter, what's up, man? Good to see ya. Hello, Captain. Hello. Belgium is watching your stream at 23:25 local time. Oof. Great to see you flying the beautiful Queen. Peter, she is a beauty, is she not? Absolute beautiful. beautiful. A little upper deck shot there. Let's see, 38, so... Alright, we'll step up to muckload right about now. We'll set 300. Come on. 300. That is set. We'll go, I'll tell you what, we're going to try this in VNAV. Flight level 300. Execute. And VNAV. How does one initiate a VNAV climb? There we go. Push it in. Thrust ref VNAV speed 300. Up we go. Let's take a look at our winds. So they were about 100 knots, 105. They're definitely going to go up. Geez, 4,000 feet a minute. This thing's a beast. I agree, Peter. Most beautiful aircraft ever built. I agree with you. Oh, we're leveling 30. We only gained 13 knots. That's fine. ETA 611Z. Fuel 41.9. We're going to stabilize here at 30. 88 Mach. I think that's set. That's us for climbing. We're done with the climb. We are cruising now. I think I'm getting in the King Air and doing a little hop. Ooh, Canadian. Black Square King Air or Airfoil Labs? Inverted Aviator, did I hear about the Fenix news? I have. What do I think about it? I am very excited. I think it's I think it's really needed. You know, with the progression of the sim, the Fenix, when it first came out, the Fenix was great, set a new bar. But I think as the sim has matured a little bit and progressed, a couple updates here and there, it started to fall behind in its performance and in some of its capabilities, I think, right? So you start to see other aircraft come out with their own engine models. You start to see other add-ons kind of reach up there on that bar and grab a hold of the bar that Fenix set. I think the V2 is going to be a very well-received welcome mod. And for, what, $40, you get a 319 and a 321. We talked about it briefly earlier, but I think, you know, if anybody can do the flight model characteristics correctly, I'll put a bet on Fenix for getting it right, because I think they're going to do it. I'm very excited to do one flight. We're going to do a two-leg stream. We'll probably do a V-Spirit flight. We'll do one leg in a 319, and then we'll just jump into a completely different airframe, and then we'll do the other leg in a 321. And I want to take a look at power performance, see how it's see if it's got that feeling of inertia and mass, and try to really get that 321 feel as compared to a 320 or a 319. kind of very much like the Tollus did in X-Plane. Do you think 73NG driver will get a copy from Amir? Probably, AJ. It wouldn't surprise me. Although, I mean, whatever. That guy is just... He posted another thing where he said BSS is better than the KOSP sound pack as well. I'm like, dude. COVID, let's see. So, I won't get into it. I guess we can get into it. What the hell? We're 5 hours into this freaking live stream. I mean, the only reason that guy has a channel that is as big as it is because he was a PMDG dev on Microsoft, so it blew up his channel instantaneously. Not really. He never put in the true community building process, etc., in my opinion. So, that's why I always kind of fall back to the pre-COVID streamer gang. Like, pre-COVID, there was only a handful of like streamers out there, especially ones that were real pilots. It was Black Box. He was out there, but I think he was actually not even really doing much content pre-COVID. He had kind of tapered off, and I think he switched to Twitch. Flight Deck to Sim, Captain Canada, XP72. There's only a handful of guys that were flying regularly on YouTube, and then post-COVID, everybody and their brother is a pilot, and we're all flying this and we're all flying that. Microsoft comes out, blows up the channel. People blow up out of proportion, I would say. But I don't know. He'll probably get a copy, and he'll probably say it flies great and it flies like the real thing. But that's that's really none of my business. I don't ever say, I don't sit here and say, oh, this 747 flies just like the real thing, or it flies very good, or I say, in my experience, I don't think this is believable, or I think this is very believable. I try to keep everything in perspective. Let's see. Pre-COVID, different ballpark. Oh, of course, yeah. Q8 pilot Bill Barrett, Bill Barrett, Thrustset. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dox you there, Thrustset. Q8 pilot for sure, man. For sure. Q8's what got me into X-Plane to begin with. I've said it before. And look, there's nothing wrong with becoming streamer post-COVID. I think it's whatever, awesome. Like, more the merrier. Everybody's do what they want to do. There's zero issue with that. I'm just saying that when you have a certain personality that comes out and their channel is made only because of one thing, and then all of a sudden whatever they say is like it's fact and gospel, and they have all this cred from doing 10 videos. It's like, no. I mean, look at the grinders, like Shaq Oatmeal grinding it out, Wrong Side Sim grinding it out, XP72 grinding it out before even before I was a streamer. XP was streaming. I remember watching XP stream when I was on overnights, and he had like 2,000 subs. He just got over 30,000 as well now. So like there's a natural way for your channel to build an organic growth, and then there is a non-organic growth. And I think not bothers me. It's just kind of like whenever a certain channel that has non-organic growth voices an opinion, it's just kind of like water off my back. Like, really, like I could care less what that person has to say about X. The ones that have grounded out, put in the time, done the videos, that's where my respect lays. Matt Davies, rest in peace. Yeah, for sure, Matt Davies. Yeah. What do I think? Captain Canada, I think he's great, man. He's good. We had a little run-in right there, I think pre-COVID, or like kind of during COVID. Actually, no, it wasn't. I don't even think COVID had kicked off yet, or maybe it was just starting. There was a slew of trolls that were on the internet YouTube scene. There were people that were befriending multiple content creators, creating false narratives, pitting the creators against each other, creating DMs. And there was one very in particular that you saw on this channel. That is no longer on this channel. At least at face value. May have changed her name, I don't know. But there was an era of like this stigma that like, oh, because he's a real pilot, only what he says is true, and because he's not a real pilot, all his stuff is crap. Like, and that wasn't true. Like, I never started streaming to be like, oh, I'm a real pilot, I want to show everyone how it's done. No, it was, I started streaming, honestly, because I was watching Captain Canada stream. I was watching XP72 stream. And I was like, man, I love flight sim. I obviously love flying. I want to get into this. And really what kicked it off, the streaming, was I did a video series in the Flight Factor. And I did it, this is just how we do it. And mostly it was to kind of help me go through my flows and checks, because I had just done a recurrent check ride. That was the first live stream I ever done. And I was like, you know what, that was kind of fun. I want to do that again. So then I just kind of rolled with it. I don't even think I knew Flight Deck to Sim was a streamer on YouTube yet. And then I feel, oh, there is other pilots out here that do that. And I was like, oh, this is super cool. And I was like, hey, Flight Deck to Sim, maybe one day we can do a multi-crew. We just never have, which, but I don't even know where I was going with that. But yeah, man, I could grow this channel Viagra, Josh, because she's... Midnight Maverick, AJ Funari, I'm not familiar with Midnight Maverick. Puts in hella work, sadly such low numbers up. I don't know. Yeah, I've never, it's all YouTube algorithm, man. I'm sure there's fantastic creators out there that have low numbers. A lot of them, man. And it also has to do with, like your channel statistics is not the right word, but like, so say you have a channel that's all pre-recorded videos. So you do all you do is like edited video content, right? If you build your channel on edited video content and then you try to change your channel into a streaming channel, it's very difficult to get the same level of reaction within the YouTube algorithm, because it's different content, and YouTube, it takes a long time. I mean, look at Q8 Pilot. I mean, he's had I don't even know how many subscribers, 80,000 subscribers. And he started his channel off as edited videos. So I think it's taken him a long time to now he's starting to pull good numbers, which is good. I try to watch his stuff whenever I can. But that's kind of an example of like when you have that shift in content. And I knew that was going to be the case. So when I did that first professional series of edited videos, I was like, that was fun. However, those 2 live streams I did were way more fun than doing edited pre-recorded content. So then I immediately try to put a shift on my channel and just do mostly live streams, and I still try to do edited video content. Like I did the turboprop piston series, which, as low of views as that piston series has, I probably put in more time in that than anything else. Like I was researching like my old Freight Dog books. I was trying to insert real world footage and content and all that stuff into those videos, and it still pulled like abysmal. Well, I think that whole piston or Freight Dog series might have pulled like $3, So same deal with that. It's like, man, it's not, if you're going to do it as a part-time job to drive a monetization with it, it wasn't worth it for me to continue making pre-recorded content, which I still enjoy doing because I enjoy the creative side. Like I like making trailer videos, and I can enjoy a good video edit. Blue Games, I think, is probably one of the most phenomenal video editors out there, especially when he does a review. I mean, everything is clean, it's cut, the timings are good. Same with Q8. I mean, Q8 does a really good job of pre-recorded stuff as well. So I can appreciate a good editing job, but it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. You know what else sucks? Pre-recorded transol video. One pre-recorded transol video. AJ, the only reason I did a pre-recorded transol video is because I couldn't stream. I had no internet to stream, and I wanted to fly so bad. I was like, I'm gonna do a transol video because I want to fly. I haven't been able to fly in so long. We'll do upstairs view here for a minute. Great channel. I only came across it the other day. Keep the great work. Is it Aussie Flight Simmer? AUS Flight Simmer? Australia Flight Simmer? Appreciate you. Well, hope you stick around. Thanks for tuning in. And that's, speaking of, like when I do these tours, it really does help the channel, and it's awesome because we pick up viewers from all across the globe. So when I did the 7K sub 7-hour stream to Europe, I think that's when I picked up most of my European fan base, because for the better part of 2 months, we were just flying in Europe, just flying Europe streams, doing Lowy, France, Italy, went down to Greece. So we picked up a huge European following. And then we did another tour in the Asia Pacific. We picked up a lot of Asian Pacific viewership as well. And you can see it's pretty cool on the analytics when you look at it. So South America, we did a South America tour. That was another one. Jeremy says, I think some people don't understand how hard YouTube is to do well. They think they can just upload videos and call it good. It's much more than that. Yes, it is, Jeremy. It is indeed. Even though I fly mostly GA, I've learned everything about jets from you. Oh, Steve Venn, that's awesome, man. I'm glad it's working then. That's my intention. There is an American 777 captain on YouTube, Father Time, who just got into flight sim and is making 777 videos with PMG. He has 5 trips until retirement. Oh wow, that's awesome. I'll have to look it up and I'll have to stop by on his channel. That's pretty cool. 5 trips until retirement. Wow. Dylan Fitzgerald, 39 months. Thank you so much, Dylan, for the support. Welcome to New Zealand, V1. Enjoy the scenery. Dylan, I appreciate you. I cannot wait. Y'all have been telling me it's going to be amazing. From what I've seen some other videos, some other streamers do some New Zealand stuff, and it does look breathtaking. I think it was at Christchurch. There's one airport out here that's got a crazy approach in the mountains, which I really want to do. What do I think about Swiss 001? Oh, I don't know, app reviewer. I think I've seen maybe one video of his. I have no idea. A legit flight sim streamer? I have no idea. I don't even know if he streams or if he does video. I think I saw one video of him. I think it was about the Tolis airplane or something. I don't know. I have no idea. Have I heard of flying with Big Earn? Of course. Yeah, real world. Yes, I have, Josh. Definitely. Every time I'm around Southwest, I always look, see if there's a Big Earn in there. Chaos says, I honestly can't remember how I ended up here. I don't remember either, Chaos. When did you join? V1, the album is now up to date with Australia and New Zealand tour music. I'll keep adding as we do more tours. That's awesome, Jeremy. I'm super, super excited. And if you guys want to get any of the songs, hold on. All the tour music, custom made by Jeremy Harvey, is available. You can buy the album. And then if you're running a channel, doing your own streams, hey, you can run some of that music. So check out the link in the description for sure. Aaron, the Irish lad. Good to see you, Aaron. I used to listen to a great podcast way back in 2008 or so, FS Break. That sounds familiar. Simming felt like a much niche. Oh, Aaron, for sure. Heck, I would even argue, Aaron, that that Microsoft, or well, heck, even definitely pre-Microsoft, but pre-COVID, flight simming still felt extremely niche to me. But now, I mean, you look at, with the inclusion of Microsoft, like including Xbox, it's just blowing up the whole shebang, like to a much larger audience than it ever was. I ended up here after all the Flight XP forums claim V1 wasn't a real pilot. Or who is that? Who said that? We have a membership gift to Andre Henry. I ended up here after all the know-it-alls on the Flight Factor X-Plane forums claim V1 wasn't a real... Yes, that was a quite interesting drama. A drama on the X-Plane forums. That's what I first got into. I was like, when the Flight Factor 320 dropped, I said, hey, you guys got some issues with some stuff here. Can we fix it? I'm not trying to be mean, but like I really love Airbus and I love flight simming. Look, there's some really groundbreaking things here. Let me show you. And it was, ban me. That was the response. So yeah, but thanks for sticking around, Andre. And right then and there, Captain Meow gifted 20 memberships to the channel. I appreciate you, Captain Meow. That is very kind. Thank you for the gifted memberships. That is a massive 20 gifted mems to the chat. So I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. And Max Racing, maybe on the next one, man. Maybe on the next one, Max Racing. Or you can always join on your own dime, my friend. Appreciate you. Thanks again. Meow. Steve Van, wait, you're a real pilot? Allegedly. Allegedly. Flight deck to sim V1 shared cockpit would be epic. Kanoki, I'm pretty sure we originally talked like 4 years ago about doing a shared cockpit. And it just hasn't happened. I would love to do one. Our scale, first off, the first problem is we live on opposite sides of the globe. So getting the timing to work right is challenge number one. Challenge number two is not only the timing to work, but our schedules to align. He's an airline pilot. I'm allegedly an airline pilot. So schedule alignment is another issue. And third, what is there to multi-crew in? I don't even know. I'm going to have to look more into this your controls thing, but maybe we could do a Zebo mod multi-crew. I know the Tolus did a multi-crew pretty decently. I did that with Phantom. We did a multi-crew in the Tolus. Not long ago. It's probably been a couple of years now. But V1 Sim is the best X-Ramper on YouTube. Exactly. The reason why real pilot flight simming boomed during COVID was because pilots were furloughed, especially, yeah, Madmatic for sure. That's what I'm talking about. That's, but here's the thing. And I'm just going to say this straight out. There's no beating around the bush on this one. But it's just me, and this is not a personal attack on anybody. So let me just say that. This is not a personal attack on anybody. I'm just telling you how I am. If I got on YouTube and I saw that there was a 747, let's say I'm a 747 pilot, okay? I fly 747s for Atlas Air. And I get on YouTube and I'm like, oh, look, there's another 747 pilot on YouTube. I want to do the same exact thing he's doing. That's not me. Like, I would not do that. Just because I'd feel like there's only so much room for so many of the same guys. You know what I'm saying? So that's just me. But I understand when COVID popped, a lot of guys, especially in Europe, were furloughed and there was nothing else to do, so they go to the YouTube scene. But that's why I still look at the OGs, and I think if Black Box would have still been heavily into streaming on YouTube anyway, because I never got onto Twitch, so that's my own fault. I never watched Twitch. I never liked the platform of Twitch. But if I saw Black Box was still heavily streaming on YouTube, I don't know if I ever would have made a YouTube channel, just because I'm like, well, I don't want to do the same thing he's doing, because I gotta be different. But I think after COVID, you've seen, there's a dozen 7.3 pilots, there's a dozen Airbus pilots, we don't really have any 7.4 pilots. Is there any 7.4 YouTube pilots? Like that flight sim. I know 74 gear. 74 gear is pretty sweet. But I feel like we need a 747 YouTuber, and we need Captain Chemtrails. He's like a 7.5, 7.6. He started a channel and then stopped. I don't know. I was sent here by my ladies auxiliary talking about lady coffee drinks. Ooh, an A350 pilot would be interesting. Yeah, I have an A350 pilot on YouTube. Yeah, we need more variety. No more 737 NG drivers. No more 320 drivers. Yeah, we need more variety. I'd like to have a real 727 pilot for Kalita. That would be awesome. I guess that is true, Canadian. You have to look at the grand scheme of airframes still flying. That's true. So I guess it's just a numbers game, right? There's so many 320s, there's so many 737s in the world. There's bound to be more of those streamers. There's no 747 pilots who do YouTube stuff because they're too busy being way cooler than the rest of us. That is probably true, Steven. I feel like 74 Gear would be a great streamer, but it sounds like he lives on the road. That's flying for that company is a lot of work, man. A lot of work. Captain Joe, 74 YouTuber, but yeah, he's not a simmer though, right? Have I seen 737NG driver? He's getting a 330 license. He's getting a 330 type rating. But no, I haven't watched any of his stuff. Well, Aviator Nick, that's a good point. You know, but I would think a long-haul pilot, spend a lot of days out of their base. It would depend. You know, in the United States, someone who's doing long-haul, like look at Blanco Lirio. He flies probably, 3 trips a month, and then he's home for the rest of the month. But he also does a lot of stuff on the side, GA flying and everything. What's with the lack of wide-body payware? I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. I think it's harder to get right, maybe? I don't know. Because there really is no wide-body pay. We got the A310. A300 is coming. And then there's a secret project, right? So, who knows? And 777, I think it's coming. It just takes time. I don't think there's any specific reason. I would say, what's with the lack of regional jet payware? Like, why don't we have any high-quality 145s? Why don't we have any high-quality... I know we got the 175s that are out now. Speaking of, have they been updated at all? Is it worth me checking out yet? Because I would love to do some 175, 1895 regional ops. I just don't know... I just don't know if they're up to snuff yet. I know they've been working on them. I'll keep asking about it because I will pick them up eventually. I'm Steven. I'm a real Subaru driver and a member of BFNG's tech team. Oh my god. Oh, Steven. No VNAV, but certainly better than release. V1, are you flying the 777 when it comes out? Oh, of course. I'm sure it's coming by the end of the year. Yes, I will definitely fly the triple. Of course, when it comes out. Of course, we'll fly the triple. But I'll probably fly it on short haul routes because this airplane right here, I can stare at this airplane for, well, we're going to be staring at it for 15 hours. But I can stare at this for 5, 6, 7 hours easily, not get tired. Just a thing of beauty. 777, it's mid. 777 is mid, in my opinion. But I will definitely be picking it up. Day one purchase, break the internet. I'm sure the YouTube algorithms are going to go insane, and then every single person's going to be flying 777 for the next week, which is going to be wild. It's going to be wild. I can't wait to see like a conga line. I can't wait. I'm going to have to join. When XP flies the 777 from Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale, there's going to be about 50 of them on a conga line, 777s. I'm going to go live, and then I'm going to park the camera at Fort Lauderdale runways, and we're just going to plane spot the conga line of 777s coming in. I cannot wait for that one. That's going to be fun. 7-4 Grid and 777 every single day of the week, including Sundays. I agree, Steven. Now, the question is, 777 PMDG, which variant are they creating? I haven't even looked into it. PMDG 777 will break the internet. Totally agreed, Slam. Just like their 7.3. Their 7.3 broke the internet. I think this 777 is going to break the internet even harder. I'm hoping I can get off when it's going to be released, because I'll do a release party night stream just like we did before on the 7.3. That was a lot of fun. Just Flight working on the Fokker 100. Yes, I can't wait for that one. Imagine when the 380 comes out. 200. Okay, so yeah, see the 300. The 300 I could stare at for longer than a 200 for sure. The 200 is just a big 7.6, but it will still no doubt break the internet. So we will fly it. I'll pick it up day one. Maybe we'll do a maybe we should do like Atlanta, Orlando. That'll be our first flight in the triple. But the 300, I think I would have much more positive vibes viewing the 300. And Chaos, you said something about tinkering on the inside. That is true. We will be able to tinker much more on the PMDG stuff. I have the triple. I think I had the 777 for P3D. I don't think they released the triple for FSX. PMDG I'm speaking of. Man, I should get a refund. I think I did maybe 3 flights in P3D with the triple, And that was it. I was like, man, I'm done with you. It's just a big 737, man. That's gonna trigger some people, that comment right there. Airline pilots I meet are still surprised at technical questions I ask because they don't know how in-depth their desktop simulators actually go. Yeah, true. And PMDG is no slouch in that department too. So you will definitely have a fully functional 777. Let me rank Boeing planes by looks. Sean. Absolutely not. I think we need to kick Sean Delaney from the chat. 777, 76, 74, 78, 75. No. Boeing planes by the looks. 747, 757. That's it. And the rest are all equally mid. It goes 747, all of the above. Classic. I probably put the Dash 8, then I put the 400, all the 74 variants. Then I'd go 757. And then you could literally group them all up together. 777, 76. I would actually put the 777 and 76 above the 787 because the 787 nose just looks like it taxied into a terminal. The rest of them are all equally mid. 717, it doesn't count. Aviator Nick, there you go. 74, 75, 76. There you go. I'll take a 72. Well, I was just doing ones that are still flying. 72, I'd probably go 74, 72, 75 if I was able to put in some of the old school ones. Actually, I'd probably go 74, 72, 707, 757. That's how I would go. For Airbus, 350, 380, 340, 330, 320. No. For the Airbus, it goes A350, the 1000. Then it goes A330 Neo. Then it goes A330. Then it goes A321. Then it goes A319 Sharklets. Then it goes A380, and the 220 is not included because it's an adopter bus. 787 is that hot chick with no personality. Yeah, I agree. And the 777 is that not hot chick with no personality as well. But she really likes you. No classic buses. Oh, yeah. Oh, the A340-600. I did forget that one. Throw that one in there after the... Shoot. 340-600 above 350. I'd put 340-600 above the 350, honestly. Gotta have 4 engines, man. 4 engines. Doesn't matter how you slice it. Boeing or Airbus. 4 engines are greater than 2 engines. Period. Full stop. Unless we're talking about the 380. That is one ugly mother. 777, the big girl who's gonna beat you up. Oh my gosh, Slam. She does sound good at max thrust, yeah. Well, that's because she's got to make up for her looks, you know? That's what happens. Oh boy, we're about to get this channel slapped. I don't like the looks of the 330. Couldn't tell you why. Aaron, I like the looks of the 330 Neo. The bigger engines fit the airplane really good, in my opinion. The 330, I still like it, but I can see why when you step back and look at those tiny hair dryers out there, it just, something looks off. But I still think it's got a decent profile. A340 500 better proportions than the 6. Who flew? Did anybody fly the 340 500? We'll fly from LA to EDDF on a Condor 330 Neo in a month. Oh, that's awesome, man. Oh yeah, Steven. Well, we're not bringing in the classics, Steven. You can't. Here's the thing: you cannot group. I don't think you can group the classics with the moderns, at least the ones that are still flying, because the whole retro airliner, TriStar, 72, 707s, DC, Diesel 8 was it DC 8? Yeah, I mean, those are all in a different class of themselves that you could rate. Mickey G says, I generally feel like the one thing Boeing did better was make better looking planes, but Airbus hit it out probably 50. Yeah, I would agree with that in a general statement, Mickey. Boeing definitely had better looking airplanes. So mostly I think that had to do with the nose, you know, which is surprising because on their 787, they take their nose and they just bashed it into the wall and turned it into an Airbus nose. How about this freaking view? Man, oh man. I thought we were going to be landing around this time, though. Time now is 5:05. Well, let's see. Oh my gosh, we can see our TOD on the map. 6:15. We've got 1 hour to landing. Look at this. I mean, look at this. The 7.4 SAT. You cannot beat that, man. Cessna's where it's at. Oh, now you want to talk about Cessnas? I got you. Here's my number one Cessna. It's coming at you. You ready? I don't think you guys can handle the facts I'm about to drop. The best looking Cessna is a Citation Sovereign. That's the best one. It's got the mean looking cockpit windows, swept wings. Sovereign is the juice. Back then, airplanes didn't need to be fuel efficient and aerodynamic. They just slapped more engines on them if they needed. Exactly, Chaos. Exactly. Latitude is meh. Best looking Embraer? Brasilia. The 10 is sexy, JT. The 10 is very nice. I'd put the 10 right up there under the Sovereign. There's something about a Sovereign on the ramp. The 10 has a good ramp presence as well, but the Sovereign is juice. Especially, like, they have ones blended winglets too. I used to have a picture of a Sovereign. That's pretty good right there. How can I show you guys this? There, look at that. Look at that cover photo right there. That first picture. Sleek, trimmed down, not as bulbous as an X or a 10. Just juicy. Turboprop. Hot opinion. Citation M2, CJ3, CJ4. They're not awesome looking. Vision Jet? No, please. Would a 707 be too much work for a stream? Honestly, probably not that much more work than, say, a 7.2. It's not too far removed. So the 7.2 was actually designed to relieve where the 707 lacked in performance. Short field, short runways. So 7.5-200 without winglets? Oh, yeah. So first flight, when the 757 releases on Microsoft, it's going to be a 200, no winglets. We're going Miami to Honduras. Real time, dawn departure, sunrise departure. We're going to leave Miami at sunrise. 75200, American Airlines, bare metal, no winglets. Falcon jets are the best looking corporate jets. If you want to get into the corporate jet realm, nothing looks better than a 7X or the new, the 10X, 3-holer. Yeah. The 80s called. They want their taste back. You're killing me, man. You're triggering my COVID cough. All right. Let's turn this back around here. Let's get these back on here. The sun is setting. Man, should we just let it set then? Should we let it set and go into the night? I wanted to be landing around this time. Alright, we gotta make sure our cockpit lighting is proper though. Panel lighting is set, map light. We're gonna get it juiced up in here. Are there any overhead lights I can turn on? Here we go. Overhead panels up. Glare shield. Oh, dome lights. No one needs a dome light. Aisle stand. Oh yeah. Look at that view right there. Let it set. Alright. Oh, you're right, Chaos. Gosh, see, that's why I bring you around. We can land anytime with replay, so we're just gonna let it roll. And then replay, we can wind it back and see it at sunset. Good idea. Falcon 8X. Oh yeah, TV flight for sure. 8X. Spicy. Like I said, any Falcon jet, whatever you say the #1 corporate jet is, if it's not a Falcon, it's wrong. I don't care what model it is. So we shared a hangar with a 7X in Scottsdale when I was flying our little flotation. So we shared a hangar with the Falcon 7X, and every time that thing was in there, I was just googly-eyed over that 7X. If you haven't seen one in person, you can't even understand the presence it has on the ramp. There's nothing like walking out to the airplane and then you see this sleek, mean corporate jet, but then you look up at the rear, the Rompus, 3 engines just ready to rip. I mean, it's got one hell of a ramp presence. Tic Tac, white UFOs are better than a 737? For sure, man. The 7.3 could use some Tic Tac technology, that's for damn sure. We're going Tic Tac FO, or UFOs. Why hasn't anyone made a solid Gulfstream? That's oh, Slam, I bet you I know why. It's probably for copyright, or because Gulfstream was hardcore into protecting their name. So I don't know if anybody remembers. Anybody remember Gulfstream Girl? Gulfstream Girl was like she actually was a recruiter for Epstein. Come to find out. But beautiful blonde woman flying Gulfstreams around. But she actually got slapped with a lawsuit from Gulfstream because she was using that name. So she then changed her name to Global Girl. I don't know what happened after that. Yeah. Gulfstream doesn't want anybody touching anything with their name on it. UFO Tech, a 7.3 could benefit from having a TI-89 calculator. That is true. That is true. Hooters Airlines. Whenever I pull out the PMDG, it feels so antiquated. Well, that means the PMDG did a great job, because antiquated it is. Can we all agree the Dash 8 is ugly, but it's a literal truck flying? I don't think the Dash is ugly. It's unique. I love turboprops, man. I don't think any turboprops are ugly. Except maybe like the 200, whatever the short ones are. So who's making the Cheyenne? Not a Cheyenne. Who's making that Duke? Turbine Duke? Man, why are they making a Turbine Duke? They should be making a Cheyenne or literally anything else than a Turbine Duke. There's like 10 of those ever made. Give me a Turbo Commander. Yes, Turbo Commander. I would like a Turbo Commander. Embraer 120 versus Saab 340. Embraer 120 looks meaner than the Saab. Saab kind of looks like it's trying to be an Embraer, you know? But I mean, it's a good airplane. 818 likes. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thanks for the stream. Have a great day. Aussie Flight Simmer, thank you for stopping by. Take it easy. Take it easy. We're headed your way. If the miss allowed you, what GA would you buy? Well, she would allow me, but I wouldn't spend the money on it. What would I buy? GA. Like legit GA, not a fantasy GA. I can't buy a King Air. So if I had to buy a legit GA airplane, probably either a Piper or a Beechcraft. Maybe like a Bonanza or like a Turbo Aero. Turbo Aero or some Beechcraft maybe. ATR or Q400. That's a tough one. I used to think Q400, but I think the ATR, I think the new ATRs are pretty sweet. They're both good. Navajo, yeah. And GA for less than one. I can buy a King Air for less than 150K, right? Can't you buy them for less than? Maybe not. Probably not. V-tail Bonanza, maybe. I'd probably, honestly, all realism, probably a PA-28, probably like a turbine Aero, turbocharged Aero, not turbine, turbocharged. Yeah, definitely be low wing. The must would be low wing, and it also must be retractable, and constant speed prop, or variable pitch propeller. That's a museum piece. Brad K, thank you for the $5 super chat, man. JETS. Jets. Brad K, thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Awesome stuff, man. Cannot wait for football. I'm probably going to miss football this weekend with more preseason, all those preseason, because my DirecTV box is, I don't know when it's going to show up, if it will show up this week. And then I can't do anything on internet, so I can't even communicate with you guys on Discord until the internet comes. So it's going to be an interesting couple of days. Always remember your awesome 727 stream and X-Plane. Oh yeah, Kanopi. I loved flying the 72. I missed the 727 days of X-Plane. All right, let me just check the radar, make sure we're not going to get blown away here. I think we're going to be okay. Small little sail moving over the office. Should be all right. Watch them play Zach Wilson in the preseason games. It's going to be funny. Brad, I hope they do, man. I hope they do. Silence all the Russell Wilson fanboys. Oh, look at those 4 cons. Oh man. Let Russ cook. Oh no, he burned it. NZAA Towers online? Fantastic. Just thinking V1 Lufthansa and Atlas fly the passenger 7-4. Yeah. Yeah, Lufthansa does. That's the one I've seen. I've seen Lufthansa in the 7-4. Looks awesome. They got a nice... I like that classic Lufthansa livery with the dark gray. I want to watch the sunset, but I want to look at cons. I don't know. I'm conflicted. I don't know. You really can't beat that view right there. What if we zoom it out a little bit? Oh my goodness. Mr. Unlimited. It'd be cool for you to interview Green Dot on stream. That would be pretty sweet. I really like his videos. I really enjoy Green Dot Aviation videos. Not that I don't like anybody else's like Mentor. I like Mentor Pilot too, but there's something intriguing about just watching it unfold in the simulator. I like watching the simulator footage that he creates, and then something about the way he speaks and phrases everything. It's very easy to listen and watch at the same time. You know, Mentor Pilot, when I turn him on, I feel like, okay, I gotta have some coffee and be ready to go. Like, I'm here to learn. We're gonna sit down today, boy. But you know, Green Dot's like, all right, have a glass of wine, sit back on the couch, maybe do some texting while he's talking. But like, I love watching his videos. The Black Air New Zealand livery on the 7.8. Oh yeah, the 7.8 Black Air New Zealand livery is fantastic, dude. We're gonna be flying it. Don't worry. We're gonna get plenty of the black New Zealand livery. It looks good. I think it looks really good on the ATR too. His systems knowledge is pretty accurate. Yeah, it is. It is, Jeremy. If he didn't use the word oblivious that often. Oh, great, the McAllen. So now I'm going to be listening for the word oblivious. I didn't know it. I was oblivious to his oblivious. But now I'm going to be listening for it. Best looking Lufthansa livery, classic 310. Oh, yeah, Kanopi, for sure. Classic Lufthansa on the 310, for sure. Andrew, I've been asking for a 727 my whole life, man. Even before I was born, I wanted Microsoft Flight Simulator to have a 727. Hell, I would take a default Zobo 727 at this point so somebody could make a mod for it. I was talking to a Broncos fan at a party the other day. They exist. He predicted the Broncos would get 11 wins this year. He was also smoking a joint at the same time. Sounds about right. Will you ever get VR trying a fly? Probably not, Max. Probably not. What's the song? This song is Jones Meadow. And the title of the track is That Something. But it's vibing with that sunset. It is vibing. This is a good stream. Actually, I'm gonna get into the. Hold on, I'm gonna turn the office lights off. We're gonna get in. We're gonna get in the zone here. Hold on, bear back. Oh yeah, we got the office lights dimmed. I got my pedestal light on. Oh, yes. Team Vodka's hot box in the longitude. Wow, I can actually see my monitor. All right, we are less than an hour from touchdown, I think, right? Yeah, we need to do a tactical flip-flop check. Stand by. I need to secure the flip-flops. Uh-oh, I just hit my thrust levers. I hope I didn't just hit the Toga button. Gotta secure this one. That's all I need is a 5-hour long haul to go down the toilet because my tactical flip-flop check wasn't complete. I think we're good. Let's come inside here, make sure everything is still good. Yeah, we didn't hit the Toga buttons. Oh my goodness. We're almost there, chat. Almost time to go to work. Touchdown at 6Z. Time now 17Z. We are 45 minutes out. Oh my gosh, let's just take this in for a minute, chat. There's the view. There is the view. 747 flight deck. Sunset over the Pacific. All right, I heard this song already, Epidemic Sounds, and I realized this is from like a 310 pilot video. I think that's why I've heard this song. We're gonna skip this one. I already listened to it. There we go. Sunset over the Pacific. Oh my goodness. Doing Mach 88, Adam. Yes, indeed. It's really bad weather? Don't tell me that. Aviator Nick, you're still here. I need a METAR for New Zealand. What do we got? What will you build into this new comp? What limit will you place on the build? What do you mean, Merlin? New computer build? Oh, what? Look at the oh. I'd say hit the like button, but you guys have already crushed it. Actually, yeah, hit it again so the likes go down and we don't have to do a 15-hour stream. Whew. That is pretty sweet. Let's go trailing edge view, meh. Upstairs view. Mm-hmm. The 221 passengers were oblivious to the situation developing in the cockpit. McAllen. I need to get Aaron on stream to say it because Aaron kind of sounds like him. Ready for Fenix V2? Born ready, Jack. ILS 23, that's what we have. Approach has 8 us up. I don't see approach yet. I'm still out of range. Water says it is 190 at 4. Oh, it's child's play down there. 190 at 4. I could do that in my sleep with one eye behind my back. Now we're gonna smash this thing. V1 Sim, yesterday I got to fly a 1969 Cessna 172. Very impressed with the stall speed on it and the raw basic controls of the aircraft. Loved it. Andrew B, that's awesome, man. Cessna built a phenomenal design. The 172, same as like the 152. That design of airplane was great. It's it's still flying hardcore today, and it's just a phenomenal design. A simplistic, well done design. Aaron, you sound like Green Dot Aviation. A little bit. Mick Sesh, I was flying with y'all, and my power just went out. Oh no. Mick Sesh, don't tell me that, dude. Hopefully that doesn't happen to us. I'm sorry to hear that, Nick. Merlin, no. The new rig, when I build it, I'm gonna build it out. Whatever the top is at the top, we're gonna put in the new rig. It's just, see, I don't do incremental upgrades. I keep my same computer for a long time, let all the incrementals come out, and then every like 5 years. Well, I did do a GPU upgrade. I'd say like every 3 years. Then I just do a massive overhaul. And we are well past due. I was trying to see if, thought I had something working on the background on that, but it doesn't look like it's going to pan out. So we're just going to do it. I'm just going to do it on my own dime and we'll roll with it. Douglas Phillips dropping a $50 super chat. Douglas Phillips, appreciate you. Says thank you, V1. Well, thank you, Douglas Phillips. That is very kind. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Thanks for hanging out with us on another long haul here. Maybe we should just turn this to the V1 long haul channel. I'm starting to get used to these long hauls. But thank you. Hope you enjoy the rest of the stream and the rest of the Australia-New Zealand tour. Fun fact, New Zealand only has one runway. Okay, I was wondering about this, Aviator Nick. I saw 2-3 left, but then I was like, why is there no other runway? So are they going to open another runway? Is that why there's only one runway there and it's just used as a taxiway now? Or are they going to just continue to call it 2-3 left and 5 right, even though there's no other piece of pavement there for a runway? Long haul to Pankridge? Nah. Going the wrong way. Oh, they're constructing a new one to the north? Okay, makes sense then. So if they're constructing a new one in the north, then they're just going to keep the numbers. SimWorks and FS Reborn coming out with a 72300? Yeah, in for 2024 maybe. $79.50 3D would make more sense. Extra cores for streaming, yeah. More cores? Yeah, more cores, better cores. More cores for more streams. V1, would you go around in real life if a rodent or large insect made its way under your lap on final? Hopefully not. Hopefully it doesn't. I mean, I grew up in the country. It'd take a significant intruder to make me want to go around for that. Although, I almost crashed a Chieftain one time because a bunch of wasps came out of the air vent when I was going down the runway. Almost rolled that sucker into the dirt. But I smashed him. Smashed it with my kneeboard. Yeah, full power, and the air started to come through the ram vents, and it blew in like 3 or 4 wasps. I'm like, oh my gosh, I was already doing full power, 30 knots or so, 40 knots. Good thing it was a wide runway. Taking off out of Fresno, actually. Yeah, taking off K-Fat. Well, yeah, he's not just Irish, but he sounds like he's from my neck of the woods. Same accent as real engineering. Yeah, see, Aaron, I told you. Told you, man. Real engineering. Okay, you guys, you need to chill it on these random channels, because that is also on my news feed. I swear, whatever you guys are watching, it ends up in my news feeds. Or like my YouTube suggestion feeds. It's crazy. I'm like, well, how did this end up here? And then I end up watching a video on this crazy bridge underpass, or like how England is doing this underwater tunnel thing. It's like, I have never looked at this in my life, but now I'm going to watch this video and I'm highly entertained. So thank you. But man, YouTube has got us down. Unless the large insect is equipped with the special skill set to pose a threat, I think V1 will be fine. Yeah, that should be alright. Should be alright. Should be alright. Oh, it's setting. Once it sets, there'll be just about enough time to start setting up the cockpit. Yeah, we're just about 320 miles out. 310 miles to TOD, and the sun is falling. We're gonna watch it here together. My guy, you brought up your first stream and YouTube turned around and recommend that same stream. Big Brother is always listening. Yes, Big Brother is always listening. Watched a Vast Aviation video the other day of a Cessna pilot who had to return to the airport due to a wasp. Jeff L, I think it is. Jeff. Good to see you. Welcome on board, man. Okay, Kyle Ferris, that's the video I watched. The Ocean Gate sub. So, okay, which one of you in chat were watching Sub Brief? Okay, because I had like some random Sub Brief channel show up as well, and I watched the whole thing on Ocean Gate there. We like to think we are all different and unique, but YouTube, we are all cut from the same cloth. That is true, Chaos. That's very true. Oh man, the sun is setting on the Queen, chat. The sun is setting on the Queen. One more engine shot, though. Oh, look at those sky colors. This is first class upper deck view. Man. Straight juice. We're starting to get a little logo light action on the tail, too. The night is creeping up. Look at that. You don't really get that in X-Plane. I don't know. I haven't done a real sunset. We did one sunset in X-Plane 12. And it was decent. It was pretty decent. But, I mean, you can even see this, like, the sun on the contrails, like, they're different. I mean, those are some X-Plane contrails back there. I mean, we've been on this view for so long, but we got to watch the sunset on the Queen now. We can't take off of it. We're all YouTube sheep. Romulus. That is true, man. I think I'm going to end up at the end of the line. Team Vodka, do we pass all you up? What's your Mach number? We did a sunset approach, yeah, Aviator Nick, into San Diego. I noticed you turn on the logo light if the co-pilot is flying. Is that a normal procedure even at night? Adam, it's nav and logo. It's the same. The nav light will illuminate whether you're in position 1 or position 2. I'm sorry, the logo light will illuminate in position 1 or position 2. Position 2 nav light is for when the FO is flying. That way you just burn both sets of bulbs evenly. Because if you just kept it on one, then nav light 1 would always burn out, so you get to burn both systems this way. Oh yeah, we are flying towards the sunset. We are children of the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, instead of the magenta line, it's the red search box. I think it's not even red. The sun is falling. It was oblivious to the dangers of the night. Now I'm not going to be able to watch another video, McAllen. Sparrowhawk, everyone, you are awesome. Thank you. I've seen that you are frequently landing in Santa Ana. Are you from Orange County or is your favorite airport? No, it's just a fun airport to fly in and out of, Sparrowhawk. Fun airport. Some unique challenges with SNA. So that's why we haven't been there in a few streams. But thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the kind words, man. Ate lunch, watching stream. Now back to eat dinner, watching the stream. Bosach, you know you're on a good flight when they serve lunch before dinner. It's a bad flight when they serve you dinner before lunch. That's what happened on my... that's what it was. So when I flew on Qantas from Sydney to LA, the first meal served was dinner. Then we had breakfast. And then we had lunch. It was a long flight. Air New Zealand. Man, are they hiring? I want to go down and fly with the Kiwis. I'll tell them I say, look, I did a 10-hour stream or I did a 5-hour stream with your livery. Can you hire me? You guys hiring? Type rate on the Airbus, but I want to fly. Do they even have 747s anymore? Oh yeah, the international dateline. It is tomorrow. We're landing in the future. Oh yeah, Honolulu to Jakarta. Whew. That'll do it. Do you get any sort of ECAM fault if your nav lights aren't working? No. Nope. You'll probably get a text message in the group chat though saying, hey, whoever flew tail number XXX, you might want to file an ASAP because your nav lights weren't working. From the next crew. But no, you find that out typically on a walk around, in theory. They're retired? All retired? Ah, screw it. I don't want to work for them then. Air New Zealand in 744 in 2014? Nah. Alright, disregard. What else they got? And they got anything interesting? All 787s? Oh, that's weak. Nope, disregard. How about Qantas? Are they hiring? Nah, I don't want to work for Qantas. I actually know a Qantas guy trying to get a job in the United States. All those years going MSP, PVG, direct makes these flights easy. Well, you're also streaming from the comforts of your own home, Team Vodka. But yeah, that's gotta be... That's quite the flight, too. Flying A320s for Air New Zealand wouldn't be such a bad gig. No, it wouldn't be bad. Should I just move to New Zealand? I wonder what their minimums are. Someone look up Air New Zealand airline minimums. Air pilot minimums. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. Goodbye, the sunset. Cathay are looking for pilots? Yeah, no thanks. Oh yeah, Northwest business class. Pfft. Sydney, London nonstop? No thank you. No thank you. Pilot salaries from Air New Zealand range from $56,000 to $187,000 per year. That's it? Well, what's what's the New Zealand to dollar? Let me look it up. Oh, it's half of the United States dollar? Really? I guess I will stick to what I got. Air Canada looking for some too. No thanks. I actually flew. There's a first officer that I've flown with a couple times now. He was I think it was an 8-year Air Canada driver, 7-3 or no. Maybe it was a 7-3 or Air, but I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But he came to the U.S. fly with us. He's like, it just got so bad over there. He's like, nope. It's worth losing all of my seniority to come over here and fly in the States. How about working for Speedbid? I would love to do that. I wouldn't mind working for the Speedbids, but I don't know. European aviation I gotta talk to Blackbox about it, because I would love to pick his brain about how the whole European aviation thing works. It's quite a bit different from the United States. I mean, I don't know. There's quite a bit of difference. Might never want to leave New Zealand. That's true, Aviator Nick. It's true. Oh, I'd lose my pew-pews? Oh, that's unable then. Hard unable. Hard unable. When I was a kid, I always wanted to be United Airlines. Transpac. This thing gets in my way. Oh, Trans-Pacific 747 driver. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I think United was on my bucket list at one point. Then it quickly fell off. Alright, we're going to let this song play out, and then we're going to go to work chat. So, get it in now. We are 19. Our time is 35. 160 from TOD. The cockpit lighting has been set. Let's get an engine sunset view here. After these songs, let's see, how many songs we got left in this track? Oh, that one's ending now. What's this one? If this one's a good one, we'll play it out, and then we'll go to work. Salary are low, but they're looking at a new contracts, which would give up to 500,000 CAD on the 777-8. Porters are paying up 243 CAD on the 195. Wow, that's good, Canadian. That's good. About time. Step them up, man. Money is not everything, though. There's a lot to be said about quality of life and schedule flexibility. That's a big one for me. That is a big one for me. Could always fly 7-3 for Ryanair. No, I've heard too many not even horror stories, but like the way they do things for like hiring and stuff is pretty crazy. But I don't know if that's just if it's Ryanair being crazy, or if that's just kind of the norm in Europe, where like you pay for your own type rating, you got to pay for your own training. Like that's a completely different environment than it is in the United States. Vibing to that song before TD, yeah, it was a good one, wasn't it? Avelo, Nick Lane. Look, what I tell guys coming up now, especially in the U.S., find out where you want to live first. Okay, find out where you want to live long term, and then figure out what airline is got a base there. That's the way I would go about it. You want to fly for an airline that has a base where you want to live. That is such a huge factor. I think it goes. I was kind of oblivious to that even when I was coming up. So, I mean, I went to fly for an East Coast airline, living in Texas. Like, I had no idea what that was all about. I was like, oh, you could live anywhere? Cool, sign me up. Let me go to this airline. So much underwing, Embraer 170. I was like, oh, I want that. I don't want no CRJ. And my ass was commuting to Atlantic City. So, do that first. You don't want to do 10 legs a day at Southwest? No, Key 6, Avelo might have a Las Vegas base coming soon. Yeah, I think so. If you live in AZ, so you got American, Southwest, although this upgrade at Southwest and Fenix is like 12 years. And Avelo, yeah. Frontier, actually, I think Frontier's opening a base there as well. Anchorage and Polar Air, no tornadoes and stunning scenery. There you go. Aero in Los Ace. Janet, they're hiring. Chinese regional jet. All right. The music is done, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Flightbox Captain speaking. Just wanted to give our final announcement here before things got a little bit busy as we descend into New Zealand. Currently we are about 78 miles from starting our descent down to the field. Weather in New Zealand, it's a nice evening. Temperature is about 72 degrees. Light winds out of the south, about 10 miles an hour. Partly cloudy skies. Seatbelt sign will be coming on here pretty soon. Once it does, remain on for the duration of the flight. I do ask that you remain seated till the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Once again, I want to thank you for choosing Air New Zealand, and welcome to Auckland. Do they say Auckland? I don't know. You get the point. Welcome home.
All right, let's do this. What are we at? I should probably put on, well, I don't need any, how about weather? No weather out there. I'm afraid to, like, do anything that might crash my sim. Jonathan, welcome to Commercial Pilot. Glad to have you on board, my friend. Welcome. All right, first things first, let's come on down to the old box here. We're set up for the 2-3. We're going to do 30 and 155, so that's going to go in there. Glide slope on, wind correction +5. So flap speed 160 or final approach speed 160 or 155? 72 degrees Fahrenheit? More like, it's 53, see?
Well, folks, this was my mistake. It was brought to my attention that the first officer doesn't know how to tell the difference between Celsius or Fahrenheit. He's a 250-hour pilot that we picked up on contract. The temperature is actually 53 degrees Fahrenheit, about 12 degrees centigrade. So it's a nice, balmy, warm summer evening down there, or winter. I don't know. Things are different down here. Thank you.
It's actually cold down there? Wow. All right. I'm going to turn off this little floodlight, though, because it's kind of annoying. Turn that off. What light is over here? Where is this map? Not a map light. Panel light. There. That's where I turned down. Turn down that panel light. How does season works? It is winter, so it is winter. All right. 155 in the box. So 30 flaps 30. 155 is our speeds. Our legs page. We'll step through this. Everything looks good. We're going to MRAG, basically direct for the 2-3 left. That's on there. Nothing to hold. VNAV page. We'll keep that up there. TOD is looking good. We're on the, what is our flight plan arrival? The Foster? No. OBEX? I don't remember what we filed. Did we not put an arrival on here? Let's pull up the old Navigraph charts. Alright, let's go flights, Auckland, arrival. Something with an F, wasn't it? Fork 3 Alpha. That's what it was. Fork 3. I need to put this in night mode. Can I put this in night mode to make it realistic? No night mode. So sad. Alright, OBEX, Fork, max 280 at or above 10. We got to descend via MRAG, is at or above 3,000, 210 knots. Alright, so that looks good. And then I should go, I need to get rid of this thing. How do I get rid of this thing? Approaches. Let's just have pin charts down here. I don't want jet streams. Oh yeah, radar. I don't want anything down here. Night mode under settings. Huh. Well, sim crash. Wouldn't that be something? If that happened, Froome, I would ban you for life and I would alt F4. Just kidding. Pin boards. Not there. Approaches. ILS 23 left. Even though there's only one runway. ILS DME 23 left. Pin it. We're not doing any arcs or holds due to a limitation in the FMS. So we're gonna go hopefully MRAG. We'll get spaced out. If he gives us a hold, we can say we're unable, but we can take delay vectors for a straight in approach. Now taxiing, I feel like we've come all this way. I feel like we should park at the gate somewhere and like try to be legit about it. So, international terminal over here. Parking stands. Oh, there we go. We're gonna go to gate number 4. How's that sound? Maybe gate 4 or 10. I don't know. Where do you want to go? Let's go to gate 4. What the hell? It's a tight turn here. Gate number 4 off 23 left. So maybe plan to exit Alpha 6 or Alpha 8, Alpha 9, double back, Juliet, spot 1 into the ramp here. That looks good. Alright. Yeah, taxiing from 2 to 3 left looks pretty easy. Should take us straight in. So I'm going to leave the approach up. Go to our pinboard charts. Oh no, that's not how we go there. They used to have them at the bottom here, and now I screwed it up. This app sucks. Just kidding. I swear, why is this? I don't want the jet stream here anymore. Go away. I don't want you. Oh, turn you off. There we go. There we go. NZAA. There we go. Fork 3 arrival. ILS DME. Now we're cooking with gas. Alright, we're going to gate number 4. We've looked at our arrival. Oh, our minimums. We need to look at our minimums. Straight in ILS DME. 223 for the full approach. RVR 550 meters requirement. This shouldn't be an issue. So 223 in the barrel. 223 in the barrel. And these are actually radio mins, right? Oh, that went up fast. Well, now I gotta look at the chart again. 223 in the barrel or 200? Alright, so 223 in the barrel. Come on, man. Imagine having to type or scroll this in every single time. Well, I guess you got 15 hours to do it, but 223 in the barrel, 30, 155 on the flaps. That looks good. Everything else is set up here. Transition at 1.5. All right, that probably won't matter though. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm gonna dim down. Oh yeah, that is juicy. We have a floodlight that we need to undim. What other lighting do we have? Any other lighting? Everything looks good. Oh, I think I left the seatbelts off. We'll go ahead and turn them on. We're in TARA. We'll put this in below mode in preparation. Nothing to put down here. So we're looking good. We got traffic off the nose. 80 miles to TOD. Default 7.4, Oren. Default. FT Sim sound pack. You think that's bad? Imagine trying to enter barrel minimums into the Mexico City in a Boeing. That is true, Steven. That is true. That is true. Alright, NZAA ATIS is online. Whoa. This is a long one. Information Victor. Issued at a 227 Zulu. Oh, why is it formatted this way? It just looks weird. VMOS approach 23 left. Runway condition wet. Really? Scattered, broken. Light shower of rain. Visibility 20 kilometers. 1705. Where's all I want is the barrow, man. Where's the barrow? Oh, QNH 1016. 1016 in the barrel metric meters. I'm gonna write that down over here on my handy dandy kneeboard, or whiteboard. 1016. And when we transition at 15 thou. It's 170 at 5. Now, do I have to dim the displays a little bit? Is there any wind data I need to put in here? Descent, 5 vertical speed. I don't want to mess too much with it just because it's a long haul and I get nervous when I start messing with the box after streaming for 5 hours plus. Route, legs, page. I'm going to leave that up then. Actually, we'll just leave the VNAV page up. Good digit off the note. We could pre-select the barrel. And when I say 1016. does too. That's what we do all the time. And it's better than that. It doesn't do a little jump down. The old ones used to do that little dip like you see right there. We'll use auto brake 2. Auto brake 2 is set. No alternate flaps required. Everything else looks good. Our fuels, our engines. Speaking of fuel, let's take a quick look at our fuel page. How our tank's doing. Stab is 0. So what I heard on the 800s is they in-op the stab tank because it's for flutter. The 400s had them, but the 800s they said, hey, we can't put fuel in there because you get flight control flutter, so they in-opt them on the Dash 8. Alright, we're looking good. Sim brief was pretty much spot on. Sim brief was pretty much spot on. Alright. I'm doing it wrong? Oh. Just spin the knob and then hit it? Well, that's lame. I thought Boeing pilots like to spin knobs and flip switches. You're telling me all I have to do is spin the knob? Boeing drivers. So silly. How about that being wing view? The wing view. Lufthansa. For a second, I had a minor heart attack. I thought our slats were out. I was like, did I just accidentally hit my slat lever? Do I prefer the good old visual or low IFR approach to minimums in real life? Well, you know what, Canadian? Every now and then I like to get a nice IFR, IMC approach down to mins. You know, sometimes you just need a hard IMC approach. But I would prefer those like on day 1 when you're fresh with a competent first officer, which doesn't seem to happen. I seem to get those hard IMC minimums in a busted airplane, brand new hire, and after holding for multiple hours on go-home day. That's when I seem to get those approaches. But yeah, I'll take I like the good old visual. Just freeze it up, man. You don't have to worry about anything else, speed, or you just grip it and rip it, you know? Oh yeah, the 7-4. The Queen is descending into the night. Road check, you got a 59 feet per minute. Whew. When are we doing Atlanta to Sydney? Let me get flight recorder ready. 2,000 feet, wind 190 at 20. Nice little vertical shear there coming down. I'm sure we'll get bumped around. All right, so you guys didn't answer my question though. So the box says 155. So the box says 155, but then it says wind correction plus 5. Does that mean, hey, add 5, so 160? Or does that mean do 155 because that's with your thing, with your additive? In the Airbus, it tells you, oh, this is your VREF, and this is your V-approach. This is what you will fly. A little bit more easy. This is like hieroglyphics, you know, you gotta do a freaking Sudoku puzzle to figure out what your approach speed is. 155 is your landing speed, so add 5. You see what I mean? It is. Why couldn't they just say 160? Instead of wind correction plus 0.5 knots, just say the app 160. A350-380 does the pre-selected QNH the best with smaller window in the QNH value with the main in the QNH window. There you go. Nothing like overcomplicating something as simple as an altimeter, right? You fly at 160, but it's for current gross weight. Okay, so it'll continue theoretically to go down. In theory. In Boeing, VAP equals VREF plus half the headwind plus full gust. 5 min, 20 minutes max, no correction of tailwind. Okay. Historical reasons for type rating? What's that? Calculators didn't exist back in the 1930s, I know. But that would be an easy software fix. And you'd have less characters on the screen to display. I guess we should get, well, tower's online, so we don't have to call early, but 187 is who we're going to talk to. I probably should figure out where the radios are in this thing. Right here. 118. 700. I'll have that ready in the standby. Did we already pass for top of descent? No. Focre at or above 10,000. So I'm going to dial in 10,000 right now. Because it's a Boeing, the one thing it does automatic. Let's make sure it does it automatically. Pitch down. So let's dial in 10,000. 10,000 is set. RMP with keys. Fancy. Yeah, it is fancy. Like the new Airbuses. They probably save money on CPUs by doing less calculating. That's a good point, Bosach. That's a good point. You can add whatever you want in the wind correction box. Okay, so it's just telling you, like, hey, add it, but you don't have to. I got you. I got you. Man, it's getting dark now. Max does automatically pitching down. The best it does. Chaos, what are you doing still awake, man? Too soon. Too soon, Chaos. Typically on that page you would change your gross weight to your estimated gross landing weight, which would give you different numbers. Really, Mitchell Taylor? So how does one come up with their estimated gross weight? Do you manually have to subtract the fuel burn from your current weight? There's a lot of math in this thing. 52. So if I look, let me come back down here. But there's, where is the gross weight? I don't even see a gross weight entry. Or you'd have to look at some type of chart. Because VNAV, landing fuel 45.6. Right now we have 52. So what did I say? 45. So that's 5,000 pounds. Let's just say 5,000 pound difference. So we're going to be at 700. We're going to be at 696,000 pounds for landing. What's the max landing weight on this thing? Anybody know? Top left? Oh, geez, right in my face. Will you be doing a video on 380 when it comes into Microsoft? Of course, man. Okay, so you put, so this is for your current gross. I see. Subtract, so I can put 695 in there or whatever. What is, let me look at the, I know I had this on SimBrief here. Our max landing weight is max landing weight 688? SimBrief has 688. That would be problematic. But that might just be a SimBrief thing. $714 would be better. Boeing developed a 737 MAX due to fear of the Airbus 320neo, but in the end the MAX ended up doing more to sell 320neo. Yeah, that is true, Randy. Start dumping some fuel? Should we dump some fuel? How do we dump fuel? First off, we need a dome like that. Oh, that doesn't work. Great. Where would the dump be? Emergency lights. These are bottle discharge. We don't want to do that. Fuel reserves. Now, it wouldn't be by the fuel panel. Oh, it would be. There you go. Fuel. Whoa, how do we dump fuel? Min landing weight. I can't select it. Do I just press these buttons? I'm scared. Do we do it, chat? I can't move this knob, but I can press the nozzle left and right. I'm afraid to do it. Let's just do an overweight landing. Descend to 16,000 feet, you'll burn enough. That is a fair point. Maybe we should step down. I'm not sure I can dump fuel. Yeah, I'm going to land over max. Let's burn some more gas, though. Not even going to miss it. I tell you what, let's, that'll mess up our TD. Screw it. We're only like 10,000 over. It can handle it. Airplane can handle it. It'll be fine. It's a Boeing. It's meant to be beat up a little bit. Nice having traffic out in front of us, though. At least we're not alone out here. What can go wrong? See how hot we can. Well, in that case, maybe we should go auto brake 3, huh? Let's go auto brake 3. Dump it works, just not very fast, takes a while. At this point, we're gonna let it roll. That's one thing I didn't test. I don't do things I don't test first on long hauls. Had I have tested it first, then I would do it, but I did not test it, so I am not quite sure. And I did have 2 CTDs flying into New Zealand, so I don't want to, we're not going to mess with the cards now. My uncle works for an airplane and said it'll be fine. We're landing heavy, fuck it. Dump some passengers, get the speed brakes out, burn some more gas, yeah. We actually did pretty good on gas. So we'll be landing with 45.8. SimBrief said we'd be landing with drum roll, please. 38.5. So it was only off by about 7,000 pounds. And we saved it. We saved it more fuel by doing what we did. By descending down and then speeding and then coming back up. Keith B. This is amazing. Been here the whole time. Keith B, you are a savage, my friend. Thank you. Shout out to everyone who's been hanging out with us on this another pretty epic long haul. We're 6 hours and 4 minutes into the live streaming. Do I have crash detection off? Swarm, why do you ask? Why not find some holding pattern on the star? Because I have a theory that arcs and indefinite mathematical equations on the FMS cause the airplane to crash. So when I go direct to a fix on an arc, it crashed 2 out of 2 times. Or 3 out of 3 times, actually. So it would make me nervous to enter a hold and possibly mess it up and have the computer do some weird line and then crash. It's just not worth it right now. Good day, Captain. How's the 7-4 been behaving? So far, so good, Flight Sim Gaming. Honestly, so far, we've had a great flight. I have thoroughly enjoyed this flight so far. The takeoff was amazing. It absolutely was amazing. I don't even know. I think landing is more fun than taking off, even in real world. But I don't know. That takeoff was pretty awesome with all the heavy traffic, with the scenic departure around the island, with the Toga sounds of the FT Sim sound pack. My expectations of the takeoff were exceeded when we actually did the takeoff. And I will say that doesn't happen on every stream. It doesn't happen on every stream. 1 a.m. here in Switzerland, still want to see that butter landing. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for sticking around. Hey, Nick. Dougal is still here as well. Dougal McTavish. You still got it, Dougal. Good to see you hanging around, man. Hope all is well, dude. Gotta be late for you too, close to midnight at least. Oh, here comes the FMC message. Drag required. What? Poppycock. Do what you need to do. Oh, look, and our traffic started down. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. This is going to be fun. I'm still here, though it's 11 a.m. Wow, Aviator Nick. So you tuned in. Aviator Nick has flipped time zones for us because Aviator Nick, you were there for the LA stream duration, which was like what? You stayed up the entire night, and now this one you had to get up super early and tune in for. Crazy. Zach Lewine, been here since he started the stream. I wish there was a way. I wish there was a way that I could like tell who's been on the stream the whole time, and then I could do like, you could do giveaways to those that have been here, or just you could filter by time. So like, if you've been here longer than the other person, you have 2x likelihood to win something, you know? I think that would be a cool way to reward viewership. Yeah, Aviator Nick is a madman. AJ Funara, you're a madman too. You've been here the whole time. Kanopi's been here. Honestly, y'all have been here a long time. I think we only dropped down to like 250 viewers, so there's been quite a lot of you that have stuck around for this stream. I really appreciate the support, guys. Really, truly, truly do. Midnight there for you, AA Ron. Ooh, right. Well, you're a young Irish lad, so I would imagine that you'd be able to hang. Not that Dougal isn't a young Irish lad, but well, he's not Irish; he's English. But I'm just gonna stop. Dougal McTavish, though, man, Dougal. What a ride it's been, huh? On YouTube. What a ride it's been, Dougal. Been here all 6 hours, Flag Clan 1. Whew. You guys are awesome. There she goes. We're nosing over. We are nosing over. JP, good deal, man. The 250 viewers you lost were all of our alt accounts that we used to get to 748 likes. Oh my gosh. Will H, welcome to Private Pilot, sir. Welcome on board. Exclamation point, welcome for your new perks here on the channel. Pleasure to have you on. Exclamation point, welcome. Exclamation point, welcome. Canadian, I'm going to have to leave soon to go eat, but I enjoy being here interacting with everybody in chat and UV1, so it's always a blast, even if it's only the cruise part. We're able to watch. Hey, Canadian, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for hanging out, and you bring up a good point. I like to see. I try to get better at reading comments, but inevitably I miss comments over and over, and I never intend to do it on purpose. But I do see frequently. I do see the chat. I see you all having conversations within yourselves, which I like to see that. I do like to see you guys chatting and hanging out and having conversation and answering questions for other members that come in, because you got to remember, as monotonous as it may seem to be, like, oh, did you hear about the Fenix V2? You got to remember that people come in at different times all over the world. So while it's easy after the 427th time to say, no, I haven't heard of the Fenix V2, but you got to remember, like, hey, you don't know where someone else is coming in from. So when you guys step up and like, yeah, you know, he said this, or V1 would do this, or I do appreciate it. I really do. Viet, welcome to Private Pilot as well, sir. Exclamation point, welcome. You are one of us, Team Green indeed. Welcome, Viet. One of us, another one of us here. Did the VNAV start descent automatically? It sure did, Aviator Nick. The one thing that Boeing does automatically that everybody raves about is it starts down automatically. In more ways than one. Here we go. On our way down to 10,000 feet. We're following the traffic. I think I got somebody out there. Now, I want to turn the terrain on, but screw it, I'm going to turn the damn terrain button on. Because I know there is some terrain as we get down there, but train is on. There's no weather. We're following traffic. Everything is looking good. This is pretty good VNAV here. We're VNAV hold, 350 on the speed, just about 7.9 Mach. 22.6 for 10. Transition is 15,000, 10.16 in the meter. We're looking good. We are looking good. I use AIG, Ace Fly Wings. I use AIG traffic. I like the OG traffic calculator thing. FMC message, drag required. I think you're doing all right. Just hang in there. I wonder if this speed brake lever is as annoying as it is in the sim. Like right near your clear button. Like I feel like if you're putting your arm right through here, you could easily bump this speed brake here. It seems like it's kind of in a bad spot. Now, who's that in front of me? I don't want to gain up on him. traffic that's descending into Auckland right now. What's your indicated airspeed?
Air needs in 1001. I'm currently 330, floating to 280 for the restriction over Fort.
Oh, yeah, we were just about to do that as well. Thanks.
Yep.
Maybe that's why there's more drag required. 280? Yeah, I totally knew that was happening. Speed brake. Will it automatically start reducing though? It seems like it doesn't want to. So, if it doesn't do what you want, what do we do? First off, let's go barrow. Let's set 1016. The 1015 is set. Now, why aren't you slowing? I need to do... I want to change this into... can I go FMS? Or like, I want to use FMS VNAV. But I want to slow down. Okay, there it goes. There's 280. Now the speed brake's coming out. Speed brake's coming out, and we're going to turn the wing light on early for cinematic purposes. So, wing light and logo's already on. Wing light on. We're slowing to 280. Oh, yes. Kanoki. Oh, my goodness. I've had the alert box muted. I missed some stuff. Wow, I missed a lot of stuff. Ali Sammy, I missed a dollar dono back then, an hour ago. I apologize for that. Come on, 350 Trent XWB. That would be awesome. We'll see. Clavo, $3 bank angle check 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I missed that. The alert box muted. Thank you for the $3 bank angle check. It has definitely been a long one. But it's coming towards the end right now. We're on the set. Kanoki, thank you for the 6 euro donation. Just climbed outside and drilled a hole in the wing tank, so you're fine for landing. Appreciate you, Kanoki. Thanks for the $6 super chat. We're gonna need it. Hopefully, yeah. Gross weight is 69.6. We're close enough. Close enough. And Michael Fisher with a $10 super chat coming in at the end. Always enjoy the streams. Always learning, Michael Fisher. I appreciate you. Thank you for that $10 super chat. And I apologize if I missed any other super chats or donos. I did have the alert box muted. That's my mistake. Pro streamers are available elsewhere. But thank you for your support, whether it's a like, a thumbs down, a comment, whatever it may be. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, we're going to miss this, aren't we? Why aren't we going down to 10,000 feet here? Idle thrust. Slow on down, baby. All right, after fork on the approach, let me look at the other altitude here. I know you can't see it. So after fork, bottom altitude MRAG is 3,000. I know you can't see it, but I was just looking at it. So let's dial in 3. Let's dial in 3,000. So we keep on trickling down. That's the bottom altitude. So 3,000 is set. There we go. Well, it looks like we're going to be a little bit high over fork. Yeah, we were high. We were high. And if I go speed brake out, it gets low on path, so it's struggling. We're only 2 miles in trail of that other guy. So I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to be a pilot here. Let's set 7,000. We're going to be pilots. We're going to set 7,000. Flight level change. We're going to dial speed back 250 knots. We got to give them some space. 250 knots. Flight level change 7,000. We're going to get off the VNAV track, but we got to give ourselves some space. We're 2.5 miles in trail of another heavy. That ain't going to cut it. So, AJ Funari dropping 10 gifted memberships to the channel. Land ho. AJ Funari, appreciate you. Very, very kind. Getting 10 more Team Greens in here. Very kind of you, sir. Thanks for that. Max Racing is green because of AJ. Well, make sure you thank AJ if you pick up a membership there at the end. Appreciate you, man. Very kind. All right, we just lost our entire VNAV scenario. Went orange. That's fine. At or above 7. We're 250, but we're way in on that guy. Yeah, I see that guy right off our nose. He's right off our nose. We're gonna set 5,000 now. 3, 4, 5,000 is set. We're doing 250. At 240 is the requirement, so let's even slow it up a little bit more. We're getting close to our slat speed here too. You see that VLS because we are heavy. We are getting close to flap 5. We'll give him an extra 10 knots. Let's go 230. Let's put it right on the up. Ooh, 230. Yeah, we'll go 230 and we'll go flaps 5. Which is basically going to be slats. Well, not basically, it is. Flaps 1. Oh, yes. Love seeing those. Slats pop out. Drop her down to 210. I don't disagree with you. We'll do at least 220. I don't want to get too slow, though, because then I'm going to screw up the guy behind us. Alright, now we'll go ahead and drop in there flaps 5. Alright, we're flaps 5. Getting ready to level at 5,000. Looks like he's getting a little bit of spacing on us now, which is good. Speed brake is up. 220 on the speed. Let's make it 210 even. Hell, let's make it 210. I like 210. Alright, we're 210 on the speed. Listen to those engines. Oh, yeah. 210, flap 5. Speed brake is stowed. Correct, it is. We're looking good. We're burning some gas now. Hell yeah, we are. Actually, not as much as I thought. Not as much as I thought. These engines are pretty good. Alright, 3,000 feet after this one. Here we go. $3,000 is set. Flight level change at 210. Thrust idle. What's that?
Pull up.
What? No.
Pull up. Pull up.
Pull up, check. Oh, we're supposed to be at 4,000. Pull up, check. 2.5 mile separation between a bunch of heavies and a single runway. What could go wrong? He's almost at 5 miles, though. Alright, so note to self, we'll use vertical speed on the next one. Autopilot degraded, so speed LNAV altitude. That's fine. We're looking good. Next segment, at or above 3,000. So I'm going to set 3. And then, let's do this the Boeing way. Vertical speed, 500. That sound like the... What's that? Premier one? Or that corporate jet? TAWS? 500. There we go. We're down vertical speed 3,000. Speed LNAV. We're okay. Nothing to see here. All right, 18.7. I'm gonna switch over to tower. 18.7 is online.
Confirmed by Alpha and Kilo.
And MRAG at 3,000.
Alpha and Quebec. Sorry about that.
And ATIS information X-ray is still current. When do we call him though?
Yeah, we're
MRAG.
getting in Air New Zealand 1001 on the island to the left. Even 1001 off the target, a community approach number 2 following a company 26.
MRAG is 12 miles out, so
Continue approach. Airline Zealand.
we're about 15 miles out.
Tower, good morning. New Zealand Victory 611 Heavy on the 23 left, final 7 miles.
611 Auckland Tower, runway 23 left, clear to land.
Have fun,
23 left,
ATC.
clear to land. Air New Zealand 611 Heavy.
Auckland Tower, good evening. New Zealand 357 Heavy, 3,000 over MRAG, about 12 miles out for 23 left, information X-ray.
New Zealand 357 Auckland Tower, information X-ray confirmed. Continue approach number 3. Boeing A company currently 10 mile final.
Oh, we got the traffic in sight. We'll continue for 23 left, Air New Zealand 357. All right. ATC can bring their dogs to work. What kind of dog you got? They don't, much more serious down here in Kiwi land, all right? No messing around. All right, we're 210. Does our approach speed update here? Let me see. Oh, yeah, it does. So 154. All right, cool. 154 plus 5, 159. It's automatically updating. Okay, so it does do some computation. So, all right, props to Boeing. What's with the jaunt here to the right? A little bit nerve-wracking. So I'm going to go bank angle limit to 5. Well, let's do 10. Because I was getting some bank angle warnings on a little test sector. Let's go ahead and arm the approach. All right, locus captured, glide slope armed. I'm going to walk it back here to 180. I just feel like we're getting too tight. I'm going to go 180 on the speed. At 200, we will go flaps 10. Locus captured, glide slope armed. Flaps 10 selected. Look at the lighting reflection from the city onto the clouds. That's cool. Look how it lights up the
Auckland Tower, Air
lights.
New
It's just
Zealand
it's so
908,
cool.
12 and a half
All right, glide
miles
slope
out.
captured. Go around altitude. 3,000 is set.
The 908 Auckland Tower, continue approach number 4. Following the company 747, currently 8 mile final.
Continue approach following the company New Zealand 908.
Don't forget the replay. Oh yeah.
New Zealand 1001, expect late landing clearance. Roger, Air New Zealand 100.
We're gonna slow it up even more. That guy in front of us is dropping the anchor. 160. Autopilot degradation. Well, it just went all on. That's kind of sketch. All right, we'll roll with it. Flaps 15, I think, is the lowest we can go without the gear. Flaps 15. Recording is on. Flight recorder's on. I got you. I'm just going to slow to final right now. Screw it. Gear's coming down. $154. We're not even going to do our additive. Flaps 25. We're right on the line.
Swap 1, welcome to Auckland, vacate right out for 8.
Well, if we have to go around, I'm gonna lose it. We are tight on this guy. VREF, that's right on the line. We gotta bump it up. Let's go 159.
1001, company 167, vacate right up for 8.
159. 159.
23 left, clear land, thanks, Air New Zealand 1001.
All right. Flaps 30, gear down. Do I arm the speed brakes? Do I land 3? Oh man, we should auto land. Nah, what fun is that? Let's go.
5, expect late landing clearance.
We'll expect that there. There's no 357. Oh, we probably should turn the rest of our lights on before you turn the autopilot off, rookie.
Towards Alpha and Juliet, Air New Zealand 61 Heavy.
Alright, I'm gonna go auto
1000.
throttle off.
Auckland Tower, hello, Osprey 495 Heavy, establish dial S, 23 left.
495 Heavy, Auckland Tower, gate 8, continue approach number 2.
Correcting, we're at dot high.
Continue approach number 2, Osprey 495.
1001, vacate right up for 8.
0357.
400.
Went directly into the crosswind.
Unit 1001, continue, you left on Alpha, right, muffled short Foxtrot. I left Alpha, right,
200.
Landing.
Houston, 928, take back feedback.
100.
Roger, we'll expect 908.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
That was, but it felt good. I don't know. A little bit floaty. 70 knots. $60 knots. Whew. 258? I will take that. I'll take a 258. That is pretty greasy. We'll clear the run.
After 8 support, I'm thinking right up, 3, that's clear to land.
Clear to land, 23 left, Air New Zealand 908.
Houston 357, welcome to Auckland, continue on Alpha, right, Lima, short Foxtrot.
Alpha right Lima short Foxtrot here in 0357. Alright, we are here, chat. Clean it up. Short of Foxtrot, the man says.
Houston 1001, you can continue taxi on Foxtrot, taxi time just in. Alright, continue on Foxtrot, just in case, thanks, there's New Zealand 1001, great day.
There's Echo, so Fox is the next one. What is this? What? How do I put that on mine? Dude. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. How do I... That is epic. That's got to be something here. Left inboard, left lower center. I don't know what this guy has. Oh, it's just zoomed in? Oh my. That is epic. Where's Foxtrot? Is it over here? It's over here. That is epic.
Right, welcome to Auckland. Taxi stand to right Alpha, left to get here.
Stand to right Alpha, Juliet.
Right, so yeah, we gotta go up here and make a right hold short of Fox. Aviator Nick. Aviator Nick has just dropped a 100 New Zealand bomb on us. Kia ora and welcome to Auckland, New Zealand.
You can continue taxi by Foxtrot, taxi time to us, good day.
Foxtrot to the gate. Good day, thanks for the tier, 0357. Kia ora and welcome to Auckland, New Zealand. We hope you have a fantastic day in our beautiful country. Aviator Nick, that is too kind. Thank you so much for a massive super chat. New Zealand cash is flowing. Vladimir said, Aviator Nick, I appreciate you and I appreciate your support. Not only your monetary support, Aviator Nick, but you have been hoping for this flight. You've been waiting for this flight for a while now, and I know you were extremely excited. Look at those heavies lined up out there. You were excited when we were coming down there, and you've been on all these long hauls. So I appreciate you, Aviator Nick, and thank you for that massive donation as well. Very, very kind. All right, so much for gate 4. Actually, we're gonna go right over here. This gate looks better over here. Although this might be international, this looks like there's better situations. Can I park at gate 16? Hold on. Let me see if GSX will park me at 16. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, 0 suitable. Gates.
The chosen position is too small for your aircraft.
Right there. Should be right there. Oh yeah, stop recording. Thank you. Oh, I see a marshaller. Oh, we found it. Let's see if I can get this turned down again. Alright, as we turn in here, we're going to go taxi light off. Send it, GSX is a potato. Look at that 7-4 coming out of the shadow. God, the camera system is so wonky. Oh man, we're like way off. That's alright. We'll straighten her out. We will straighten her out. APU is on, Jacob. Something similar to the coming to the 320 Neo and 380 in the future, Chaos? Ooh, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Or tease me.
Tower, reducing on 9945.
Team Vodka. Oh, I can't stop. This thing's got some mass. 6542. Look at this. This is so cool. You can barely read that out. But those are coordinates. So when the heavies are not even INS, that's legit. That's where you put it. Please cut engines. Sir, yes, sir.
This parking is too small for your aircraft. The boarding requested.
Wow. Guys, this has been, I don't know why, I've loved this live stream. This live stream has been epic. Oh, let me go ahead and get full screen cam back in there. Oh, the APU's on, but I didn't turn the generator on. 250 hour move.
There we go. Sorry, folks, on the flight deck. Sorry it went dark there for a second. FO doesn't know where the power switch is.
Alright, we're in. We still got our wing lights on for cinematic purposes. We probably should kill the beacon light. We'll turn that off. They're going to deplane us. I just want to see some of this here. Let's just take a moment. Let's go drone cam. Oh, dang it. I'm going to do that. We need to take a moment and enjoy this 7.4 in all her beauty. I mean,
Passengers deboarding starting.
not really improper airplanes. The APU takes to front end. That's what I thought, Chaos. I forgot you had to like trip the buses and stuff. I know. We're back though. That was epic. The final like count, Jeremy, we smashed it. I don't even know what it is. It's 889 likes. That's really good for a 6-hour stream, Chad. I'm very appreciative of that. Bossach, thank you, Dougal. Bossach, I got me right there when I was trying to turn in. I'm sorry, man. Thank you for a $20 super chat. Thanks for the stream. Says put this towards recovery fund. Glad the family is okay. Bossach, I appreciate that. I hope I'm saying your name right. Bossach, Bossach. Thank you so much for that $20 super chat. Appreciate you. And thank you for that. Yeah, the fund. I have to go home and face the reality of the situation of rebuilding the V1 household now after we took a lightning strike. So, let's get into the replay. Blue Bear says Miss V1 might not love it so much when she finds out about the 59 return flight. I'm going to sweet talk her tonight, Blue Bear. I'm going to maybe pick up some wine on the way home. And, like, hey, honey, so you know how you don't like me gone all day streaming at the office? Well, how does a 15-hour flight seem? Anyway, isn't it Bosco? Duh. See, that's just my uneducated American country sticks coming at you. I'm sorry, man. Bosco, thank you. Appreciate you. Very, very kind. All right. Looks like we're just going to deplane via the aft air stair. We're going to get into the replay. Everybody made it. Looks like Team Vodka made it. Team Vodka's safely on the ground. Delta 350's on the ground. Everybody is down. Look at that. We've got the 777 is over here. A 380 74's here. That little widget taxiing is pretty cool. Just at that light. Man. What a memorable flight. Something about this 74, man, is just, I can't wait. All right, let's get into the replay. Enough of this, right? I'm just, where are we going next? Listen, go into the Discord. Link me your best scenery and best airport you want me to see. So in the FS 2020 section of the Discord, just if you have an airport you want to see, there's a good, like there's a challenging approach or a fantastic scenery, just drop the link, say, hey, V1, you don't have to tag me necessarily because I'll just search for it. But just say, just put NZ Tour and then put your message so that I can just filter by NZ Tour. Put your favorite airport. I'm going to look at routes. We're going to be doing some more streams this week. I need to do some more recovery at home. So let's get in the replay and get out of here. Flight time you set turned out pretty perfect. I agree. We'll watch.
I'm actually going down to the corporate domestic ramp. That could be Alpha all the way down, or
corporate domestic. Oh, look at Team Vodka being high maintenance. Team Vodka's just being high maintenance. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. God, that's 7-4. All right. Hot take here before we go into replay mode. 747's my new favorite airplane, even more so than the 727. Let's go into replay. We'll disconnect from VATSIM. That was an epic flight. We'll restart the Kutal script.
This parking is too small for your aircraft.
We're going to go here. We're going to restart Kutal. And now what's going to be interesting is... can I just start all four at the same time? Turn our lights on. Turn the strobes on. I don't know if that's gonna work. Oh, we need bleed pressure. Oh, we did it now. We did it now. We're gonna go packs off. Restart. 3 and 4. Come on. Oh, come on. Fireflyer! $10 super chat. Appreciate you. You might have to buy jewelry for the missus on that 15-hour stream, so here is the start. Fireflyer 1002, I appreciate that. Very kind. I probably will. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm probably going to have to do just that. So, but very kind of you. I appreciate it. Thank you for that super chat, Fireflyer. Control E. Oh, you guys are... See? Swarm? Swarm. This is why I keep you around with those V1 wings. Alright? What would I do without people like Swarm? APU isn't on? Oh, it's on. Oh, shoot. It's not on. Why isn't it on? Huh. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Here we go. Engines are spooling up. As soon as they're spooled up, replay time. A W stream, I agree.